You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yes, and will that be all then?
No. What time is it?
I thought you made an appointment.
I did. Oh, come on, honey. You're not in that much of a hurry, are you?
Yes.
What about mad cow disease? Well, clear the room then. Tell them they're keeping the head of McClellan Enterprises waiting. Tell them that we...
All right.
You want to forget the whole thing?
No, I don't want to forget the whole thing. I just want to get this nonsense over with.
Send you a postcard.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Bon voyage.
Ta-ta.
Yes, ta-ta.
Come on.
Hello. May I help you?
Mr. Spirito?
I am he.
We're the Ransoms. My wife called for an appointment.
Oh, yes. Please be seated. Now, where exactly do we intend to go?
We intend to go to London.
Splendid. Of course, you've been.
Oh, no.
Charming place. You have picked a rather bad time of year, though, but...
Excuse me, we're kind of rushed today. I wondered if you'd...
Certainly. Now, have we decided on an airline?
No.
Well then, if I may suggest...
We're not going by plane.
I beg your pardon?
I said, we're not going by plane?
Ooh, but you must, unless you're planning this for some time in the future.
No, it has to be right away.
Oh, then I'm afraid a ship would be out of the question. You see, it's the off-season, and the liners have all been booked up, or put on short runs.
All of them?
All the acceptable ones, yes. I hope you won't mind my saying this, Mrs. Ransom, but, you know, airplanes are perfectly safe nowadays. I realize that some people feel a certain trepidation, but there's absolutely no reason...
Eileen, if it's the only way...
May we see a list of boats that are running?
If you wish.
You promised.
I know.
It's important, Alan. We agreed on that.
I'm afraid these are the only passenger-carrying vessels bound for England in the next 30 days. Some are freighters, but it's sometimes possible...
What about this one?
The Lady Anne? I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, it's very nearly the oldest ship in the water, and the slowest. 13 days till a half. Another half day to Southampton.
Forget it.
No. Wait. This says it leaves on Thursday. We'll take it.
Please, Mrs. Ransom, the Lady Anne is a veritable antique.
Listen to the man, Eileen. We can relax when we get there if that's what you want. Don't make such a big deal out of it.
It is a big deal to me, Alan. A very big deal. Give us 2 tickets.
For this relic?
Yes, that's right. The Lady Anne.
Oh, very well.
A few extra days won't matter, will they?
I don't have anything better to do. Check okay?
Of course, sir. But, Mrs. Ransom, the Caravan Travel Agency takes pride in its service. I beg you not to do this.
Well, it isn't going to sink, is it?
With a ship that old, you can't tell what might happen.
Oh, give me that check. Here. We'll pick up the tickets. Come on, Alan. You can go back to work now. Thanks for your help, Mr. Spirito.
Very well. Bon voyage.
Portrait of a honeymoon couple about to embark on a journey. Like most newlyweds, they've never traveled a great distance together, nor have they become truly acquainted. But there is a difference. These newlyweds have been married for 6 years, and they're taking this honeymoon not to start their life together, but to save it. Or so Mrs. Ransom believes. She's not sure why she insisted on an ocean liner, except that it will give them some much-needed time together, even if it is the Lady Anne. The tickets read New York to Southampton, but this old ship is bound for a very different port. Its final destination? The Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Passage on the Lady Anne, starring Martin Jarvis and Rosalind Ayres with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Perfect. A foggy night. Can't even see the ship. Where is everybody?
Already on board. We're a few minutes late.
I was ready. If you hadn't taken so long packing...
There it is! Oh, Alan, isn't it beautiful?
No, not it. She. The ship happens to be a lady.
Sorry. She's beautiful.
Indeed she is. Oh, yes.
There's the gangplank, is that what they call it? Come on, Alan.
I can hardly wait.
No, from the descriptions, we were expecting a cross between a kayak and the Flying Dutchman.
You're seeing someone off?
No, we're passengers.
What? How's that?
Passengers.
Oh, no. No. I hardly think so. No, you see, this is the Lady Anne.
Toby, please. You have no right to badger them.
Yeah, be quiet, woman.
Well...
Now, young fellow. Look here, if you'll consult your tickets, I think you'll find there's been a mistake. I repeat, this ship is the Lady Anne.
And I repeat, there's no mistake.
Show me your tickets.
Why should I do that?
Call it curiosity. Do you mind?
Go ahead, Alan.
All right.
Let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Alan Ransom, New York to Southampton.
You're not going to read the fine print, too, are you?
Well, they seem to be in order.
Thank you. It's good to know that.
Well, there must be an error. This is a private passage, you might say. A mistake in booking. No, it's a terrible mistake.
Come along, dear.
But, Millie, I don't understand. I really don't.
I said come along.
Well, I guess that's how the British say welcome aboard.
Oh, don't get your back up. You'll be twice as cranky when you're his age.
Bet we can beat him up the ramp.
Not too late to turn back, you know? I mean, think of being cooped up with me for 14 days.
I made a promise and I'm gonna keep it. Isn't that good enough?
Sure.
Not very steady. Really gives you confidence, doesn't it?
At least try to enjoy this.
One moment, please. Your names?
Ransom?
Yes, I see it on the list.
Do you want to see our tickets too?
Everything seems to be in order, sir. Stateroom 24 down that flight of stairs.
Thank you.
Oh, here we are.
Yes, here we are.
Good evening.
I say, you're not going to let them do this, are you?
I'm afraid it's out of my hands.
Out of your hands? Well, we'll see about that.
hope they got the luggage on board.
It'll be waiting in our room. You'll see.
It better be. We're due to take off in 10 minutes.
Take off?
Sail. Disimport.
I think it's disembark. Alan, you have to admit, it's a real showpiece. Did you notice this carpeting? And the oil paintings? And brass everywhere.
Great, where's the bar? I could use a drink.
Number 24. This is it.
What in the...
Alan, look! It's like an old-fashioned drawing room with a tapestry and gold everything. Pigeon's blood vases.
I don't believe it.
Are those plaster cupids on the ceiling? Oh, it's marvelous! And the canopy bed.
Shaped like a swan.
It's got a goose feather mattress. Oh, Alan, isn't this fabulous?
It's probably the most ridiculous room in the entire world. You realize that?
Probably. It is.
And you actually like it.
Don't you? Look at this chest. It must be 100 years old. A bowl of fresh flowers on top. And even a box of candy, shaped like a heart.
At least the luggage is here. No kidding. You think we can take it for 2 weeks? I mean, with all this...
There's the whistle. Come on, let's go up on deck.
Why?
Why? That's what you do. Haven't you seen any movies? Hurry.
Those are the ones I mean, Burgess.
Not the ones going with us.
Yes, I tell you.
Nonsense. Obviously a silly blunder.
No. They have tickets.
Calm yourself, Mackenzie.
This needs to be settled at once.
Very well.
Here they come.
Hello. Hello.
How do you do?
Oh, very well, thank you. Now then, no doubt you young people aren't aware that this is a rather, well, how shall I say, private sort of cruise, you see. Very tight. Dear me, yes, unquestionably a slip-up on the part of the,
Look, mister, we're getting a little tired of this routine.
Try to understand. There hasn't been any slip-up. This is our ship, and we are sailing to England on it.
Her.
What did I tell you? They're determined.
This is bad news, very bad indeed.
Oh, really? For you or for us?
Don't argue with them, Alan.
See here, please, this may seem odd to you, but we're actually trying to be of help.
Yes, exactly so. You see, there are things you don't know about this ship.
Yes.
But what does that mean?
Well, for example, it isn't common knowledge that...
Burgess.
No, Mackenzie. We've got to tell them.
But...
This vessel is over 50 years old.
We knew that.
Oh, but there are other things you couldn't possibly know, because you haven't had time to look.
Such as?
Well, she's falling apart everywhere. The deck chairs wouldn't support the weight of a baby.
Yes, that's true. And the staircase is about to collapse at any moment. And the food, food, dreadful. It's positively poisonous. Ptomaine, you know. Yes.
But the worst of it is the danger at sea. Those boilers, not to be trusted. They've been ready to burst for years.
Oh, yes, for years. So you can see how impractical the whole idea is.
There's just one thing.
Yes?
If it's such an awful, dangerous ship, what are you doing on it?
What? Oh. Yeah, well,
We're old and eccentric.
well, yes.
Well, we're young and eccentric. We like impractical things, the challenge and all. Besides, we think it's an absolutely charming boat.
Last warning. They'll be pulling away the gangplank at any moment. Look, you'll be quite bored.
We never get bored. Do we, Alan?
Nope, not at our age.
You're sick, then. Yes, you'll get sick. No stabilizers. She rides like a washing machine, I can tell you.
Sounds like fun.
I think I've heard about enough.
Wait. I have my checkbook.
What's that for?
I am prepared to pay you double the amount of your tickets.
This is ridiculous.
No, I want to hear it. Pay us to do what?
If you will abandon your plans, I'm sure you'll find another booking, something more suitable.
That's a very generous offer.
Yes, very much more suitable.
Alan, you're not considering it, are you?
Well, what do you say?
Not a chance.
Triple the amount, then.
Yes, triple.
No.
Very well. I am forced to extremes. Sir, madam, if you will leave the Lady Anne at once, I will give you the equivalent of, let me see, 50,000 American dollars.
50,000 American dollars. Yes, which I will match. Well, I haven't got it all on me, but
Making it a total of 100,000.
Yes, 100,000. Well.
You're talking my language now, gentlemen.
Alan?
Let's say pounds sterling, shall we?
In pounds?
Or better yet, an even $250,000 U.S. currency will be fine.
No, that amount is completely unreasonable. I'm sorry. No.
In that case...
But...
Sorry.
Let's go, honey.
You must reconsider. You don't understand the implications.
Look, fella. Ever since we picked this tub, people have been doing their best to discourage us. I don't know why, and I don't care. But if you're worried about brash Americans crashing your cozy little tea party...
No, it isn't that at all.
Forget it. From now on, leave us alone.
I'm proud of you.
Thought I'd take the money, didn't you?
Well, for a minute there, I didn't know. Oh, look! We're moving!
Off to a great start. I could use that drink now.
Me too.
Too late.
We did our best.
We should have tried harder.
But the funds he was demanding... highway robbery.
Nevertheless, it was our duty.
The duty of everyone on board.
Who knows what the consequences will be? I fear we should have done whatever was necessary to keep them off this ship.
Alan?
Yes?
You're already dressed. Why are you up so early?
It's almost 11.
Don't tell me you're nervous. We're not going to let two cranky old men spoil our second honeymoon, are we?
A lot more than 2. Better get dressed. Fire drill's in 15 minutes.
What? Honestly, you could at least tell me what this is all about. You act as if we're going to an execution.
There. See for yourself.
Look at all of them.
And all wearing their life preservers.
Oh no. Alan, some of them are even on crutches.
And wheelchairs. Pretty hard to stand for inspection.
Is that what they're doing?
Apparently it's a safety requirement.
Well, there was the Titanic.
I picked up a few more names. The Mackenzies, of course, and Mr. Burgess.
How could I forget?
The one on the end is named Van Vlyman. Next to him is Mr. Bristow.
Cooey! Hello there. Care to join us?
Yes, do join us. Hello.
In a moment, Mrs. Mackenzie. You don't suppose that everyone else on this ship is...
Everyone. I checked this morning. The youngest person I saw was 70.
Oh, but that's silly. It must just be the first class section.
There aren't any other sections. The entire ship is first class.
You mean they're all?
Show some respect. This group alone represents several thousand years.
All for fire drill practice.
Remember, Eileen, getting there is half the fun. Chin up.
Your life jackets.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, as soon as you're all ready.
I think the straps go over your shoulders.
Like this?
That doesn't look right.
Psst. Do you need help, dear?
Good morning, Mrs. Mackenzie. As a matter of fact...
You should put your arms through the hole.
No. Let them learn for themselves, dear.
I was just trying to make it easier. See you later, then.
Yes.
Do the best you can. We look like a couple of clowns at a funeral.
Now then, in the event the balloon should go up, the alarm will sound. Proceed to the Imperial deck in a calm, orderly fashion and await further instructions. The groups will be divided in the following manner. Group A, Mr. and Mrs. Huntley Small, Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie, and Mrs. Scott Aylesbury.
Here we are. The Imperial Lounge.
Looks like we're in time for the noon orgy.
Alan, I think it's elegant. Like a private club.
That's the problem. We're not members. This isn't a ship. It's a floating rest home.
Shh.
You wish something from the bar?
Do you suppose you could fix us up with 2 double martinis? Very dry?
Yes, sir.
Alan, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. But it doesn't matter that much, does it? We didn't want to mix with other people anyway. We wanted to...
Stop saying we. If you'd listened to me, we'd be in London by now.
And you'd be in a business meeting.
Not necessarily.
Yes. And it would be the same the next day and the next and... Oh, Alan, that's what this is all about. Don't you see?
Your drinks.
Thank you. Look, I know you've been unhappy, but do you think I enjoy working 28 hours a day?
It comes down to the same thing, doesn't it? We never see each other. We never talk, or...
I told you, after I close this deal, I'm going to start taking it easy.
Which is what you said 2 years ago. You closed that deal, but it didn't make any difference. There were more deals. There'll always be more deals. Because that's all that matters to you now, isn't it? Bartender, another.
Yes, ma'am.
Try to control yourself.
I have been controlling myself for 6 years, and I'm tired of it. I am tired of begging for little bits of your time. You're not interested in me anyway. You're interested in success. Fight your way to the top and then fight to stay there.
Stop making a scene.
Why? Does it take your mind off mergers and board meetings?
No, it takes my mind off the fact that we're supposed to be on a trip together.
Come off it, Alan. You're going to England on business. I happen to be along. That's all. Why? Because I insisted. If I hadn't, you'd have gone alone. Isn't that true? Admit it.
I can't talk to you when you're like this.
You made me like this. Because the truth is, you don't care anymore. I was stupid to think that a few days together would make a difference. You're a flaming success now. Alan Ransom, the financier. And I'm the nagging wife who doesn't understand.
Eileen, please.
What's the matter? Are you afraid they'll catch on? Don't worry. They think we're a happy couple, made for each other.
Shut up.
Yes, sir. Well, when this tub finally gets there, you can relax. Because I'll be leaving.
That might be a good idea.
Oh, it is. You'll have all those nice deals to keep you warm with no silly woman around. It should be marvelous.
It will be. For now, I'll be on deck reading the Financial Times. Here's for the drinks.
I say, you two, excuse us.
Not you again.
Well, yes. Not really.
How do you do, dear?
Nice to see you, Mrs. Mackenzie.
If you don't mind, I'm trying to read the paper.
My wife, Millie, yes. I say my wife, I mean we would very much like you to join us for tea, if you'd be so kind.
Because I'm wearing my tweed jacket?
Eh? Hmm? No. Tweed jacket, I see. That's a very, I think we're very British. No, we simply want to chat.
Is it a date, then?
I don't...
We'd be delighted. In about an hour?
Yes, in the Imperial Lounge.
We'll see you there. And thank you.
Not at all. An hour, then. Jolly good. Looking forward.
Why did you do that?
Because you and I don't have anything more to say to each other. You know it's true. We're finished. But you said it yourself, we're stuck here. So we might as well call a truce for now and make the best of it.
Agreed.
Hello. Over here.
Hello again.
My dear.
So glad you could make it.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Do sit down. Do sit down. Not at all. Nasty day. What? Now look. The reason for this meeting, apart from the pleasure of your company, is
Go ahead, Toby.
Yes, thank you. Millie, my wife, Millie pointed out that we've all been, something less than hospitable to you, if not rude. And so I expect I ought to apologize.
And do you?
Oh, yes, most sincerely. But you see, there is something more important. Good news, in fact. Yes, we've been talking the whole thing over, and we've decided that you won't have to leave the ship after all.
We won't? Say, that is good news. We were afraid we were going to have to swim back, and it's had us sick with worry.
Really? No. I see. I see. Very good. No, I'm sorry about that, my boy. But we were quite concerned, all of us, as I dare say you gathered. You see, it simply hadn't occurred to us that an outsider would ever want to travel on the Lady. The last time she took on a new passenger was, well, according to Captain Prothero, was some 16 years ago, so you can understand. Yeah, but never mind that. It's all settled now.
What's all settled, Mr. Mackenzie?
Oh, no, we'll get to that in good time.
You simply must forgive us. We can't have been very good company so far.
Well, frankly.
Yeah, the point is, we spent a good many fine hours, Millie and I, my wife Millie, on this old scow.
And when we heard they were going to retire her, well, it seemed right somehow that we should join her on her last return voyage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same is true of the others. Yeah, well, the other people. Yeah, and that's what accounts for the number of senior parties aboard.
We didn't understand.
No.
And you still don't, really. More tea? It's quite bracing.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Yes, one thing that hasn't changed. Yes, tea is still the best in the world.
What about the others, Mr. Mackenzie?
Well, the others? Oh, yeah, yes, like us, as I said. Sentiment, you know.
Of course they know, Toby. Why else would they have chosen the Lady Anne?
Yes, it's true.
Our story isn't so different, I guess. My husband and I had never really been alone in 6 years.
Excuse me. I'm gonna get us a drink. Scotch all around?
Oh, yeah, well, splendid. Thank you.
He's embarrassed, isn't he?
I seem to be doing that to him all the time now.
You were saying the two of you hadn't been alone?
Well, he's a busy man. You get wrapped up in things if you want to be the best, and I don't know. When I heard he was going on a business trip to England, I made him promise to take me.
But that doesn't explain the Lady Anne.
No.
No, I suppose it doesn't. Mostly it was the time. More days together. And, well, it just seemed kind of special.
Oh, my dear, the Lady Anne is special.
Very special.
More special, I should say, than either you or your husband could imagine. You see, this is the ship Toby and I sailed on when we were married, which would be 53 years ago.
52. Yeah, she was a splendid thing then. Yeah, the ship, I mean. No.
Oh, Toby, really?
I thought you told us it was an old rust bucket.
Not it. She, yes. Oh, I should have been struck down by lightning for such a fearful lie. Mrs. Ransom, mark this. The Lady Anne was the finest ship that ever crossed the sea. Queen of the fleet, she was.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Is, Mackenzie, is. No other ship can touch her.
Quite right. Sit down, Burgess. This is an old companion of mine, Ian Burgess, Mrs. Ransom.
Ah, yes, congratulations.
I don't follow.
I hear there's been a decision made in your favor.
Not now.
Nonsense. Quite a relief, I must say.
What is?
Why, what else? My good lady, you are in luck.
How so?
Well, haven't you told them? It's about you and your husband. It seems you won't have to die after all.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What did you say?
He said you won't have to die after all.
Of boredom, he means. Well, don't stand there like a ninny, Ian, tea all over you. Yeah, but sit down, sit down.
Yes, to be sure.
Sorry. I seem to have spilled my tea.
Yeah, but, well, never mind. You see, Mrs. R., she was the only one of her kind, specialized in honeymooners. That was her freight then, yes. Oh, yes. Young people in love. Ah, marvelous.
The drinks.
Ah, yes.
You see, that's what makes your presence so...
Sweet?
No. Well, it was that. It certainly was that. Young married couples, you see, that's all you'd ever see. Full of juice and the moon in their eyes. All those children trying to act grown up and worldly and used to it. And every one as nervous as a mouse. Yes.
But that sort of thing, it lasted for only a few days. The Lady Anne gave them time to know each other. Oh, she was a wise ship. Cheers.
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 Everything was arranged for young people. Love has its own point of view, you know. It sees things larger than life. Nothing is too ornate or too fancy or too dramatic. If it is a good love, it demands the theatrical and then transfigures it. Turns the grotesque into the lovely, as a child does. With it, we can see what we wish to see in people. Without it, we cannot see at all. We can search forever. How a shipping line ever found that vision, I cannot imagine. But they made the Lady Anne into an enchanted gondola and took that moment of happiness and pure sweet pain all lovers have and made the moment live for 2 unspeakably pleasant weeks.
Well, they get the drift, my dear. There's no need to go gooey.
But I feel gooey.
The same is true for all of us, actually. Bolshia Jones and his wife over there, the bald chap, engineer in his day and a good one. The Whiteways.
Next to them, Lord Bristow with his cigar. Nice enough, but he's getting on.
And there's old Champion. Innes Champion, the writer, adventure stories, that sort of thing. Quite a droll fellow, though you wouldn't guess it now. Widower, you know. Aye, and his wife. There was a wild thing. She passed on in... Oh, can't be sure of the date.
What about you, Mr. Burgess?
The same. We'd planned this trip together, but...
Have you a picture?
In my breast pocket, over my heart.
She's very beautiful.
Ah. Oh, my dear, please. This is purely temporary. I shall be with her soon.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, there, dear. It's all right. None of it really matters if you're in love. You are in love, aren't you, Mr. Ransom?
Yes, of course.
Well, that's the only thing that counts, you know. Everything else perishes.
Now you've made her cry.
Oh, perfectly all right. I cry all the time, don't I, Toby?
All the time.
Well, I don't. Why don't you two go out and get some fresh air? Do you good. Fog or no fog.
That might be a good idea.
Yes. We'll see you later.
Of course you will.
I think they're all very, very nice.
What is going on? The sun.
What about it?
It's behind us. It was over there, and now it's... We're heading north.
So we're heading north.
We should be heading east.
Blame it on me. Everything else is my fault. Why not this?
There you go, starting again. I don't know what I'm doing here. Look at them down there playing shuffleboard. Or sitting, wrapped up in their blankets. Really, Eileen, this whole idea was ridiculous. Eileen? Eileen, where are you? Eileen? Eileen!
I thought you did get rather gooey there, my dear, but you know, I rather liked it.
Gooey.
No!
Oh, Mr. Ransom.
I say, is something the matter?
I can't find my wife. We were standing over there at the rail. She was right behind me. You don't think anything could have happened to her, do you?
Oh, I doubt that. It's rather difficult to fall overboard.
Oh, yes, yes.
Eileen! 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 Eileen? Stuart, have you seen my wife?
No, sir, but I wouldn't worry.
I want this ship searched.
I'll take the liberty of alerting the crew. Have you tried the library?
Eileen?
Not here, sir.
She's got to be somewhere.
Still looking, sir.
Haven't you found her yet?
Easy, sir. We'll let you know.
Eileen? Eileen, where are you?
I say, not turned up yet?
No, I searched everywhere.
She'll turn up. Have a nip with me. Come on, boy. Let's go inside. Yeah, maybe she's inside. Come on. Let's go into the Imperial Lounge, what? Two whiskeys. Make 'em strong.
I can't believe it. She's gone.
It does seem that way. But of course it isn't so. You've just missed her.
You don't know how much.
A toast to the Lady Anne. Here, here.
Oh, yes.
Here,
Yeah, yeah.
The Lady Anne. Yes. It's a pity. What's going to happen?
A crime. An evil, black-hearted crime.
Easy, Burgess, easy.
Easy? Gad, they want to scrap the lady.
Outlived her usefulness.
Nonsense. A little slow, perhaps. Speed. That's all that counts now. Why? What's the rush, eh, Ransom?
I see your point.
Freddie, another gin. That's the state of the world today. It's a plot, doubtless of communist origin.
Who wound him up? Burgess, do sit down.
Haven't you eyes, man? The Lady Anne was condemned because she represents a better way of life. She's grace and manners and tradition. She's the Empire.
I say, somebody turn him off.
Silence, Adicott. The beasts are at the gate, and we stand about like statues, with our medals gone to rust and our swords broken. Soon they'll reach up their hairy hands and pull the Queen down from her throne. Scrap the lady? They'll scrap the world.
Poor chap. He'll feel better later at the party. Another drink, Mr. Ransom. Mr. Ransom?
Pour me one, too.
Honey, where have you been?
I decided to take a nap on our swan bed.
You mean you were here all the time? But I've been searching for you.
I'm here. I've always been here.
Oh, Eileen.
Are you drunk?
Maybe so, or maybe this is the first time in 6 years that I've been sober. What's that you're wearing?
The nightgown? Oh, Mrs. Mackenzie gave it to me. She wore it on her honeymoon.
It's beautiful. You're beautiful. This whole stupid world is beautiful.
What happened to you?
I don't know, but I'm going to try not to forget. I'm going to try very hard.
Oh, Alan?
Will you look at all this? Balloons, ribbons.
Over here!
Join us, please.
Mrs. Mackenzie!
Oh, come on. Drink up. The champagne's getting warm. Well, you found her.
Oh, you're as bad as Alan.
I think we'd like you to meet Captain Prothero. Mr. and Mrs. Ransom.
Happy to meet you, sir.
My pleasure. You've had a pleasant voyage, I trust.
Oh, yes.
We're grateful to be a part of it.
Indeed. Your presence has been good for us as well. You packed your things?
Shh. They don't know yet.
Oh, well, I suppose it doesn't matter.
Know what?
Nothing important. If you'll excuse me, I have to make some preparations. Be back shortly.
You look positively radiant, my dear. The Lady Anne has worked her magic on you.
She... and you. All of you.
I'd forgotten some things. How to relax. I was so busy, I lost sight of what's important. It won't happen again.
I say, let's drink to that.
Have the engines stopped?
Oh, nothing to worry about. Cheers.
Mr. Burgess, why are we having a party now? We're only partway there.
You'll understand soon enough. Who needs a reason to party?
Mrs. Ransom, may I have this dance?
I have been waiting for someone to ask.
Mrs. Mackenzie? I'm not very good, but...
Oh, delighted, Mr. Ransom.
Oh, splendid. Oh, very nice.
Well, I see they haven't gotten them fixed.
What?
The engines.
The engines? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the engines.
Ready now? Your luggage has been collected.
Luggage?
Really? Should have told them.
Didn't want to spoil the party.
Excuse me, but what are you talking about? Why should our luggage be moved?
Because, my friends, we're putting you off the ship.
You're what?
Are we in trouble?
No, nothing like that.
They'll come to understand.
Maybe so, but we don't understand now, and we're not going anywhere until we do.
I'm afraid there isn't any choice. Follow me, please.
Alan... Alan?
Is this some kind of gag? You don't just put passengers off a ship in mid-ocean.
Steward,
Captain!
draw your pistol.
Yes, sir.
You're kidding, aren't you?
If you'll do as the captain says. This way.
I tell you what, we'll all go.
Alan, what's going on?
You can't be serious.
There's nothing to worry about, my boy. Your exact position has been radioed. Even now, help is on the way.
Alan, you're not kidding.
Captain, this is outrageous.
Your luggage is in the boat. There's a tin of biscuits.
Champagne? I thought of that.
The lifeboat sends out a signal, so you'll be picked up straight away. Everything you need, really.
Except a reason.
It's time we were off.
Into the boat with you.
No, please,
But why? Is it something we've done?
Not a bit of it.
Then tell us. You can't do this without a reason.
Cause, my boy, you can't go with us. Not yet.
Yes, come along.
Not where we're going.
Oh, no.
Step carefully, please.
We liked you people. We thought you liked us.
They do, Alan. Don't you see? They do.
Lower away.
Don't forget the blankets.
Alan, look. Everyone's at the rail.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I say, what are those papers, dear?
They're your letters, Toby. Don't you remember, dear? I've kept them for so long.
You're throwing them overboard.
They deserve a proper burial at sea. I won't be needing them now, will I?
No, dear. Not anymore.
Listen, the engines are starting again.
They're moving.
So are we.
We will. I promise you.
Here's a blanket.
I don't need it.
Aren't you cold, darling?
Not with your arms around me. I don't think I've ever felt so warm in my life. Do you think we'll see them again?
Yes. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Lady Anne never reached port. The ransoms were picked up by a cutter a few hours later, just as the captain promised. They searched the newspapers but found no mention of the Lady Anne. The ship, with all its crew and passengers, went down in the mid-Atlantic, or so it was said. But Alan and Eileen knew better. They knew it had sailed on to a better port, its final destination on a distant shore called the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Passage on the Lady Anne, starring Martin Jarvis and Rosalind Ayres, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were David Pasquesi, Anne Somerville, Jim McCants, Joby Cerny, Eleanor Weingart, Martin Astrop, and Nick Ruddle. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. This is Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hank!
Oh, morning, Captain.
Anything on the radar?
Not yet. No signal at all.
Try 4.0, true. It'll probably come from that direction.
I had her on that all morning, sir. Still nothing.
You're past your time, aren't you? Who's your relief?
Al Baines, Captain.
Baines? I'll see what happened to him.
Yes, sir.
Morning, all.
Anything yet?
Afraid not.
They lost, you figure?
There's no telling.
Okay if we fill our containers now?
Go ahead, as long as the water supply holds out. Be a while till the next batch is ready. Julie, where's your husband?
He was sleeping, Captain.
Get him, Julie.
Is something wrong?
There's something wrong.
Yes, sir.
How does it taste today, Henry?
Same as always, hot, flat, and unforgettable.
But wet. Suffer it a little bit more. 6 months from now, you'll be drinking chocolate ice cream sodas.
You want to see me, Captain?
There's a man in the radar tower who'd like to see you, Al. He would have liked to see you 2 hours ago when you were supposed to relieve him.
I overslept.
Tell that to Hank Parker up there in the tower. Tell him you overslept, and then be good enough to tell him, Al, that you'll stand his watch all day tomorrow.
That's not fair, Captain. It doesn't happen often.
Once is too often, Al. More than once is intolerable. And many more than once is a case history of Albert Baines who likes his sleep.
I prefer it to a stupid game in the hot sun, both of them.
A game, Al?
What are we listening for? 30 years of 2 shifts a day. What have we ever heard? Wind noise. And what have we ever picked up on the radar screen? Dust particles? But anything to make you happy, Captain.
You listen to me. There's a ship on its way, and when it reaches this atmosphere, it may want to be vectored in. They may want landing instructions, wind direction, ground temperature. And if Al Baines is in the sack, we may spend the rest of our lives here. Is that what makes you happy, Al?
How do we know there's a ship out there, Captain? A lot of garbled static 2 months ago that you told us was a message, and then nothing. 2 whole months, and you decide there's a ship coming here to take us back. You make the rules and set the watches and plan the days, and now you tell us the Messiah is coming. And you tell us to pray? The difference between you and me, Captain Benteen, is that I do my dreaming when I'm asleep. You do yours on your feet.
There's a ship coming, Al. All of us believe it.
Because he tells you to.
And we believe him. Whatever Captain Benteen says, that's what will happen.
Sure you believe him. He tells you this is the best of all possible worlds, and by God, you break into song. You're sweating your lives away on this rock, but the captain says it's paradise, and we have to clap our hands. Rule by hypnosis.
Al, there's a ship coming. This happens to be a fact. There's a ship coming. Believe it. I tell you, it'll happen. And you know it's real, just as you know this is real. You haven't forgotten our ship, have you? The Pilgrim One? The first spaceship sent up to colonize the outer regions? And this plaque, placed here by the 130 men, women, and children who established the first off-Earth colony. We owe them our belief. Because they had faith. Don't ever forget that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I better go check on the generator.
This is William Benteen, who officiates on a small outpost in space. An outpost slowly disintegrating under the heat of 2 suns, with the holes, the cracks, the fissures that are the residue of despair. He tries to fill them with faith and to retain a faith of his own. This is a remnant society, a handful of people who left the earth looking for a millennium, a place without war, without jeopardy, without fear. What they found was a lonely, barren place whose only industry was survival. And this is what they have done for decades, survive. Until the memory of the earth, they came from what has become an indistinct and shadowed recollection of another time and another place. 2 months ago, a signal from Earth announced that a ship would be coming to pick them up and take them home. In just a moment, we'll hear more of that ship, more of that home, and what it takes out of mind and body to reach it. Because this outpost is located in the far reaches of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, On Thursday We Leave for Home, starring Barry Bostwick with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Can't keep the generator running, sir.
No wonder. Look at these wires. They're rotten.
That's all we got, Captain.
No backup?
This is it.
Any insulation?
That's all gone, too. We used it on the converter belts.
Well, we have to get the current running somehow. If that refrigeration unit stays off, the temperature in the underground rooms will go up 50 degrees.
Well, we could stop the saltwater converter for a day or so, switch the parts.
Then we'll have to do that. Tell the people to fill up all the jugs they have. We'll be shutting off the water in 6 hours.
Yes, sir. Captain, what about the ship?
It's on the way. We know that much. Then everything will be different. When we get back, the things that are old and worn out, we'll throw them away. Just throw them away.
Captain Benteen.
What?
The main square. Come quick.
It's Mrs. Rodale. She's hanged herself.
Cut her down.
Oh! Mommy, what happened? Is that lady all right?
Get them out of here.
Come, children.
God have mercy on her. You men there, prepare her. We'll bury her in an hour.
Yes, sir.
We now consign to this planet the remains of Mary Rodale. We ask God in His infinite mercy to give her the serenity and joy that she sought while she was with us. And we ask His forgiveness for her sin. Amen. We ask that this good woman be allowed to rejoin her beloved husband who preceded her in death 11 years ago. Bid your farewells now.
Forgive her, Lord.
Have mercy on her, Lord, for what she's done. A terrible thing.
She didn't know what she was doing.
She knew what she was doing. Better and clearer than the rest of us.
This is a funeral, Al.
The 9th funeral in the last 6 months. Nobody talks about it. We just let it go by. But there have been 9 people who thought that maybe heaven is a place where they can get a drink of water without salt in it, where they'll be able to breathe air without choking on the heat of it.
If you want to talk blasphemy, Al, take it away from here.
I'm talking truth, Captain Benteen. I'm saying that this woman and the others, they took their own lives because living became intolerable. And I say that dying was their right.
Anything else?
Just this question. I put it to everyone here.
Al, please.
No! Isn't living tough enough that we don't have to do it by the book? Isn't it hot and blinding and miserable enough that there shouldn't have to be rules? So that we shouldn't have to suffer by the numbers? Will anyone make the simple observation that there's far more happiness going into that hole than what's left above ground? There's more peace of mind in that dead body than all you mourners put together. All we've got here is anguish. Captain Benteen, let us live with it or die from it in our own way.
Young Mr. Baines here wants us to lie down in the sun. Young Mr. Baines would have us give in to death when there is still life. He would end all the rules. He'd throw away the regulations. There'd be no standing in line for water. Let the strong take it away from the weak. No rationing of food. Let the young steal it from the old. And when that ship comes down to take us back to Earth, it won't find a society. It will find only a pack. There'll be no human beings left. Only animals. There's a ship coming. It's winging its way in now. It's on its way. Say it. Say it out loud. Let me hear you say it. There's a ship coming. There's a ship coming.
There's a ship coming.
There's a ship coming.
There's a ship coming. There's a ship coming.
That's right.
There's a ship.
A ship.
Yes.
A ship that's coming to take us. Hear that? Can you hear that, everyone? Do you hear? It's the...
Meteor storm! It's a meteor storm!
Find shelter! Get inside! Up to the cave! Get up to the cave!
Julie! It's Julie. She's bleeding.
Quickly! We have to move.
I can't. Something hit my arm. I think it's broken.
Stand aside. I'll carry it.
is she?
It's just a cut to the forehead, not very deep. But keep this bandage on it.
Julie? Julie, honey? Can you hear me?
Al?
Don't let her move just yet. She may have a concussion. How's your arm?
It's not broken. Must have been a rock that hit it. Captain, thank you.
For a little first aid. No thanks necessary. I deliver babies, too. You might want to keep that in mind. Now, I'd better go see to the others.
Will it go on much longer, Captain?
I wish I knew. It sounds like it's spending itself.
I've seen meteor storms before, Captain, but nothing this size.
What about the damage, Henry?
2 underground cells destroyed. At least, that's what it looked like from out front.
Everybody accounted for?
I think we're all here, Captain.
I've checked. Nobody's missing.
Thank God. Everyone try to stay calm. The worst of it is over. Jojo?
Yeah, Captain?
You're not scared, are you?
Well, kinda.
Now, we can't have that. Mind if I sit for a minute? We'll talk, you and me.
Captain, tell me about the Earth.
Would you, Captain? Tell us what you remember.
Yes, do.
Well, all right, I guess I can do that.
We'd like to hear.
You, over there, is that you, friend?
Yes, Captain.
And you, Buck.
Yes, sir.
You fill in the holes if I leave out anything. Straighten me out if I'm wrong about any of my recollections. Jojo, I was a boy of 15 when we arrived here. But I remember Earth. I remember it as a place of color. I remember that in the autumn, the leaves changed. They turned different colors, red, gold, orange. And I remember streams of water that flowed down hillsides, and the water was sparkling and clear. And I remember clouds in the sky, white, billowy things that floated like great, majestic ships. They looked like sails.
What are sails?
Don't you know what sails were? In ancient times, that's how ships moved across the water. There was so much water. The men unfurled large sheets of canvas against the wind, and it was the wind that moved them. And I can remember night skies. Night. Endless black velvet with stars. And sometimes a moon that seemed to hang there as big as the face of an old man, looking down on us all.
Captain, what's night?
Why, that was the quiet time, Jojo. Night was when the earth went to sleep. It was the cover it pulled over itself. Not like here, with 2 suns always shining, always burning. It was a darkness that felt like a cool hand brushing over tired eyes. And there was snow on winter nights, gossamer things that drifted down and turned the earth all white. And we could build snowmen the next morning and see our breath in the air. And it was good then. It was right.
So, why did you leave there?
Oh, we thought we could find another Earth, Jojo. Then we found this. We thought we could escape war. We thought we could build an even better place. And it took us 20 years to find out that we had left our home 1 billion miles away, only to be stranded like visitors. transience, that no roots could take hold in this ground. But it was too late. So we spend the next 30 years watching a clock and a calendar and waiting. But we can't wait any longer. Not a day, not an hour. We have to get back home. There's no more time. I'll go outside and survey the damage. Not much harm. Radar tower's still standing. What? Why, it's... Al! Al Baines, do you hear that noise? All of you, come out here. Do you hear it?
What is that?
That's not a meteor. That's not a meteor, and it's not wishful thinking. Not this time. Those are rocket engines. Look, I remember the sound of them. That's the ship. The ship has come at last.
Wow, what a ship. How fast can it go?
Oh, pretty fast. Watch your step.
Looks like you got plenty of room for everybody.
Do you have any water? Clean water?
We have enough.
Oh, doesn't that sound wonderful?
Delicious. Careful. I better talk to your leader. You have one, don't you?
Sure do. Captain Benteen.
I don't see...
He's standing over there. Hey, Captain, come see the ship.
Mr. Benteen?
I'm Benteen.
Colonel Sloan. I command the Galaxy 6. Our orders are to transport you all back to Earth.
Colonel, what took you so long?
6.5 months, Mr. Benteen.
100 times that. We've been waiting for 30 years.
Does it all look like this?
Salt flats and scrubby mountains. 2 suns, hot and perpetual.
30 years of it.
30 years. The children have never seen Earth, and some of the older ones don't even remember it.
They'll see it now. Our orders are to get you aboard as soon as possible. We figure that we should be able to lift off on Thursday. Are you still using Earth time?
Of course.
Good. That'll give you 3 days to prepare. Unfortunately, your people will only be able to take what they can carry. Over 200, aren't there?
187 men, women, and children.
It may be a little crowded, but we'll fit you all in. You've been used to a lot of space, Mr. Benteen, haven't you?
Space?
Room to move around.
That's all there is here. That and the heat.
I can feel it.
They'll make the trip standing on their heads if necessary.
I'm sure they will, but I don't think that'll be necessary.
Do you know, can you understand what a godsend this is for all of us?
It's hard to imagine. I can only say your country's very, very proud of you.
What of the Earth? Has it changed?
Not too much.
Still green?
Still green.
And the cities?
The cities still stand.
And war?
As always, I'm afraid. One dies down, another one springs up. But through some miracle and the grace of God, we never had the big one. Now, Mr. Benteen, all things considered, I think you'll find it very much as you left it.
Captain Benteen.
Captain?
That's what the people call me. This place, their very lives, it's all been my responsibility.
You've done quite a job, Captain Benteen. But you can rest easy. I'll take over the responsibilities now.
No need. I'm used to the job, Colonel.
The living quarters, they're underground?
I was saying, Colonel, I'm used to the responsibility. I wouldn't quite know how to function without it.
Is it cooler there, Mr. Benteen?
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Your underground rooms, are they much cooler?
Yes, they're refrigerated. It's... Captain.
Morning, Captain.
George.
The best morning ever. We just wanted to say thank you, Captain.
Why? For what?
For keeping us alive all these years.
That's right. Without the Captain, none of us would be here.
That's not necessary.
You better believe it, Colonel.
I do. I do believe it. Captain Benteen.
Go ahead, Colonel Sloan. That's all right. I'll see to the others.
You know, I don't need this. I'm not gonna take this.
Hi, Captain.
Julie, where's your bandage?
Oh, I don't need it anymore.
But we put one around your head so the cut would heal. What's this?
Isn't it incredible? It's called a medicinal patch. You wear it for 24 hours.
It accelerates the growth of new skin. Look at her forehead, Captain. You can hardly see the scratch.
Better put the sling back on your arm, Al.
I don't need a sling. Just this metal band. It's magnesium. Colonel Sloan said my arm would be perfect by the end of the week.
Well, I seem to have had my practice taken away from me. But while we're here, I'd use that sling. I'll bet I've fixed about 500 broken wings in my time, and the only way to be sure it heals properly is to keep the limb immobile.
Where's Colonel Sloan? I want to ask him what to pack.
Eleanor, let me help you with that bundle of clothing.
Thank you kindly, Captain.
I'll carry it for you.
No, thank you, crewman. I've got it.
Here you go, ma'am.
I don't know how to thank you. Are all the crew as strong as you?
That's our job, ma'am. Nothing to it.
Hello there, Captain.
Will.
I'm so excited. How much longer?
Not long. Be patient. May I have your attention, everyone?
Good question.
Quiet, please.
What is it, Captain?
As all of you know, we have less than 36 hours before we depart. And as I told you earlier, there is a maximum allowance of 14 pounds per person. Soon we'll begin weighing your belongings, and if we're over the limit, I'll make up a list of necessary items.
I hope I'm not intruding, Captain.
I was just telling them about the weight requirements.
We'll handle all that tomorrow. I heard you'd called a meeting here in the cave, so I brought Lieutenants Engel and Rafferty with me. Everyone has so many questions about Earth, I thought perhaps this would be a good time.
More questions?
Actually, Colonel, the purpose of this meeting is simply to make some last-minute arrangements.
Colonel, I used to live in San Diego. Is California still the same?
Sunny and warm most of the time, but not this warm. Los Angeles has become the biggest city in the world.
These kinds of questions, we could just as well handle them when...
Colonel Sloan? Are there still major leagues? My dad used to tell me about baseball and the World Series.
The leagues are just as before, American and national.
What about the Dodgers?
They came in 10th last season. I'm told they need pitchers pretty desperately. I'll tell you what, when we're finished here, we'll improvise a ball and bat and have ourselves a game. How does that sound?
Yes! That'd be great. Let's do it.
I think it's a little hot for that kind of activity. What we could do is have some group singing. We haven't done that for a while.
I got an old sack. That'll be the ball. Who's got a stick?
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Please, wait. We haven't finished yet. Jojo, I haven't told you a story in a long time. How would you like to hear a story about... What have you got there?
This is what they call candy. One of the spacemen gave it to me. It tastes...
Sweet, Jojo. It tastes sweet.
Yeah, sweet, Captain. Want a bite?
No, thank you, Jojo.
Back on Earth, we can get all we want.
Something, Captain?
I'm not sure. I'm not at all sure. You've promised them all candy. You've made it sound as if that was what the earth is made of. Sugar and spice and everything nice. Maybe they ought to be told the truth.
The universal language.
Baseball. You have a limited vocabulary, Colonel. Do you have any idea what the temperature is? At this hour, it's about 110. I don't know whether your crew can take it, but I know my people. They're going to pay for this little athletic event. Some of the older ones, it might even be serious for them.
It's just a game, Benteen. My guess is that it's worth it. Now, I'd better get back to the ship.
Colonel Sloan.
Something else, Mr. Benteen?
Colonel, when we get on the ship, you can tell us what to do and we'll all fall into line. But here, in this place, I'm in command.
I'm not trying to usurp authority, Mr. Benteen, but I really don't see what harm a little game...
It's still Captain Benteen. For now.
Galaxy crewmen, back to the ship. That's an order.
Oh, come on. It's time for rest now. All of you go back to your homes. I'll announce when the new day will start.
I don't know. I guess it's suddenly illegal to have fun.
You happy now, Captain?
I was never unhappy, Colonel. I just happen to know what's right and what's wrong. I ask you to keep your crew in the ship during the rest time. I don't want my people distracted.
You rule with a heavy fist.
If it were 1 ounce lighter, no one would have survived. I've held these people together by will. They'd have died, Colonel, without someone they could hold on to. They'd have withered away.
Not anymore, Captain. Relax.
That's a luxury I've never been able to afford, Colonel. I've never been able to marry, to think only of myself, because of them. I've been a father figure, a governor, a confessor. I've been all those things. And if I hadn't been, there'd be no life here. These are my people. Understand? My people.
What's with him, Colonel?
I'll bear with him a little bit longer, fellas. He's really quite a man. He's got just one minor aberration.
And what's that?
He believes he's God. As far as he's concerned, we're booting him out of heaven.
Yes? Mr. Captain Benteen is here, sir.
Show him in.
Very well, sir.
Come in, Captain. Sorry my quarters are a bit cramped. Please, sit down.
Colonel Sloan, this is a list of all passengers with their approximate weight and the weight of their belongings after each name. The scale we have is pretty beat up. My guess is that it underweighs by about 4 or 5 pounds.
Fine. All I wanted was an approximation. We'll weigh them in on our own equipment before blast off. This is Wednesday, 12 midnight? I keep getting confused with the constant light. When do the people get up?
About 2 Earth time. The hours from 7 until 1:45 are the hottest. That's when we try to stay indoors. Then we have our meetings at the cave about 2 hours afterwards. We've had to improvise our own schedule.
You've improvised very well, Captain. I looked at the saltwater converter, your electro plant, the sun shields you put up over the crops. Very inventive.
Necessity hasn't been the mother of invention here. It's been the father and the whole family.
Well, you'll be able to give way to progress now. Though I wonder if all of it'll be to your liking. The way you'll be lionized when you get back to Earth. You're referred to in the press as the Lost Pioneers. They're gonna make quite a thing of you when we land.
Oh?
Wherever any of your people settle, there'll be keys to the cities, brass bands. I expect they'll scatter all over the U.S. The government's had inquiries by, well, it must be thousands of relatives. My guess is that they'll just about have time to look into a television camera and then get whisked off.
Well, they won't be scattered, Colonel. They'll go as a group. We'll find a place where we can settle, and that's where we'll stay.
I'm talking about when we get back to Earth, Captain.
That's what I'm talking about. They won't be splitting up. Not my people.
Captain, as a point of interest, did you ever ask them?
Ask them what?
Whether they'd want to stay together.
That would be a ridiculous question, like asking a child if he wants some more ice cream. They're children, you see, Colonel. Oh, chronologically, they range from 6 months to 60-odd years, but socially, psychologically, they're children. I've kept them alive and functioning all this time. Once we're back on Earth, I'll simply continue the process.
Captain Benteen, have you told them that? Have you told them that after 30 years of waiting, 30 years of living in a compound, they're going to travel 1 billion miles just to walk into another one? Have you?
There's no need. They wouldn't have it any other way. To leave them to their own devices, that would be an act of cruelty.
Captain, do me one favor. Just ask them.
Naturally, we won't have to concern ourselves with the colder climates. The northeastern states, the upper regions of the Great Plains, will find an area much farther to the south, perhaps Florida or Texas. Southern California has a temperate climate.
Captain, you better tell us about frostbite treatment, because I'm moving to Wisconsin. That's where my family settled originally.
What about Oregon, Captain? That's where Joan and I plan to settle. I've heard about the forests there. New York.
Please, wait a minute. You don't understand. Let me make this clear. All of you will have a chance to meet your relatives. I see no reason why visits can't be arranged, perhaps even for a week or more. But naturally, we'll remain together as a community in whatever land grant we obtain from the government, or whatever given area we can arrange. I can assure you of one thing, and I hope put all your fears to rest. I'll remain as your guide, your consultant. And I guarantee that no one will lack for my help or my advice.
Captain, Julie and I were thinking of farming.
Why, that's a fine idea, Al. We'll farm just as we have farmed, but much more easily. The rainfall back on Earth is so plentiful. And as I told you, there's only one sun, so you won't have to shield the crops. Of course we'll farm. Certainly, we'll farm.
Julie's got relatives in the state of Washington.
You couldn't take the cold. None of you could. But I guarantee that wherever we settle, the farming will be good. I'll see to that. What's the matter?
Don't you understand? We don't plan to stay together.
You don't understand, Al. You've never understood much of anything. If we split up, I seriously doubt that we'd survive.
Al, explain it to him. Go on.
We'll survive, Captain. If anyone wants to stay together, that'll be their right. But if they want to go their own way, that'll be their right too. Am I wrong, Colonel?
You're not wrong. We're to take you back as a group. Once on Earth, you can do as you please.
Colonel, let us settle our differences in our own way.
There are no differences, Captain.
There are differences. There are. Changes that have taken place on Earth. Things we aren't prepared for. Oh, the Colonel has made it sound like a big holiday. The good life just plucked off a tree. Well, friends, I don't want any of you disillusioned. Wherever men live, they grub, they scrabble. They have to dig to stay alive. It's a fact. But together, that's the word, together. We've got to stay together. Think of that word now. Let's say it out loud. Everybody, now. Together. 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 Together.
Looks like the congregation isn't with you anymore, Captain.
What's the matter with all of you people?
Wait. I've made the compartment assignments. I'd like to go over them with you.
Assignments?
There's not much time, and there's some things we have to check off. There's a decompression problem that we've got to tell them about, and a moment of weightlessness shortly after we leave the atmosphere that I want to explain to the children.
Do you know what we called you while we waited for you to come. We called you the Messiah.
Did you?
You were supposed to bring freedom, but that's not what you brought. You brought selfishness, dissatisfaction, divisiveness. With all the misery we've had here, those germs never infected us.
I brought nothing but a ship and a crew and a means of escape. You've had no diseases, no viruses. Did it ever occur to you why? You've lived in a test tube, Captain. Antiseptic and germ-free and sterile. Sure, you're a group, a cell, but that's all over with. Now it's time for you to be what God meant you to be, individuals. Time to break the test tube. Time to rejoin the human race. What I'd like to know is why in the name of God you're so reluctant about it.
Because I remember the human race. This is incredible. Oh, it's really incredible. I was wrong, Colonel. I've been telling them about an Earth that doesn't exist, an imaginary garden. No, we can't go back. It's too late.
Captain, really?
Everybody, gather around. I've got something to tell you. Listen to me, all of you. I want to tell you all. Listen to me, all of you. I want to tell you about the real Earth.
Captain, are you all right?
Let's talk about the diseases. What? The viruses, the cancers, the floods and the freezing, the wetness and the cold. And there are other miseries, worse than anything we've experienced. Hatred, jealousy, violence. Listen to me. It's an Earth we don't know. We can't leave here. We'd be committing suicide. We'd die of things we've never been exposed to before. We'd die of the loneliness that animals get in a zoo. Because we don't belong. We don't belong to his kind. Do you understand me? We don't belong there.
Captain Benteen, why don't you let your children vote on it?
Only if they know what's waiting for them. Only if they understand that Earth isn't any garden. It's never been, and it never will be.
That's fair enough. I'll tell you what Earth is. The same as it's always been. It's a race struggling to survive, just as you have survived. Captain Benteen is right when he tells you that it isn't all a place of beauty. There may still be wars and prejudice and strife. I suppose there will always be jealous men and angry men and unforgiving men. But it has one thing you don't have. Every man is his own master. There won't be anyone telling you when to eat and when to sleep and when to meet, what to sing and how to play. Instead of heat, you may feel cold, and instead of thirst, you may feel hunger. But you'll be men and women. You won't be sheep. You won't be a kindergarten. And when you pray to God, his name won't be Benteen. A vote now, Captain, and the majority wins. Those of you who want to be on the ship 10 hours from now, heading back to Earth, step forward. All right, I'm going.
Let's go.
Go. That's it.
I suppose that makes it unanimous, Benteen.
Even you, Jojo?
Well, I want to go with the Colonel.
Give me something, anything. Give that sledgehammer. Here.
No, let it go.
Angle! Rafferty! There, sir. Stop him! He's running from the ship!
No. Captain, no, please.
We'll see how far you get. Without a tail fin.
Put it down!
You all right, Colonel?
I'm fine. What about the ship?
Just a couple of dents, nothing serious.
Lucky you stopped them when you did.
Captain Benteen, let go. For everyone's sake, loosen your grip and let go.
God help you. God help you all Tomorrow you think you're getting on a ship headed for paradise. What you don't realize is you're heading for hell.
What about you?
I'll stay here. That's right. This is my home. This is where I belong. This is where you belong. You just don't have the brains or the guts or the sense to know it.
This ship leaves at 0800 tomorrow. If you're not on board...
I want no special privileges, Colonel Slow. No special treatment. If you're to blast off at 8, you blast off at 8. As for the rest of you, you can go on the ship or you can remain here with me. I'll be at the cave. Any who want to remain can meet me there.
That's it, folks. The rocket's fired up. Everybody on board, single file.
What about the captain?
I'll give it one last try. Lieutenant Engel, see to the passengers. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Where are you going, sir?
To the cave.
Captain?
Benteen? Benteen, we know you're in here. Please, let us talk to you.
He's not going to show himself, Colonel.
We're leaving now. We have to blast off in 5 minutes. If we don't, we'll have lost our orbital position. Benteen, it has to be now.
Captain! Captain, please, come out!
Remember this. If we leave without you, there'll be no other ships. This is where you'll live the rest of your life. And this is where you'll die. All right, Benteen. As you prefer. Let's go, Baines.
Goodbye, Captain.
Hello, hello, friends, all together at the meeting place. Any new business today? No? Jojo, I'll bet you want to hear about Earth, about the rivers and the seas, the blue skies, or the night, the stars and the moon. Which do you want to hear about this time? There's color on Earth, the change of seasons, and the wind brings the smell of the ground, the plants, the seeds, the roots, flower petals, sap from the trees, and the smell of the weather, the rain or the mist or the fog. And on the earth, there's green, the color green, the feeling green. There's something fresh about it, something living. Earth. It's called Earth. Don't leave me. Please. Oh, don't leave me. No! Don't leave me behind! Don't leave me.
A man named Benteen, sometimes known as Captain, who had certain prerogatives. He could lead, judge, legislate, even dictate. It became a habit, and finally, a necessity. William Benteen, once a god, now a population of one, on a distant outpost in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
On Thursday, We Leave for Home, starring Barry Bostwick with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Christian Stolte, Elizabeth Lido, C.J. Amari, Richard Hensel, Justin Kaufman, Kurt Nabig, Joby Cerny, Jennifer Joy, Meg Thalken, Tracy Hernandez, Jake Salins, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, and Amanda Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
In the beginning was the Word, and darkness, and light. I have trouble remembering light. Some of it shines through my eyelids, so I know it's there, but all I really see is darkness now. There are pinpoints of light like holes in the fabric of space. I know they're out there, even if I can't quite see them. When will I? Time no longer has meaning, as if it has stopped for me, closing in, contracting, and I can't move, not a muscle. But in this moment, the mind continues, and I wait.
Stansfield, Douglas. Scanning vital signs. Life functions, check. Metabolism, stable. Temperature, constant. No adjustments necessary.
Only the mind. The mind is memory, and I remember things. They remain through it all. There is more than just darkness, the void. the mind does work. I wonder if they know that. The images are constant, ever-present, patterns to savor again and again. It's not just the long sleep that comes when the fear has left. It's a time to recollect, sift, and analyze. Try to understand all that's happened in this infinite moment.
It may be said with a degree of assurance that not everything is as it appears. Case in point, the scene you're witnessing. You are not in a hospital. You are in the belly of a spaceship. It is currently en route to another galaxy located at an incredible distance from the Earth. This is the crux of our story, the truth behind the mystery flight into deep space. For here, distances are so vast that they are marked in light years instead of miles, while a man's life ticks by in the blink of an eye. It is the story of events that might happen to human beings who, with the help of technology, dare to take a step beyond and are unable to anticipate all that awaits them out there. So fasten your safety belts, because you're on a spaceship. You're already well on your way on a very long journey from one planet to another. And the vast region between is called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Long Morrow, starring Kathy Garver with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
The cold is felt, but without pain. The loss of feeling is noted and accepted as choice slips away. Now mind is all. Time is distorted, jumbled, telescoped, accordioned. But even so, there's a strong sense of time. And I remember. I remember how it began. I remember the way it was in the beginning.
How am I doing?
Heart rate 84, 88, 90, and holding. Speed 5 miles an hour. That's excellent, Commander.
Let's see how long I can sustain it.
That's enough treadmill.
I can keep going for as long as you want.
We know you can. Give it a rest, Commander. You're not a hamster in a cage.
I can beat any hamster you've got.
I'll bet. We prefer rabbits, though. Why don't you shower up and grab some lunch?
What's the schedule this afternoon?
Just some blood tests.
Again?
You know the routine. Check your cholesterol, blood sugar.
Take any more blood and I'll dry up and float away. You know who Dracula was, Sherry?
Yep, some guy who worked for NASA.
Commander Stansfield to Dr. Bixler's lab. Commander Douglas Stansfield, report to the flight director's lab.
Tell them I'm on my way.
After you shower.
Forget it. I didn't even break a sweat.
Come in.
Dr. Bixler?
Hello, Commander. Glad to meet you, if somewhat belatedly. Please make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thanks.
A figure of speech, in the sense that there's no need to stand on ceremony. I'm sorry there are no comfortable chairs here.
Oh, that's all right. I'd just as soon stand.
Even after this morning's workout. But, of course, your cardiovascular rating is superb.
So, this is where the commandments come from.
Commandments?
Mission directives. I've heard much of you, the mysterious Dr. Bixler.
And I of you, and that's the reason you're here.
I was wondering.
I guess this all seems faintly ridiculous to you, the hush-hush aspect.
Well, all NASA's projects are secret during the planning stages, but I've been here 6 months now. In the past, I knew what I was training for. Is there a reason I've been kept in the dark so long?
Perhaps so you wouldn't hand in your resignation.
Not likely. I knew what I signed on for when I joined the agency.
You knew some of it, what we've done up to now.
I take it on faith. It's work I believe in, ever since I was a boy.
You've been with us for 11 years.
Is that a question, sir?
More along the lines of an observation. Should you not have realized it, you've been the object of considerable observation over the past several months.
I'm well aware of that, but if I may say so, I've never been the subject of so many tests. Not just physical, but psychological.
There are reasons, Commander, rather good reasons.
What is it you have in mind for me? Or is that still hush-hush?
This one is not official yet, or it wasn't until we knew we had the right man for the job. It's not part of the budget we submitted to Congress, but I think we're about ready for a formal announcement.
Of what?
You've made 11 separate orbital flights.
That's right.
You orbited the moon, commanded a lunar landing, you're oldest of the astronauts, and you're also the most experienced and the most knowledgeable.
I don't know about that.
I do. Certainly if we count those who are still active. May I ask you a personal question?
Why? You already know everything about me.
Not quite. Why did you never marry?
Well, that's easy. I never found someone who could put up with me. The months spent in training for a mission, the flight time, there's no woman in the world who could live with that.
No, I suppose not. Though several of your fellow astronauts have families.
They lucked out. I guess I just never met the right one.
You dated in college. You were even engaged once.
For about 15 minutes. Once she found out the way I live, on call, at a moment's notice, well, you might say she came to her senses. Very fortunately for her.
When the space agency put me on this project, I was told to keep in mind the scientific problems, of which there are a great many, I can guarantee.
I'm sure.
But also to be aware of the human factor. And that's where you come in, Commander Stansfield. You're the human factor.
May I ask you a question?
By all means.
How long are you going to keep me in suspense?
Not much longer, I promise. You recognize this, don't you?
A chart of the solar system.
That's right. The sun, the Earth down here, our neighbors, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and so forth, and the moons that orbit them.
A lot of places I haven't been to yet.
What do we know about our neighbors, Commander?
More than we knew a few years ago.
Oh, yes, thanks to men like you. Nonetheless, what it boils down to is this. The moon is barren. Mars is a vast, scrubby desert with an unbreathable atmosphere. Venus and Jupiter, both gaseous and poisonous. Pluto and the outer planets are volcanic. In short, our neighbors have only one asset to offer us. They're accessible. They can be reached using current technology. Beyond that, they offer us nothing. Scientific, social, economic, by any standards. They're the Mount Everest of near space. You go to them because they're there. But the accomplishment is in the climb, and once climbed, there are no more challenges.
So, where's the next Mount Everest, Doctor?
That may be the wisest question you've ever asked, and the most pertinent.
Why do you say that?
Take a look at this chart. It's a star system in a galaxy well beyond our reach. To date, seen only through the lens of a telescope. We know nothing of it with absolute certainty, except that there is a cluster of 6 planetary bodies.
Where?
Here, toward the edge of the picture. The small, extremely bright object at the center is a sun, very similar to ours. It's flaming and gaseous and almost exactly the same color temperature. It provides heat and light for these 5 objects here. The ingredients of a solar system like ours, only a bit smaller. The planets run in roughly the same paths as we do around our own sun.
Yes, I see. The equivalent of our 5 inner planets. But the rest, you can tell all that?
Our astrophysicists can. The distances bear approximately the same relationship to each other as Mercury, Venus, the Earth, Mars, and Jupiter. And given that relationship, this is the most likely system we've found yet that might support life.
Are you telling me we've made contact?
Not yet. The distances are too vast. Even if they've sent out an intelligent communication, it would take a very long time for it to reach us, assuming we could pick it up on our frequencies and decipher it. You and I would be dead and gone by then, or they would. There are too many variables.
This system, does it have a name?
Only a number. We've nicknamed it Sol 2 for purposes of identification, but for now, you can call it anything you want. For example, Stansfield's Everest.
That's where I'm going.
That's where you're going.
When?
In about a month. The ship is under construction now. It's off the drawing boards, and the keel, so to speak, is being laid.
It must be the size of a skyscraper.
Not necessary. It'll only carry a crew of one.
One?
That's because of the weight, the extra equipment on board.
What kind of equipment?
I'll get to that in a moment. For now, I believe the man who flies her should be right there while she's being built to watch every bolt, every rivet, every screw, every piece of metal and circuitry going into it. And that man is you, Commander. You'll be its pilot and its only occupant. You'll truly be the captain of your fate.
Not that it matters at this point, but I want you to know I like this assignment. I like it very much.
That's not surprising, considering your profile. It's precisely why you've been chosen. I've put together a manual of projections and probabilities. I think you ought to see it.
I'll read it tonight.
There are the usual dangers, the usual unknowns.
It was ever thus.
No, Commander, it was never thus.
How so?
In the past, you've had meteor storms to contend with. You've had the usual calculated risks of mechanical failure, landing difficulties, ejection troubles, all the rest. Well, you'll still have those, compounded. There's another factor here, another problem.
Distance.
Distance, in time and in space.
How far?
This cluster is approximately 141 light years away.
But that means the ship would have to...
An ordinary ship. This one will have interstellar drive and an anti-gravity device. It'll be the fastest man-made object ever conceived and launched. Its speed will be like nothing ever dreamed of before. But in terms of the space you have to conquer, it might just as well be an ant crawling across the Sahara.
It's a high mountain, isn't it, Dr. Bixler? A very high mountain.
The highest, the longest trip in the history of mankind.
How long?
Your trip there and back will take approximately 35 to 40 years.
Well, at least it's a round trip.
Consider it carefully, Commander. When you return from this trip, the Earth will have aged almost half a century.
Oh, that's something to contemplate, isn't it? I'll be 60, 70 years old. I'll have lived the better part of my life out in space. Alone.
You'll have lived the better part of your life, but you'll not have aged. We intend to try something different. Also a risk, also decidedly calculated. That's where the extra equipment comes in.
Freezing.
An extension of cryonics, but considerably more complicated. It will be suspended animation in its purest form. We've developed a substance from the lymphoid tissue of hibernating animals, several antioxidant absorbents, and a collection of experimental drugs to slow down metabolism. The Earth will age, Commander, but you will not. You'll only be a few weeks older when you return.
Sort of like dying and then coming to life again.
After a fashion, coming to life again in the sense that there'll be very few people here you'll know or who'll know you. Life will have changed in many ways, Commander, and you'll have to begin living it all over again as a stranger, as an anachronism, if you will. If you'll forgive this degree of candor, it's one assignment I don't envy very much.
That's pretty much been the story of my life, Dr. Bixler. Assignments that not very many people would envy. When do I begin?
You already have begun. If you're free this afternoon, I'd like to go over the preliminaries. Tomorrow there's a chartered jet to the Cape where you'll begin your briefing and have a first look at the ship. Unless you care to reconsider.
I'll be there. I'm on the payroll, aren't I? When I checked in, it was all the way.
Good. That's good, my boy. Glad to have you aboard.
And so it began. That brief, unemotional, very matter-of-fact colloquy between scientist and subject. A small cast of 2 characters. That was the way it should have been. But I very clearly remember the entrance of character number 3.
Will Communications Team B8. Communications Team B8, report to Central Control. B8 to Central Control.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, my fault. You've dropped your papers. Here, let me help you.
Commander Stansfield? Excuse me for staring, but I see your ID badge. Why, you're the one.
I don't know whether to thank you for that or report you for insubordination.
Forgive me. We've been hearing Stansfield for close to a year. I was beginning to think that you weren't real.
Let me give you a hand.
A friend in need.
That's my job.
Picking up papers?
Oh, that's my new assignment. Morale officer. I follow people around who look stricken.
Do I look stricken?
Momentarily nonplussed. I don't think we've met.
No, we haven't. That's what I was saying.
You stationed permanently here?
I'm with NASA on detached duty. I've always wanted to meet you.
And I you.
Oh, no, that I don't believe.
It's true. I've got ESP. A long time ago, I woke up and an inner voice told me, with some intensity, that I'd meet a woman with a stricken look who drops papers in corridors.
Did your ESP give you the name?
Let's see. It's coming to me. The first letter is an S. Sandra Horn.
How did you... Oh, of course, my name badge.
I didn't look at it, I swear.
Sure you didn't. Very subtle. It's been an honor meeting you.
Strange.
What is?
Nothing.
Tell me.
It's not a line, I promise, but I do feel I've known you.
I know.
There was a little girl in 4th grade. She sat in front of me. I used to stick pencils in her red hair. Tell me the truth. That was you, wasn't it?
I went to an all-girls school.
Oh. I don't suppose...
Yes?
I don't suppose the National Space Agency could do without your services for, say, a couple of hours this evening. Long enough for a dinner?
I think, despite the fact that I'm invaluable and the whole space program rests on my shoulders, a 2 or 3 hour period might be carved out. I'm in the book, Commander. Please phone me.
I won't phone. I'll pick you up. What kind of food do you like?
Any kind. Partial to beef. Also seafood. No shellfish, though. Chinese, Italian, you name it.
I'll plan the itinerary and the menu. See you at 8. Arrivederci, lady from the Space Agency.
8 o'clock, then, astronaut. Arrivederci to you, too.
I stood there and watched her walk away. I thought we talked for an hour, not minutes. And I knew everything I needed to know about her, even then. The only time in my life it had ever happened to me. And now I return to these things, these simple things. Now in the darkness, and the cold, the solitude, the stillness without measure. I remember music, colors, and a voice. How did you like the meal? The food.
Food. Oh, it was wonderful, truly.
But you've hardly touched it.
Oh, yes, I have. I mean, I had a late lunch. I guess I'm not as hungry as I thought. Well, look at you. You haven't cleaned your plate either, mister.
Oh, I was thinking.
About what?
Do you dance?
No, not really.
Neither do I. Never learned how.
Oh, come on.
I missed all the dances at school, even the prom.
I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Would I lie to you?
I really don't know.
You can teach me.
What?
Just the basic two-step or whatever they call it.
You're asking the wrong person.
Am I?
Besides, they wouldn't let us dance in here.
They wouldn't notice. A couple of duffers like us. Quick, don't look. How many people at the next table?
I haven't noticed.
My point exactly. They don't care about us either. Stand up.
Oh, I couldn't.
You're looking at me.
Sorry.
Something wrong?
It's just that a month from now, you'll be off in space. And by the time you come back down again...
You want to talk about that now?
Only for the following absurd reason. I've known you for exactly 3.5 hours.
Is that all it's been?
That's all. 3.5 hours. A long dinner and a short dance. And already...
Already what, Sandy?
Already, I feel a sense of loss.
My life had been in the military. Always first aircraft, then space vehicles. And it had been missions, projects, and expeditions. There was no time for another kind of life. Intrusions that took the form of a face, a voice. A short month lived by a man and a woman drawing closer and closer together, and finally becoming a part of one another. There's so little time for such a thing, for such a small thing. And then what time we had ran out, then slipped away.
Rechecking fuel supply.
Fuel supply? Check.
Testing rockets.
Mark it from 5.
Mark.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Calibrate fuel consumption.
Fuel flow at 0.25 and holding.
Check and double check.
All systems go. T-minus 120.
Setting countdown, Dr. Bixler.
Only 2 more hours.
Where is he?
He'll be here.
Man, oh man, I sure wish I was him.
Do you?
Well, why not? That kind of adventure? All the way to another galaxy?
Quite a price to pay.
Oh, sure, it costs a fortune, but think of it. One man in the whole of history going out into space with a key, you could say. A key to unlock all the mysteries.
I'm beginning to think that not all mysteries are out there. One man, and for the right to have his adventure, our adventure, for the ritual of turning that key, he pays for it as no man has ever paid before. With all of his friends, his well-being, his sense of belonging, maybe even his sanity. Everything on earth that has meaning for him will now be just a memory. And you envy him? I guess he is to be envied. I envy him too. But what I don't envy is his homecoming.
Sandy?
Hello, Doug.
I thought we agreed.
I know, but I had to see you.
It only makes it harder.
I wanted to give you something. A small, unofficial gesture from one of the lesser bureaucrats of our good, gray, respectable government.
Sandy.
Unofficial, and very much apart from protocol. But I couldn't let you leave, Doug. Not without saying goodbye. Not without telling you that I loved you very much, that I shall sorely miss you, that my life, whatever is left of it, will be a strangely meaningless, dull, and empty place without you to share it.
No.
Shh. And this last paragraph. I wouldn't say this to you if I didn't know you were the kind of man you are. If I thought it would even remotely affect you, or at least what you plan to do. I wouldn't say any of this. But I know you. I know that you're built out of a very strong alloy, and you may bend a little, but you'll never break.
It's a very odd thing, Sandy. Very odd. But when I come back, when I touch this ground again, I know the first thought I'll have. I know the first thing it is I'll want to see. The first thing I'll want to touch.
I'll be the little old lady in the lace shawl, the one waving the welcome home sign. So look for me, Doug, will you? Look for me on the fringe of the crowd. I'll be the one carrying the sign.
And how much we had become a part of one another, despite the circumstances of both our lives, despite everything rational. We let ourselves reach into that strange and mysterious sea within us called love, and then watch the ripples grow. Sandy, Sandy, where are you now? Sandy, across the void, my dearest, through the millions of miles of cold and empty space, through the vastness of a naked desert of sky and stars. I feel your warmth, and I love you. I love you, Sandy.
Final countdown. Mark it. All systems 1/2, 3/4. We have full ignition. Blast off.
I move now. I streak across the heavens. I leave behind an earth that changes even now beyond my closed eyes. This, then, is the hero's journey. From a warm place of leaves and trees and summers full of dreaming to a cold orb hanging in a dark sky, and a place I do not know. To return one day with stories to tell my tribe on the rock they call home. I feel it growing smaller and smaller and smaller, and time passes inexorably and eternally, and I can do nothing about it. Nothing at all.
Commander Stansfield, Douglas, scanning vital signs. Life functions, check. Metabolism, stable. Return mission, on course. Re-entering Earth's solar system. Prepare for approach. Initiate signal transmission.
And now it ends where it began. Time without measure, reduced to a single point of light. I see it. The blue seas, wrapped in clouds, a flash of green showing through, where humankind sits on a rock and waits for the word from above. Or perhaps they do not wait. Perhaps they have forgotten. But I have not. I am he who waits like a rock. Earth, I feel you near me. As this comes in, so much loneliness will go anywhere. And something else, old and yet new, returns to fill the void. I feel you. I feel her.
Mission control. Mission control. Come in.
What's this?
Where?
On the Trivet. Looks like a craft on the approach.
Yeah, I see it, but what kind of craft?
Could be a missile. Activate the defense shields.
Setting coordinates.
Locked on.
Lasers on standby.
This is gonna be easy.
Almost too easy. Whoever he is, he's a sitting duck. Wait a minute. Look at the shape of that thing.
Some kind of retro design.
Hey, bring it up on the holoscreen.
I can almost make out the numbers.
Run a pattern recognition. That'll nail down the model and country of origin.
Scanning for recognition.
Yes?
General Walters, spacecraft reentry, sir.
Satellite of origin?
That's just it, sir. It wasn't launched from orbit.
Then from where?
Unknown. It's spiraling into the atmosphere.
Spiraling? Patch me into visual.
Yes, sir.
Good Lord.
What, sir?
I've seen this one before.
Running a configuration ID, it's definitely one of ours. By the markings, it's a ship called...
The Sol 2. The prototype is at the Smithsonian, commanded by...
I've got the stats.
Somebody named Stansfield.
Douglas Stansfield.
Yeah, this is a real odd one, sir. Date of departure was 40 years ago.
41 to be exact. You're not going to believe this, but he was a hero of mine when I was a boy. Send in Vogler. Tell him to search everything we've got in the files.
Right away, sir.
It's downloading now, General. Who is he, anyway?
One of the pioneers. Been in space several decades.
Really?
Presumed lost a long time ago. Put it on the screen.
Here's a report. He's been out of contact. This is the first communication we've had.
The date, the log entries. He was tracked on radar when he left Earth space. But communications must have malfunctioned a few hours after he left the ionosphere.
41 years.
And now they come back. Every month. Every year. They keep coming back. Like aging birds returning to a nest.
For what?
That's the question. They went off on missions that became obsolete almost the moment they were out of sight. To blaze trails we've already charted by now. To bring back discoveries that aren't discoveries anymore. And still, they keep coming back. Burnt. Dented. Aged. And they keep coming back.
Look at this.
What?
The footnote. This is a funny one.
Let me see. There's an item inserted from a man named Bixler.
Bixler?
As I recall, he was one of the project people years and years ago. He probably handled the Stansfield mission.
It says we're to contact a Miss Sandra Horn. Who's that?
Sandra Horn. A friend of Commander Stansfield.
And where would we find her, sir? In an old folks' home?
According to this, you'll find her in the hibernation room. A young woman of approximately 26 years of age. She must have been very much in love with him. Very devoted. A devotion without precedent. Say a prayer, son.
A prayer, sir?
That we find her alive.
General Walters?
Miss Horn, you look very well.
Do I?
You look just fine. Which may sound idiotic. But what do I say to someone who's just had a 40-year sleep?
I was told Commander Stansfield...
Commander Stansfield's ship landed 6 hours ago. I asked to see you first.
What about Commander Stansfield?
In good health. Naturally very tired.
I want to see him. I must see him.
You shall see him. But I had to talk to you.
Is something the matter?
I'll make this as brief as possible. Commander Stansfield had a communications failure. It occurred probably within the first 12 hours of his departure. There was only sporadic contact made during his entire flight, there and back.
He reached the other galaxy.
He reached it, he landed, he took off, he returned. There was no life where he went. We found that out ourselves 20 years ago. One of the ironies of our progress. We could have saved him the trip. We could have saved him. His anguish.
I don't understand.
His anguish being the following, Miss Horn. Unknown to us here or to my predecessors or theirs, due to the lack of communication, Stansfield arbitrarily removed himself from hibernation 6 months after leaving Earth. He did this because...
I know why he did it. God help me. I know why.
Over 40 years, Miss Horn. 40 years in the cockpit of a ship. 40 years of... well... his kind of loneliness must have been something brand new in human experience. For what you both gave up, you deserve far better than this. I wish to God he could have come back to you just as he was when he left. But as it is, I'll leave you alone now.
Doug? Dear Doug. You remember me, don't you?
Remember you? I've spent 40 years remembering you, Sandy. I've spent 40 years painting your picture inside my head, remembering your voice, thinking about your touch. I've spent 40 years surviving for you. But it looks like I made a miscalculation. An error of judgment, you might say, with the best of intentions. And now...
Doug, it can still be that way. What you are, what I am, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, I'm afraid it makes a difference, Sandy. Look at you. 40 years of difference. And that's far too much.
I'm sorry. I'm so desperately sorry.
I know, my dear. I had a lot of years to ponder the possibilities. But I didn't consider this one. Years that I didn't think would ever pass. Years that I sometimes wished wouldn't pass.
Oh, Doug.
You're as beautiful as ever. Very beautiful. Don't waste it. Go away now, Sandy. You must. Please. Go home and pick up the pieces of the rest of your life. Go.
If that's what you want.
It's what I want.
Goodbye, my love.
Stansfield, if I may say so, you're an incredible man. Really quite an incredible man. It may be the one distinction I can point to in my entire life. That I knew you. That I knew a man who placed such a premium on love. Truly, truly, Stansfield. Quite a distinction.
Goodbye, General.
Commander Douglas Stansfield, one of the forgotten pioneers in the space age, pushed aside by the flow of progress and the passage of years. Our tale of irony and the ionosphere and the ferocious travesty of fate that could only happen in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Long Morrow, starring Kathy Garver with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Roderick Peoples, Christian Stolte, Rich Komanek, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Falcon, Heath Corson, Susan Hart, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Jeopardy Room with Stacy Keach as your narrator was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Yasin Piyankov, Jamie Vann, Terry Berner, Katrina Lenk, Ned Noyes, Anna Sverutza, and Lisa Dotson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here is your room, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lamp.
Leave it off for now.
As you wish. I am sorry it's so small, sir.
It suits our purposes.
Where is the bath?
Down the hall.
The hall?
I can give you one with a private bath if you prefer.
No. I said this will do.
I'm afraid the dining room is closed at this hour, but you may take a meal at the cafe down the street.
We're not hungry, my friend and I.
Then I bid you good evening.
Good night. Check the window, Boris.
You chose the right room.
Of course.
There is Kuchenko, in his room, across the alley.
Binoculars?
Right here, Commissar.
Yes. See? The Major lies on his bed, but he does not sleep.
He will sleep very soon. Give me one shot with this rifle.
Not yet, Boris. That would be too easy.
Easy? A clean kill.
I have something more challenging in mind.
Something
along the lines of a game, perhaps.
I don't like games.
Not even a game of cat and mouse?
What for?
To make him squirm a bit before the hammer falls?
We waste time, Commissar.
Patience, my friend. Hand me the phone.
Who are you calling?
Hickory Dickory Dock.
desk.
Yes. Excuse me, but do you have a Mr. Kuchenko in your hotel?
One moment. Sorry, no one by that name.
Ah, but I happen to know that my friend is staying there. Perhaps he's registered under another name? Andreev?
I'll check. Yes, Mr. Andreev, room 963.
Very good. Will you connect me, please?
Yes, sir.
Look, he hears it.
Of course he does.
He rises from the bed to answer.
Yes?
This is Major Kuchenko? Hello? Major? Are you there? Major?
The cast of characters in our drama: a cat, a cat's assistant, and a mouse. This is the latter, the intended victim, who does not know but may have already guessed that he is to die. His name is Major Ivan Kuchenko, and he was lately an officer in the former Soviet Union. At this point, he has, if events go according to certain predetermined plans, perhaps 3 or 4 more hours of living. But an ignorance shared by both Major Kuchenko and his executioner is the fact that both have taken rooms at adjacent hotels in a section of the city located beyond the checkpoints of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Jeopardy Room, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
This is Major Kuchenko?
Who is calling?
Major Kuchenko, you don't know me.
Who is this?
But I have heard of your recent arrival here.
You have the wrong number.
And I wanted you to know that you have friends in this city.
Friends, you say? And they would be...
Good friends, Major. Staunch friends.
I know no one in this city.
May I impose upon you to remain in your room for a little bit? Your friends will make themselves known.
And who is this speaking? Is this a friend also?
A good friend, Major. Not known to you yet, perhaps, but soon to become acquainted.
And why must I stay in my room?
We'll be making contact with you very shortly.
For what purpose?
Your welfare. Your well-being is our deepest concern, Major.
Now, Commissar.
Not yet, Boris. May I count on you to show some sense, Major? For your own safety, I urge you to remain in your room. You'll be seeing your friends before long. The mouse is in the trap.
He stands at the window. Now, Commissar?
Patience.
But I have him in the crosshairs. I could make his head leave his shoulders at this range.
That would give you pleasure, wouldn't it?
A great deal of pleasure, Commissar. Just say the word. Even when he lies down, I can still see his head.
I believe it, Boris. I know of your prowess, but put the gun away.
Put it away?
Lay it aside. For a bit.
We're not going to kill him?
Ah, the eagerness of the young. They do not sip wine. They gulp it down like a soft drink. They do not fondle women. They devour them. They do not sniff at the essence of a perfume. They try to jam it into their nostrils. But now, consider the window across the way. The gentleman will die without question. But I want him to die, Boris, with finesse, with subtlety, with a degree of thought and care.
A killing is a killing. And if a man is to die, what does it matter how he dies?
Ever been to a bullfight, Boris?
A bullfight? No, Commissar. I've never had that pleasure.
A bullfight might serve to make the distinction. In such a contest, if the matador kills with grace, that is considered a good death.
So, there are good deaths and bad deaths, are there?
Precisely. There is death with art, and there is the death of the butcher. You, Boris, are a butcher. Now, that is an honorable profession of great usefulness. But I'm an artist. Oh, you will have a death tonight, within a few hours. But when it is over, we will have killed with artistry, Boris. Not with a meat cleaver or an explosive bullet or any other of the butcher's tools. This death will be like a ballet.
Yes?
Major Kuchenko?
Who is it?
A friend, Major. If you prefer, you can turn off the lights and find a hiding place. I'll come in with my hands up, palms open. Major Kuchenko?
And you are?
I am a friend. May I?
For a moment.
I would prefer that you put the gun away.
Not a chance. Were you the one on the telephone?
We had a brief chat earlier. Quite a place you have here. Who occupied it before you? A rat?
I have no luxury of choices.
Indeed not. In this respect, you are a very poor man of late. However, you have a bed, you have some pictures on the wall, and the floor without so much as a throw rug. An adequate accommodation, and a view of a brick building alongside. I suppose there are worse places to spend an evening, Major?
I know. I've been to many of them.
Indeed. Indeed you have. Siberia is cold this time of year, is it not, Major? I'm told it's a most uncomfortable climate.
You've been told quite correctly. It's a freezing jungle.
A freezing jungle. Marvelous. Lovely imagery. Siberia is a freezing jungle.
It was. When it was part of the Union.
You make reference, of course, to the people who inhabited it.
I make reference to some people. Those who were in charge of that private resort.
It must have been unpleasant for you? At least sufficiently unpleasant to motivate you to renounce your native land and try to seek asylum elsewhere?
For a time. Asylum is no longer necessary under the new regime.
But of course the old ways die hard. Some of the same people remain in charge, and they might be concerned about their public perception in this new world. To the victors go the spoils, and that includes access to certain, let us say, sensitive information?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? But I think you do. You were a political prisoner. You served a term of 12 years. You escaped and you moved quickly when the borders were opened. To bring us up to date, you have made your way to a neutral country, somehow avoiding an official debriefing. You have made contact with certain foreign agencies, and now you're desperately trying to get on an airplane that will take you to a Western nation. But for some reason, you feel that you're still under surveillance?
Oh, it's more than a feeling. I know I'm under surveillance.
Do you know by whom?
I know very well.
Can you tell me who they are?
Look in the mirror. Commissar Vasilov.
Very discerning, Major. You remember faces?
I remember pain. I remember some interrogations that went on for many weeks. I had no calendar, but I made marks on the wall of my cell.
How resourceful.
I remember one particular man who smoked Balkan cigarettes in a long holder and stood in the corner of the room, smiling and nodding, making jokes, while I went from agony to agony.
So, Major, now we may dispense with the amenities. The masquerade, the little give and take of two strangers feeling each other out.
Agreed.
Now we get to the point. Do you honestly think that we would permit you to book passage on an aircraft out of here? That would be quite impossible. As a former member of the military, even as far back as 12 years ago, you have information that we would find embarrassing were it to be released elsewhere.
Why, if the government we worked for no longer exists?
Because the new government contains many of the same players reshuffled into different positions, and they have their new careers to consider. Consequently, Major, it is not to our advantage that you leave. It would, of course, be simpler and more convenient if you accompany me back to our embassy.
I am sick, tired, and torn, Vasilov. But I am not insane. I would sooner cut my wrists over a sink and bleed to death. That would be my choice in the matter.
You surely can't be serious, Major. I'm rather a connoisseur of the several hundred ways for a man to depart the earth. And you can believe me when I tell you the cutting of the wrist is not a particularly felicitous modus operandi. Quite apart from the pain, which of course must be attendant, is the fact that one dies slowly, and because of this, he has to be an eyewitness to his own demise. No, my dear friend, I'm afraid we are of two minds about that kind of death. But enough. I have brought you a small gift. Consider it a peace offering.
Careful.
Gently, Major. Gently. This happens to be a bottle of Amontillado. Quite rare and most pleasing to the palate.
I have to repeat what I told you before, Commissar. I'm not insane. I'm quite aware of what would happen to me if I drank any of that.
Why, Major? I'm disappointed in you. With your kind indulgence, allow me to use your own water glasses. If you assume this is to be cyanide or some other poison, you're quite wrong.
Am I?
Undoubtedly. You see, I don't share your death wish. I'm a healthy man with excellent expectations as to my longevity. No, indeed, Major. I was about to propose a social drink. The two of us. I'll drink first, and then you. Satisfactory?
Such ritual, Commissar. Such tribal rites. Yet you have only one purpose with me. Why don't you get it over with? If you're trying to disarm me and make me get rid of this pistol, it'll take more than a social wine.
Indeed, Major. Now, as to my business with you, we both know what that is.
Go ahead and say it.
Very well. I'm to see that you're dead by tomorrow morning. Is that plain enough?
Quite plain.
And you shall be, Major. With a degree of immodesty, I can say that I've killed 800 times you. But I've done it, Major, with subtlety, with originality, with ingenuity. I'm the last of the imaginative assassins, an artist of the profession, as it were. Excellent. Flavor. Bouquet, just the proper dryness. Really quite an exceptional wine. Join me, Major?
And now?
And now I will tell you something else. I will tell you something about you and me.
Please.
You, Major, are a malcontent, a genuine curiosity, a rebel with no cause to speak of. You have to go to prison camps, to interrogation centers, or hide in filthy little rooms. You can never accept that which is ordained.
And you?
I, on the other hand, am a survivor. I adapt to my situation. I haven't a large salary, and my job, at least the way it's laid out, is a rather dull one. Finding defectors and traitors and subversives and doing away with them. Now, I could do that with a high-powered rifle. I could do it with a homemade bomb. But I choose to exercise imagination and taste. In your case...
In my case?
In your case, I choose to prolong the game. And in the process of this prolongation, I've come up with what I think is a most bizarre and novel method of execution. One designed especially to challenge your talents. for we are worthy adversaries, you and I.
I feel weak. I feel...
Tell me what you feel, Major. Exactly. I want to know.
Why, you monster. You drugged me after all.
Indeed I have. And that poses an interesting question, doesn't it? How is it that we both can drink of the same wine, and yet I'm unaffected? Isn't that an interesting question, Major? Major?
My head. He's gone. But I'm still alive. So he wants to play a game. And he has left something behind. What is this?
Greetings, Major Kuchenko. I'm an exceptionally good judge of men.
Are you?
And in my judgment of you, I made an assumption that you are sufficiently observant to see the tape recorder on top of your dresser and curious enough to play it. How could you resist? This will also suggest to what complicated ends I'm willing to go to make a simple execution different and imaginative. First of all, to clear up one point. You may remember our discussion. Before I left you, I proposed a question. Isn't it odd that we both drank of the same wine, and how different the effect? Isn't it odd? Really quite incredible and bizarre. How can it be? In all honesty, Major, how do you explain it?
Go ahead. I'm listening. You...
Perhaps you have figured it out already. The truth is, I have been imbibing this particular drug for many years, a sort of experiment with myself as the subject. I have now reached a point where my physical tolerance has risen so that I can drink it by the gallon and remain quite unaffected. This in itself is a rather common and uninspired trick, a phenomenon well known to the scientific community. But you will also note, and I hope with a degree of pleasure, that you have not been poisoned. You're very much alive.
Where are you?
As you've probably perceived, I'm rather a gamesman when it comes to killing. I adhere to my own rules and ethics. Hence, Major Kuchenko, I have taken the liberty of removing your pistol so that you won't hurt yourself. Now listen to the following quite carefully. This is the game, and these are the rules. You have been asleep for roughly 3 hours. During that time, in addition to dictating this on the recorder, I have done the following. I have placed a booby trap in your room. It is not visible, but it is attached to a very common object that is in the room. If you trigger this object, it will detonate and you will immediately be blown up.
Why not get it over with now, sadist?
Now, for a proposition. If, during the next 3 hours, you are able to find this booby trap and cut the wire, you will be permitted to leave the room alive and unharmed. This is a guarantee. You have my word on it.
Your word?
But the following conditions are of the essence, Major. You must actively search for this booby trap, and you must find it and render it inactive. It goes without saying that, as of this moment, you are being observed.
How?
Attempt to turn out the lights, and you will be shot. The moment you stop an active search, should you refuse to play the game, you will also be shot. If you are unable to find the trap within 3 hours, or attempt to leave the room at any point during that time, I am afraid the same conditions apply. You will receive a bullet in the head. So there you have it, Major. Find the booby trap, cut its wires, and you're free. Fail to find it, or fail to look for it, you're dead. Look for it, find it, but fail to recognize it, you're also dead. Needless to say, Major Kuchenko, it is this latter occurrence that I rather expect and look forward to. As a fellow expert in tricks and deception, I think you will admit this situation has its own special imaginative quality.
Where are you? Where are you?
Over here, Major. Just across the way. So near and yet so far. Can't you see me? Doesn't the light reflect in my binoculars? Look, Major. Please look. Try, I implore you. Where have you been, Boris?
I brought food from the cafe.
Food is of no consequence. Quickly, he's awake.
Don't worry, Commissar. I have a clear shot anywhere in the room.
Hold your fire until I tell you.
But why? Such an easy target.
Too easy. That is the difference between us, Boris. You are a marksman, but I am a gamesman. And the game is afoot.
The picture frame? No. Too obvious. The ceiling. The light fixture. Possibility. Nothing. Oh, you think you are so clever, Commissar. So clever. The bed, then. Under the mattress.
The bed springs?
It might be.
Not the chair, though.
Still possible.
Where?
That would be telling. Go ahead and eat, Boris, before it gets cold. He's busy with the hunt for now. What did you bring?
Sandwiches. Have one, Commissar.
I never eat while I'm working. I'm like an athlete, Boris. Food is a distraction.
Food is good.
It makes one sluggish, affects the concentration. The morning will come soon enough. Over here, Kuchenko, just across the alley. Don't you see?
He sees nothing.
But surely a fragment of light, a stray reflection. Perhaps he has seen us. Yes, he must know, but he refuses to acknowledge. He is too proud. He knows he must do this on his own and will not give me the satisfaction.
The bookshelf. Or the books themselves. Which one? An atlas? A novel? The Bible, of course. It's already been moved an inch, 2 inches. But the wire? Where? One way to find out. The bookcase itself, then. Behind the books. In the wood, the nails. Or under the floorboards. Wait, think. Where would I put it? You want a real battle of wits, Vasilov? You've got it. Think. 4 walls. Ceiling. Light fixture. Floor. A picture. Bed with frame. Box springs. Mattress. Headboard. A night table. Bookshelf. Dresser. Window. Desk. First the drawers. The top one. Slowly.
What is he doing now?
The desk. He's down on his hands and knees removing the 2 bottom drawers so he can see what's under the top one. Bravo, Major. Good thinking.
Is that where you put it?
The possibility exists. Look at him, glistening like a mackerel. He stops to wipe the sweat from his eyes.
And?
And now he looks under the top drawer, crawling on his back. Yes! I think he's got it.
Let me kill him.
Don't be a fool. There are rules. Now he sees a length of wire. He grasps it between his fingertips very, very carefully, and he has removed it.
Something is wrong with the bomb?
I doubt it.
Then it was not in the drawer?
Oh, there is a piece of coat hanger I placed there. A decoy. A drawer would be common, uninspired. And I'm not, you'll forgive the modesty, a common executioner.
Where is it, Commissar?
In a most ingenious place. Really, quite an ingenious place.
Not in the books, the desk, the mattress.
Think of another common object in that room, Boris.
I have it.
Yes?
The doorknob.
Interesting idea.
Then where?
I'd rather not tell you at the moment, Boris. I think you'll enjoy the next few minutes more if you share the Major's ignorance.
You seem very sure.
Sure?
That he'll find the trap. You take a risk.
Not at all. That's not what I'm sure of. That is to say, I'm reasonably sure he'll find it, given his mental capacity, but he'll find it too late.
He's looking toward us.
But he can't see us. It's quite dark in here, and it wouldn't matter if he did see us.
Now he's returning to the table.
You're getting warm, my young friend.
The ashtray.
Extremely warm, but not hot.
Where then? Please, Commissar, please tell me.
Take the glasses. What do you see?
He stands over the telephone. He is reaching out.
Hot now, Boris. Extremely hot.
Oh, he has picked it up. I thought for a minute there...
You thought what?
The telephone.
Precisely. The telephone.
But he just lifted the receiver.
Indeed. He lifted the receiver to call out. If, on the other hand, the Major's telephone were to ring and he were to answer it...
That's it, isn't it? If he picks up the phone after it rings...
You have it now, my friend. When the Major's phone rings and he answers it, I have placed a tiny bottle of nitroglycerin inside the mechanism. The explosion will only occur after the ring and the lifting of the receiver, at which point the electrical contact will be made, and Major Kuchenko will not even have time to say hello.
But what if no one calls?
Oh, someone will. I promise you, someone will.
Front desk.
This is the party in 963. I was wondering...
Yes, sir?
I was wondering if you might have the number of another hotel.
Another hotel?
The one next door, across the alley.
That would be the Grand. You can find it in the directory, in the table by your bed. Dial 9 first, then the number.
I see. Thank you. Vasilov? I know you're there, Vasilov. The game is not over yet.
Do you have the time, Boris?
What?
The time.
10 minutes to 5. Almost done, Commissar.
He's tried almost everything. He has 10 more minutes.
Hadn't I best go over there now and finish it?
No, my young friend. That would be impetuous. It would also be a bit embarrassing if someone were to see you.
At this hour, the streets are empty.
Quite apart from the fact that I wanted this to be imaginative, I also wanted subtlety. I should like our quarry to die in his room without our being there.
Opportunity is running out.
Then I do believe that it's time to, shall we say, accelerate the process? Hotel Mont Blanc? Would you dial room 963, please? Thank you. I'll wait.
There it goes. He's walking toward it.
What's the fool doing? Why doesn't he answer it?
I can't tell. He has his back to the window.
Turn around so I can see.
Now, Commissar?
No. No. Would you dial 963 one more time, please? Yes, I know it didn't answer. Ring it again. What's he doing, Boris?
His back is still to me.
It can't be busy.
I don't know.
What's he doing? Use the glasses.
He's turning around, lighting a cigarette.
He's mocking me.
Now, he suddenly dropped from sight.
Kill him.
I can only see the top of his head. He's moving across the room.
Do it! You missed, you fool.
He's at the door.
Again.
He's gone out of the room.
And you missed him. You missed, you idiot.
Flight 17 to Rome, Paris, and New York, now pre-boarding.
Ticket, sir.
Ticket? Oh, yes.
Mr. Andreev. Passport?
Right here.
I see.
Is anything wrong?
No, sir. Everything seems to be in order. How many bags?
No luggage.
Not even a carry-on?
I'm traveling light.
Then here's your seat assignment. Please go to gate 17.
How much time do I have?
Boarding for coach class begins in 5 minutes.
Good.
Sir?
Thank you. I'll be there.
What a mess he left behind.
Like a pigsty.
He tore the bed apart. And the furniture. Oh, just look. Oh, even my poor little tape recorder.
Commissar?
Yes, Boris?
It would have been better, wouldn't it?
What would?
If I had taken his head off in the first place.
You mean if we had slaughtered him like an animal? I love your style, Boris. You should have been a pig farmer.
Our man would have been dead by now.
He would have been dead if we had beaten him to death with mallets too. But anyone can die that way. And any stupid, insensitive fool can kill that way. No, this is a man of quality, with a resourceful mind, similar, you might say, to his executioner. He deserves a better ending, as do I. But that's all right. I have time. I'll get him in the next city, now that I know my adversary.
We will be able to track him?
Most certainly. The old network still functions, though in a much different way. I have the same contacts, no matter what they now call themselves. Importers, exporters, businessmen of various stripes, here and abroad. It's marvelous, you know. Really marvelous. Think of the possibilities. Other, even more ingenious methods of doing away with Kuchenko and his kind.
I still think we should have chased him.
Not at all. He would have gotten away. And even if he hadn't, it would mean that a thick-headed clod like you is more efficient than I. And this I reject, Boris. This I reject in toto.
Look at this. A bottle of wine. I can only find one glass.
Throw it away.
One drink, Commissar.
I said no.
But there is more than half left.
This is not for you.
But why?
Do you know much about Amontillado?
I know about vodka.
Of course, you and all the other potato growers. Give me the glass.
Here.
Believe me, it wouldn't agree with you. It's an acquired taste.
Yes, Commissar. If you say so.
I say so. There are some secrets that you're not ready to learn. But in time, Boris. In time. For now, I need you awake and alert.
That's right. I do what you say, as always. But so far, your methods are not very effective. The men who pay us, they will not be impressed.
And you will make a report? Only I can do that. I am the one they listen to.
I can request another assignment.
You're free to do so.
Until then, I take no further orders from you.
As you wish. You might want to reconsider, though. The resort in Siberia may be closed, but There are others. We have allies. All it would take is a single phone call. Comrade Boris, uncooperative, recalcitrant, unwilling to follow instructions. In this new order, there are not many positions for the uneducated, the blockheads with families. Yes?
Well,
You want to say something?
I withdraw my complaint.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I am tired, Commissar. I say many things when I am tired.
You wish to apologize?
Yes.
Very well. I will take it under advisement. In the meanwhile, see if Major Kuchenko left anything behind. Check the closet, the drawers.
Yes, Commissar.
And life goes on. The sun comes up and we arise to meet another day, to prevail by our wits and our wits alone.
I'll get it, Commissar.
No, Boris!
I don't want...
Fool, no!
I'm sorry, sir. Your party doesn't answer.
No?
It doesn't ring at all now.
You're sure? Mont Blanc Hotel, room 963.
Strange. The line is suddenly dead.
Thank you, operator. That means my message got through.
Flight 17 Transocean Airways now departing for New York City via Belgrade, Paris, Rome, London, final call.
Major Ivan Kuchenko on his way west, on his way to freedom. A freedom bought and paid for by a most stunning ingenuity. Exit a gunman named Boris and one Commissar Vasilov, who forgot that there are two sides to an argument and two parties on every line. This has been a collect call, placed direct to you from a phone booth located somewhere in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
People Are Alike All Over, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a story by Paul W. Fairman. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Lisa Joyce, Richard Hensel, Steve Key, Derek Purcell, Doug James, Linda Ryder, Brooke Reed, Charlie Kummerer, Amanda Amari, and C.J. Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
there is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
The blast-off area must be cleared by 0200 hours. All personnel, please stay behind the steel fence. Repeat, the blast-off area must be cleared by 0200 hours.
That you, Marcuson?
Evening, Conrad.
Thought I'd find you out here.
You thought right. Look at her. Like a needle pointed straight up at the sky.
Pretty big needle.
Odd, isn't it?
Why do you say that?
For us, I mean. Odd way to spend the last night.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Neither could I. But what a thing to do. A last night on Earth you don't spend in the middle of the desert looking at your transportation. A last night you spend it enjoying Earth. You walk around its streets, you go into its bars, you dance with its women.
Yeah.
You drink in its view, savor it, enjoy it. But not us. That ship out there. We'll have all we want of her and more. She'll be our world for quite a while. 113 feet long by 18 feet wide. And yet here we stand, Conrad, watching her. Just 3 hours before we take off.
Maybe we're trying to get used to the idea.
Oh, we'll have plenty of time to get used to it. That'll be our city and country and house and front yard and backyard for the next 3 months. And we won't have any choice in the matter.
Markson, could I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Are you afraid?
Of some things, I guess. The unknown, loneliness, the silence up there. But the ship, after all the work that's gone into her, I don't think so. How about you, Sam?
It's different. You're ready for this. 3, 4, 5 years. It's all you've prepared yourself for. But it's not the same with me.
We both went through the same flight training.
I know, but I'm a scientist, Marcuson, a biologist. My whole life, my world has been books and slides and microscopes. I'm being sent up there because they need my mind. Pity they just can't send that and leave my body back here where it belongs. But speaking frankly, yeah, I am afraid. I'm frightened of the place we're going and what we might find there.
Martians?
Well, that's not very likely.
They're the one thing you don't need to be afraid of. They shouldn't be feared, even if we do run into them. Whoever we meet up there, whatever kind of creatures they are, if they exist, they'll still be people of one sort or another.
You don't really think that?
Why not? I've got a philosophy about people, and I mean all people. I'm sure that when God made human beings, he developed them from call it a fixed formula, with the same batch of ingredients. We have a pattern of behavior designed to meet certain needs, and those needs are going to be identical no matter what the form and the place. And that means we're all essentially the same on Earth or in the farthest reaches of space. Think about it, Sam.
People. On Mars.
Wherever they're able to exist, they have to be the same. Even up there in the stars.
I'd like to be able to read those stars. I wish there were an equation that applies. A plus Y equals what? A rocket ship plus 2 men equals...
Equals a wondrous adventure. Let's get ready, Sam. We've only got a couple of hours.
You're standing at the edge of a highway into space, one soon to be traveled by a flimsy, two-legged animal with an extremely small head. His name is Man, and he is about to send his tiny, groping fingers up into the unknown, bound for a once mythical place known as Mars. The participants are Samuel A. Conrad, age 35, and Warren Marcuson, age 31. They are the first to undertake such an ambitious voyage, and in a moment we'll travel with them to a location only slightly off course, in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, People Are Alike All Over, starring Blair Underwood with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Prepare to correct course?
Not yet.
Fire retro rockets on my mark.
Wait, I said.
For what?
I want to run a thermal scan on the landing gear.
You did that.
Well, I'm doing it again. Plus a spectrographic on the planet's surface.
We can't even see the surface till we correct.
By the time we finish the turn, it'll be too late.
Too late for what?
To change the flight plan, the gravitational field will take effect.
Exactly. We cut the main thrusters and fire the retros for a nice soft landing, right? Isn't that right, Conrad?
What if something's wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
But what if it is? It'll take all the fuel we've got for another orbit. We have to be absolutely sure.
We're as sure as we're ever going to be.
There are too many variables. Atmospheric density, drag coefficients, power consumption.
We've been through all that. I just checked the readings.
The readings could be wrong. If we're off by a factor of 0.01, we'll miss the landing site completely. I'm going to run the numbers one more time.
No, you're not. I'm in command here, and I say we're going in now.
At least wait till the planet rolls up on the view screen. I want a spectrographic readout.
5, 4.
Not yet. Cancel the sequence.
I'm not canceling anything. 2, 1. Fire retros. I said fire. All right, if you won't do it...
Don't touch that switch!
Fire! Fire! You fool! Strap into your seat now!
Marcusson? You all right? Marcusson, where are you? Warren? Warren, can you hear me?
Over here.
Oh, thank God. After a landing like that?
Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. If you can get this instrument panel off me, I'll try to do that.
Hang on. It's split in two. I'll see if I can lift it.
How's the rest of the ship?
Nose down in the bottom of a crater, as far as I can tell. Air pressure seems to be holding. Here, take my hand.
Whoa. Not just yet, Sam. I've got a little bit of a problem with this leg. But we made it, didn't we?
Yeah, we made it. With or without my help.
It wasn't your fault.
Sure it was. If I'd followed your order...
We still would have come down at the wrong angle. The flight plan was off.
There's nothing wrong with the flight plan. It's the terrain. It's not like the reconnaissance photos. Close but different. Somehow...
Then you were right to be cautious. Do we have power?
I don't know. I haven't had time to check anything.
Try to get the lights running. It's dark in here.
I may be able to rig a new circuit.
You do that. I'll give you a hand.
Don't be crazy. You can't even stand up. I'll do it.
Sam?
Yeah?
Hurry if you can. Will you, Sam? I want to take a look outside. I want to see what's really there.
There's plenty of time for that.
Is there?
I told you, we've got air. That means the hull's intact. You rest easy. I'll get the medical kit.
If you say so, Sam. If you say so.
Yes!
Sam?
I've got the circuits up. We are in business.
What are you doing?
Running a diagnostic on the equipment. Stay down.
How long did I sleep?
A couple of hours. Don't worry, you needed it.
You run an atmosphere check?
Yeah.
So, is it safe out there?
That's the question.
What's the matter? Something wrong with the sample?
No, I got a good one. More than enough. That's the problem.
You couldn't get a reading?
Oh, I got a reading all right. A complete analysis. Down to the last trace element.
So, what did it say?
It says the air is fine. Almost identical to the mix on Earth.
Well, what are we sitting here for? Let's go plant the flag.
Hold on. You're not going anywhere with that leg.
You go then. Just get the hatch open so I can see what's out there.
I'm not going anywhere.
Of course you are. Sam, we're the first men on Mars. What's the matter with you?
Not yet.
What are you waiting for, a printed invitation?
It's the reading.
But you said it was fine.
It can't be right.
Don't you trust the equipment, Sam? You designed it, remember?
You and I both know there's no breathable atmosphere on Mars.
Well, maybe there is where we landed.
That doesn't make sense.
If we're in a crater, there could be a buildup of gases.
Not according to any scientific literature I've ever read.
Then it's obvious the literature is wrong. You trust your equipment?
I've run the data 50 times.
And everything checks out. We made it, Sam. We made it. You know what that means?
I want to filter out another sample and run it through the analyzer.
We've traveled 35 million miles.
Exactly. Another few hours won't make any difference.
We can't wait any longer. The human race won't wait. If you won't open the hatch, I'll do it myself.
You won't be able to get it open. The hydraulics out.
Patch in the auxiliary power supply. You said the circuits are up.
I'm telling you, we can't.
Maybe you can't, but I can.
You're going to wreck your other leg.
I'll use the manual override. That's what I'll do. I'll disconnect the hydraulic lift at the wall and...
I told you to take it easy.
Sam. Just my luck, eh? 35 million miles through black space just to find a place to die.
You are not going to die.
It's all right. Really. It's just that I'd hate for this ship to be my tomb. Do me one favor.
Anything.
When it does happen, and I think it'll be soon.
Don't talk like that.
Get me outside, one way or another. Don't be afraid. I've got a strange hunch that if anybody's out there, they'll help you with the funeral. That's how people are. And they are people, Sam. As long as they've got minds and hearts, that means they've got souls. And that makes them people.
No. For God's sake, don't die now. Don't leave me alone here. Warren! Warren! What's that? Listen. Do you hear that, Warren? Do you hear that? Something's out there. And it's coming. It's coming right up to the ship. You said that whatever's out there is like us. Well, I don't know that. There's no way to find out, and I'm not ready to find out. Go away! Whoever or whatever you are, go away! No, they're coming. Whatever they are, they're coming. The gun. Yes. Where's the survival kit? There. Nothing fancy, just a good old .38 automatic. That ought to do the trick. Get away! I said, get away from the ship! All right, if you won't go away, you want me to come out, I'll come out. You think you're ready for me? Huh? Huh? Where's that lever? Whoever or whatever you are, let's find out if you can eat lead. What the? Come on. Where are you? What are you waiting for? You see this? It's a gun. Know what a gun is? Want to find out? Step into the light so I can see you. But you're people. I swear you are. You're just like me. Face, body, everything.
Please, don't be afraid. There's no reason to, you know.
What do you have in your hand?
Oh, this it's a pistol. It's a... I was only going to use it if...
May I see it?
What? I suppose so. Just don't touch the trigger. It contains explosive missiles. They're called bullets?
We didn't know if you were ever going to come out. We've waited most of the night.
Very glad to see that you've finally done so, however.
This is amazing. I'm Conrad. Samuel Conrad, that's my name. Do you understand? Name?
We understand, Mr. Conrad.
We landed here, my friend and I, in this ship. Crashed, I should say. We come from Earth.
Earth?
Where I'm from, this planet is known as Mars. We took off in our ship almost 3 months ago.
Check on the other one. He may be injured.
Yes, of course.
Here, I'll show you in the sand. See, this is the sun. Sun, the big star. And this is the Earth, the third planet from the sun, and this is you. Here.
The other one is dead.
His name is Marcuson.
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Conrad. We don't intend to hurt you. We've only been wondering when you intended to come out. Of course, we were curious.
But how do you know my language?
We don't, Mr. Conrad. As you'll no doubt soon realize, you're speaking our language.
Your language?
Unconscious transference. You'd call it hypnosis of a sort.
But you must be tired. We'll prepare a place for you to rest and food.
I'm appreciative. I really am. You'll forgive me my staring. I mean, but I can't get over it. I mean, you're people. Just like I am. Actual human beings. Marcuson said you'd... Marcus.
We'll bear your friend for you. Later on, you can tell us the sort of marker you'd like. That is your tradition, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
We can also repair your ship for you.
You can?
If that would please you.
Oh, yes, very much.
Good. Consider it done.
There are so many questions I want to ask.
Really?
So many things I want to find out about your civilization, your science, the way you live, the social structure. 100 questions, 1,000.
We will be glad to answer all your questions. But first, you must rest.
Yes.
Come with us, Mr. Conrad. You must have food and drink and sleep. After you.
Where are we going?
Not far. A structure we've built.
I don't see anything.
Oh, I know it's dark out there, but it's only a short walk. You'll understand more when we arrive. The true end of your journey, if you will.
A place that's more comfortable.
Would you give me a moment?
What?
It won't take long. I'd like to say goodbye to my friend.
Oh, certainly.
Marcuson, I hope you know what's happened. I hope you know that you were right. There are Martians, after all, and they're people. It's incredible, but they really are just like us. You knew, didn't you? Somehow, you knew. Oh, I'm sorry, old friend, that I didn't believe you. And that you didn't live to see them.
Are you ready, Mr. Conrad?
Yes. I'm ready.
I hope this will do.
I'm impressed. On Earth, this would be considered very modern. The angles, the lines. Are the walls stainless steel?
Well, not exactly. Something like it.
Would this be considered a typical house here?
In a sense, it would be the equivalent of an apartment, I believe you call it.
Except that there's no furniture. I don't believe it. Everything is built into the walls. What's the power source? Not electricity, surely. It's
a simple principle, really. You'll hear all about it. About everything.
But we promised you food. Your table and chair.
From the ceiling. That's brilliant.
And on the table, your meal. It will taste somewhat different from what you're accustomed to. but I trust you'll find it agreeable. Here.
Thank you so much. All of you. You know, I am hungry. Very hungry.
Please sit down, Mr. Conrad, and eat.
It's different, but I like the taste. Like melon or cantaloupe, maybe. And yet, there's almost a meat flavor.
You don't mind it?
Mind? Are you kidding? After that freeze-dried stuff we ate on the ship? No. This is delicious.
We'll leave you to eat then.
Oh, I wonder, could you do us a small favor, Mr. Conrad?
Anything.
As a favor, would you mind sketching for us what a home looks like on Earth, so we'll better understand your culture?
No, not at all. This is what we call a ranch house. It has only one story. Here, look, I'll show you. This is roughly the shape. The front door here, and this is what's known as a picture window. Looking out from the living room.
I see.
The bedroom area. And the kitchen, where we cook the food. Here, I'll put down some more details about the interior.
Please.
Couch, chair, television set. Then inside the kitchen, over here, the refrigerator, maybe a freezer, and the stove.
A freezer and a stove?
Well, one to keep the food from spoiling and one to heat it up.
Remarkable.
In the bedroom, the bed, the bureau, the mirror, do you understand mirror? Reflection? To look at yourself.
Of course, I've forgotten.
Will you look at that?
Here's your mirror, along with the sink, towels, running water, and this will be your bed.
All the comforts of home.
Eat in pleasure, Mr. Conrad, and then rest. We'll come back later.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, miss?
Yes?
I didn't ask any of your names.
That's all right.
You have a name, don't you?
I'm called Tina.
Tina, I wish you'd, will you tell the others for me how much I appreciate all this? The trouble you've gone to, this is a pretty wonderful thing that's happened to me, so thank you. Do you understand? Thank you. I mean, to come millions of miles and meet people of your own kind, I was so frightened before. I was so miserably frightened, and then...
Please don't be.
I know what I was afraid of now. I was afraid of loneliness, of silence, of the unknown. But now my friend was right. There's no need for fear now.
No need at all. No one will hurt you, I promise. You must believe that.
I do, now.
I'll see you later, Mr. Conrad.
I hope so, Tina. And please, call me by my given name. It's Sam.
Goodbye, Sam.
There she is.
Sorry, he had more questions.
What did you tell him?
That we'd be back later. He understands.
How did he take the language transference?
Oh, quite easily.
His quotient is low enough. You should see the wave chart. He has the mind almost of an infant. And you must have a look at his ship.
I have done so. So primitive as to be almost unbelievable. You wonder how he made it here. Tina, how does he react to things?
What?
He asked you a question.
I'm sorry, how does...
His reactions.
Most trusting, emotionally very complex. He feels loneliness, curiosity, excitement. He seems to crave companionship.
And what is your recommendation?
For
what we should do with him.
I think we should let him go.
Let him go? How can we let him go?
He means us no harm, and he's...
He's what? Tell us what he is.
Go ahead, Tina. Feel free to speak.
He's so much like us, that's all.
Did you hear that, everyone? He's so much like us.
Excuse me.
Tina, where are you going?
I have something to do.
At this hour, surely not.
Perhaps to observe our new arrival. After all, he is almost one of us now.
One of us indeed.
Tina? Is that you?
Yes, Mr. Conrad. I was just...
What's the joke?
Oh, something one of my friends said.
Oh, what was it?
Something humorous, that's all. At least he thought so.
Won't you come in?
I wouldn't want to disturb you.
Not much chance of that. I'm too wound up. This is all a bit much to grasp at one time.
You must have a great many questions.
Perhaps you can answer a few of them. If you don't mind, that is. Won't you sit down?
Well, maybe for just a minute.
Have a seat. The couch is quite comfortable, thanks to you.
Mr. Conrad, there's something you should know.
Oh, that's an understatement. Where do we start?
I don't quite know how to put this, but...
Wait, I'm not a very good host. After all, you and your people have been so gracious, seeing to my every need. Is there anything you'd like? I assume there are refreshments. I don't suppose you people know what a drink is.
In the cabinet, you'll find several varieties of beverages.
Yeah?
I hope they're to your satisfaction.
Let's just have a look. Do you mind?
Be my guest.
I don't believe it! This is a 25-year-old single malt. Where did you get it?
We manufactured it, you might say, to suit your taste.
But how could you know what my taste is?
We retrieved it from your memories, telepathically, to use your word. You were very specific in your recollections. May I ask what it is like?
You mean you've never had Scotch whiskey before? Well, young lady, you are in for a treat. Here, I'll pour us both one.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
You're right, it's not. It's a great idea. Give this a try.
Perhaps just a taste.
Here's to the end of a long, long journey. And to good people everywhere.
It's a strange taste. It's so sharp.
Oh, I should have told you to sip it. Just take a small amount and just roll it around in your mouth. Then you swallow it. Yeah. How's that?
It's interesting.
You said your people manufactured this. How, exactly? You must use some sort of molecular reconstruction powered by... what is the power source here, by the way? Solar? Hydrogen fusion? We've been experimenting with this on Earth for years, but so far...
Please, Mr. Conrad,
You seem nervous.
It's just that...
Not my fault, I hope. I've never been very good at small talk, getting to know people socially. And now I'm more aware of that than ever.
You're behaving perfectly. That's not the problem at all. You're the one who should be uneasy with us. Suspicious.
What's to be suspicious about? Do you want to know the absolute truth? This experience, meeting all of you, it's lifted a burden off my chest. All this time, not knowing what to expect. But you're so kind. You're so understanding. You take it all in stride. A visitor from another planet, I mean, am I...
The first? No, I can't say that you are.
I should have known. You accepted me so easily. The other, visitors, where did they come from? Not Earth, obviously. Outside the solar system?
Please. There will be plenty of time to answer those questions and more.
I'm sure there will be. But you see, I'm a scientist. Facts, numbers.
Those are our concerns, too. They have been since time immemorial.
You've been here a very long time. Your civilization, I mean.
Yes, in Earth terms. But Mr. Conrad, Sam, there is something I wanted to tell you. It's only fair that you know before...
Before what?
Mr. Conrad. Still awake, I see.
Oh, come in. I was just telling Tina here...
Mr. Conrad, we have a surprise for you.
Really?
A very nice surprise.
You shouldn't go to any more trouble.
Would you accompany us, please?
Where are we going?
That's the surprise, Mr. Conrad. You'll see soon enough.
Isn't she coming?
Tina will remain behind.
Oh, we were just getting acquainted.
She has other duties.
Actually,
Don't you, Tina?
I hope I'll see you later.
No. If you don't mind, Sam, I think I will go with you now.
Tina.
Great, I'd like that. Quite a complex you have here. There must be miles of corridors, like interconnecting tubes.
It provides both shelter and a gathering place for our people.
The walls, are they glass?
A form of what you call plastic. Very strong, for protection against the elements.
Then you have seasons. We've seen evidence of dust storms on the surface and, of course, the polar ice caps.
We've had to recreate an atmosphere in recent centuries. That has wrought havoc with the forces of nature. Far more than you might have observed from space.
I can hardly wait to take a closer look.
Really, Mr. Conrad, you don't want to tire yourself. You should get a good night's rest while you can.
No reason to. I feel fine. Does the complex house your research facilities, laboratories, that sort of thing?
They are in an adjacent structure.
I thought I saw a reflection out there, but it's so dark.
All in good time. It will be a few more hours until sunrise. Then, all will be clear. Ah, here we are.
After you, Mr. Conrad.
What?
Allow me to illuminate it for you.
But this is...
This is what, sir?
Why, it's just like the entrance to my house back home.
Is it?
Yes, this is the foyer, and the living room would be down here.
You like it?
Do I? It's a perfect replica of my place in California. This is perfect.
We did our best.
I mean, in every detail. Furniture, the works, even the drapes. If I open them, I bet I'll see my old picture window.
No point in opening them now. It's dark. Wait till morning.
How did you build it so quickly?
We sincerely hope this is the way you're used to living.
You didn't miss a thing.
The general outline came from your diagram, the rest from your mind.
You think very clearly, Mr. Conrad. Very clearly indeed. Strong, clean impressions. Would you care to see the rest of the house?
Would I ever? Ah! My kitchen! And my refrigerator.
It's filled with your favorite foods, the ones you remember most vividly.
Cheese, fried chicken, and pizza. Oh, I'd love to have some warmed over pizza right about now. This is really fabulous. I don't know how to repay you.
Your presence is quite enough.
No, I really, truly appreciate it.
We wanted you to feel at home, Mr. Conrad. Do you?
Well, I never saw it this clean.
Splendid.
In that case, we were wondering if you'd mind remaining here for a little while.
Oh, sure. And about my spaceship. Take your time.
Your spaceship?
You said you'd be able to fix it.
Oh, yes. We'll restore it to its original state and then transport it here, outside your residence. It will be in perfect working order.
That's great.
You expressed interest in seeing more of our people. We'll arrange that, first thing in the morning.
I'm sure they will be most interested.
I'd be delighted.
For a little while longer, then. Enjoy yourself, Mr. Conrad. Enjoy your house.
You bet I will. I can hardly wait to sleep on a real mattress again. Oh, let me show you out.
That's not necessary.
Sure it is. This is my house, isn't it?
It is, sir. It most certainly is.
What's this in the vase?
You call them roses, don't you?
Well, yes, but how?
We had a little trouble with the petals. So delicate. If you examine them closely, you may find them somewhat imperfect.
I doubt that very much. Here, I want you to have one. It's my way of saying thanks.
Thank you. I'll keep it to remember you by.
But we'll see each other again, won't we? What? Are you crying?
Come along, Tina.
I'm very happy to have known you, Sam.
Time to go.
Sleep well, and wake refreshed.
Man, will I. This is too much. I wonder if there's some more of that scotch in here. Yes! Well, all I can say is if this is an illusion, it's one a guy can live with. This is the best scotch I've ever tasted. I think I'll just sit down here, put my feet up. This is the greatest. Absolutely the greatest. Where? It wasn't a dream. I really am here, after all. Never even made it to bed. That's okay. Slept like a baby. Must be morning by now. Well, let's take a look out of my famous picture window and see what morning's like on Mars. Oh, you look at that. Red sand. Red hills. Ooh, oh, wow. They made the window so it retracts automatically. Smell that. Oh, real honest to goodness air. I gotta get outside. Come on. What's the matter with this door? Wait a minute. What's that? Sounds like some kind of vehicle.
Hey! Hey, everybody! I bring you greetings from Earth!
Hey, what are these bars for?
Everyone, please exit through the rear of the tram.
Over here! I'd like to shake your hands, but I'm locked in.
Go to the main window, please. He's still in quarantine.
What's he talking about? Why are you all looking at me like that?
Please don't touch the bars.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey!
This is our latest acquisition.
No, it can't be. My ship. They said they'd move it here. Wait, why would they? It can't blast off this close. It would set the whole house on fire. Unless they don't intend.
Isn't he unusual?
Careful, children.
Can it talk?
Yes, on an elementary level, a very limited vocabulary, of course. Its primitive spacecraft will soon be on permanent display. For now, you're free to observe the creature in its natural surroundings.
I don't belong
Note
in
the
here.
simple primal emotions.
No! No! Let me out of here!
You may take holograms if you like. And next, we'll move on to the Venusian habitat, the intergalactic breeding area, and the Alpha Centauri house. This, again, is a holographic opportunity.
I don't belong in here, please! Please!
I would like to take a hologram. Isn't he cute? Look this way, Earthman.
You were right, Marcus. You were right. People, they are the same. No matter where you go, they are always the same. It's a zoo. A zoo. A zoo! It's a zoo.
Species of animal on public display. Physical characteristics similar to a human being. Head, trunk, arms, legs, hands, feet. Very tiny, undeveloped brain. Comes from a primitive planet known as Earth. Calls himself Samuel Conrad. And he will remain here in his specially constructed cage with running water and electricity and central heating for the rest of his natural life. Because Samuel Conrad finally discovered a flight plan that led him off course and into the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com.
Elegy, starring Blair Underwood with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, and Joby Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Kirby.
Yes, Captain.
Give me the readings.
Course stable, 7.9 off vertical axis.
That's why I can't stand up straight.
Speed 2650, steady she goes.
How close are we to that asteroid?
In range, gravity detector starting to read. Say 100,000, give or take.
Piece of cake.
We still have to maneuver for a landing. Fuel supply.
Well, Captain, let me put it this way. If I was back home in my car, I'd pray for a steep hill so I could put her in neutral and coast all the way down.
That bad, huh?
I think the expression is running on fumes.
What's the terrain?
Spectrographics coming in.
And?
Not too hot, not too cold. Volcanic activity, 1 million or so years ago.
We are hitting atmosphere.
At least it's got an atmosphere.
How much oxygen?
I'm trying to get a reading.
Deceleration chairs.
Just a minute.
Now!
Better do it, Pete.
All right, Myers, I'm going.
Firing retro rockets.
The fuel tank's empty, Captain.
Anybody got a parachute?
Hang on.
Angle looks good.
Thank heaven for small favors.
The surface is coming up fast. I'll try to level her out. Nose up. Up!
Nobody say anything. I want to remember this magic moment.
Oh. Ooh. Everything seems to be in one piece, except for the communications module. And it sounds like we damaged the tail assembly.
Instruments are still working.
How's the atmosphere?
Take a reading.
20.95 parts oxygen.
Yeah, right.
78.09 parts nitrogen.
That's impossible.
I don't get it. That's air.
Don't look a gift horse in the chops. Gravity?
1 unit to 0.99.
Are you sure?
See for yourself, Captain.
I don't believe it.
You got something better to believe, Myers?
But that's incredible. Conditions identical to Earth, and yet we're
655 million miles away from Earth. Let's get the airlock open.
Hold up, Pete.
What for? I'm sick of breathing recirculated air, eating freeze-dried tofu, and we're almost out of that.
The instruments could be wrong.
What's the difference? We aren't going anywhere for a while. We can't even radio for help till we fix the module.
The man has a point.
I suppose you're right. At least put on your helmets.
Forget it. If this is all she wrote, then I'm ready for it, one way or another.
I'm afraid I'm with Pete on this, Captain. Either we die now or we die later, starving to death like dogs.
All right, open it. Now, this isn't an order, but I'd recommend everyone take a very deep breath.
Time, the future. Place, a dark corner of the universe millions of miles from planet Earth. The main characters, 3 men. William Weber, captain. Peter Kirby, navigator. Carl Myers, geologist and science consultant. Each distinct from the others, but all sharing a common dilemma. They are lost. And like any long-haul explorers, they want to go home. Not their home necessarily, that would be too much to hope for. But at this point, any old port in a storm will do, especially for those who have veered off course and into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Elegy, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Captain's notes. We've made a rough landing, but no injuries. According to our instruments, the atmosphere is breathable, so we've opened the airlock. It's hard to believe, but the temperature is that of a spring day on Earth. And it smells clean.
Well, I'll be.
Get the ladder into position. Watch your step.
How many miles did you say we were from Earth?
Too many.
Time for a reality check. You see the same thing I see, Captain?
What do you see?
Open country, farmland. Kirby?
Affirmative. Acres of grass, trees. I grew up in a place like this, in the Midwest.
And those hills? They're settled granite, I'm sure. Eroded over thousands of years of wind, rain. I don't get it.
Neither do I.
Wait a minute. I do. Don't you see? We're back on Earth.
Come off it, Kirby.
I'm serious. The instruments are all screwed up. Some way or another. Don't ask me how. We got turned around, and now here we are, right back where we started. Oh, man. That is rich. Only one thing's missing. A brass band.
Maybe they forgot about us.
It's an interesting theory. Except for one thing. As far as I know, Earth has never had 2 suns in the sky.
You're right. But the temperature's perfect. That means they're smaller than our sun. Added together, they put out just enough energy to duplicate conditions on our own planet, including evolution.
And the people learned to build farmhouses exactly like ours.
What?
If that's not a barn over there painted red, then it's a pretty good imitation of one.
What in the name of...
Better check it out. Be careful, men. We don't know what we're dealing with yet.
What do you call this? A Martian?
I'd call it a hound dog. Hey there, boy.
How come he's not moving?
He's taking a nap in the shade. I don't blame him, do you?
What the heck is that?
By the barn, it's called a tractor. They were internal combustion vehicles used in the 20th and 21st centuries before the Total War.
So we are on Earth 300 years ago.
Negative. We're not equipped for time travel.
Okay, you explain it.
I can't. The only thing I know for sure is that we're not on Earth.
And we are not alone.
What do you... Hey! Hey, you over there, by the barn!
What's the matter? Can't he see us?
He's turned the other way. Looks like he's taking a rest.
Leaning on his...
It's a pitchfork. He was using it to load hay into the wagon.
Some outfit.
Overalls. Farmers wore them with straw hats, just like that one. He even has a red bandana in his back pocket.
Well, I suggest we ask him the way to the Emerald City.
Excuse me, sir. My name is Captain Weber. My men and I... Sir? Sir, I hate to bother you, but that's our ship over there. We've crash-landed. If you can tell us, sir... Sir, can you hear me?
What's the matter with him?
Seems to be in some sort of trance.
Are his eyes open?
Yes, but...
Move your hand in front of his face.
Nothing. As if he's...
Don't touch him.
It's all right. His skin's warm, but there's no respiration. He seems to be frozen in place.
Well, let's move on.
Say that again. This is giving me the creeps.
We'll recon the surrounding area. There may be others.
Oh, now this is what I call a lake.
That's what anyone would call it, Pete.
Easy, easy. Be sure the bridge will hold.
Feels solid to me. We ought to take off these flight suits and jump in.
No, thanks.
Why not?
Well...
Go on, say it. You can't swim, can you?
Not as such.
Oh, the big scientist. Wait a minute. Maybe we can find some water wings for you.
Let's get a move on. We have a lot of ground to cover.
Back home, we had a swimming hole. Man, on a hot day, I thought I was in heaven. We'd go skinny dipping.
Right in all that pollution.
Nah, before the government closed the rivers. They were even fishing it. You could even see them jumping in the air. You ever go fishing, Captain?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. In the mountains. The runoff from the snow was clean up there. You could eat the fish if you wanted to and not get sick.
I don't see any fish in this water.
We better keep moving. We don't know when the suns go down. We should be back at the ship before dark, just to be safe.
Good point.
Maybe they don't have fish here.
That's a possibility, if the planet's evolution took a different turn.
Hey, there's somebody.
I don't see anything.
On the opposite bank, clad shirt. See him? Sitting there with a fishing pole? Hey, mister! Hey, mister!
Kirby's right. Folding chair, wicker basket, the whole setup. Looks like the guy's got it made.
Let's hope this one talks to strangers.
Hi there, fella. How's it going? Fish biting today? Mum's the word, huh?
Let me try. Sorry to bother you, sir, but you might say we're lost. If you could give us directions to the nearest town.
Don't waste your breath. This one's a stiff, too.
Maybe he's asleep.
If he is, he's done well for himself. This basket is called a creel. It's full of fish, quite a haul.
Fresh?
Smells like it.
Hold on. Is that a bottle of beer next to him?
It is indeed. Only, it's empty.
Well, where's he got the cold one stashed? Fella, can you hear us? Do you even know we're here?
Can't see his face.
Lift up the brim of his hat.
Okay, here goes. Sorry, nothing personal. I just like to look a man in the eye when I talk to him, even if he doesn't talk back.
What did you do?
Nothing, just barely touched him and he fell over.
Well, at least we know he's not a statue. No pulse, like the farmer. But his skin feels real.
Sit him up again, exactly the way we found him.
I get it.
Get what?
He's off the clock.
Way off.
What's that supposed to mean?
Pete and I used to joke about it in flight school. Now, there are 24 hours in a day, but sometimes that's not enough.
You're not kidding.
All my life, I've wanted extra time to read a book, write a novel.
Or go fishing, spend some time in the country, meet a girl and get married, or just take a nap for crying out loud. But I was too busy. We all were. So the only answer is to fit some extra hours into the day. Hours that don't show up on the clock. That don't count.
I don't see...
Look at it like this. What if you could stop time? For a few minutes, or a few hours. At least as far as everybody else is concerned. Think of what you could do. They stand there, frozen, while you run off and do whatever it is you need to do. Then, when you're finished, you run back and time starts again. They move and walk and talk and go on with what they were saying, and they never so much as know you were gone.
Is that a plan or what?
I wish we could have done something like that on the ship. If I'd had time for pure, uninterrupted thought, I might have, I don't know, perfected Sheldrake's theory of causative formation while the ship ran itself.
That's right, and get home to find you've won your own Nobel, right? Now, we make planetfall, and we run into these people, if that's what they are, and it's as if we've finally done exactly that, taken ourselves off the clock, at least temporarily.
Permanently would be fine by me.
Nice theory, Captain. I'm afraid there are reasons, though, why it wouldn't work.
I am sure there are. It's just a thought. If I were a science fiction writer, I could have some fun with it, but we've got more important things to do, like finding out what options we have, now that we're here.
Say, I'm hearing things.
I hear it, too. Seems to be coming from the top of the ridge beyond that grove of trees.
That must be where the town is. We were close after all. Sounds like you got your brass band, Pete.
I like it. Maybe they got a ticker tape parade, too.
One way to find out. Captain's Journal. We appear to be on the main street of a Midwestern American town. Ahead of us is the square, complete with steeple, clock, and ivy-covered walls.
Captain, did you notice?
What's that?
There are no hands on the clock.
Duly noted. The music's louder. I hope this recorder can pick it up. Sounds like a Sousa march. There's a bandstand, flags, bunting, and a sign that says, Inauguration Ceremony. Welcome, Mayor Finch. The musicians are all in uniform.
Just one thing. They're not really playing.
Kirby's right. Nobody's moving. Not even Mayor Finch. He's holding a silk hat. Photographers in front of the crowd about to take his picture, but nothing's happening. It's like a movie set with 100 extras all waiting for someone to yell action.
The question is, who's directing?
I'm going to look around. Weber, out.
The music's coming from that loudspeaker near the platform. It's being piped in from somewhere. Pre-recorded, no doubt.
Concert's over.
I wonder who turned it off. Any ideas, Professor?
Well, I suppose it could all be part of a carefully orchestrated illusion.
That's as good an explanation as any. Now, maybe we're being made to see and hear what we hoped we'd find here. The sights and sounds of home. But they got it wrong. It's 300 years before our time.
Who's they?
Or it could be that time itself is somehow suspended in this place.
So we really are off the clock.
It's all relative. Time may have, in a sense, speeded up for us or slowed down for them.
You mean they might actually be moving?
It's possible.
Then why can't we see it?
You can't see the movement of a clock's hands, nevertheless, they move.
Yeah, when there are hands.
Do you believe what you're saying?
Of course not.
Hey, everybody. Sir, ma'am, what's the matter with you people? Are we invisible or something?
Don't take it personally. By the looks of them, they don't see anything.
They might as well be statues.
But they're not statues. Here, feel one. You, sir, shake hands with the captain. See what I mean? They feel like flesh and blood.
Yeah, Kirby's right. More of the same.
Whoever, or whatever, is responsible, they've created a perfect imitation of the real thing all over this asteroid.
For what purpose?
I don't have a clue. The expenditure of time and effort is considerable. Not to mention the science involved. The skin on these pseudo-people must be a new polymer compound. And the clothing, all duplications of Earth fabrics.
I wonder... Nah, never mind.
Say it.
Well, we must not be the first to land here.
But this asteroid's not on the charts.
Then who were they modeled after?
Maybe somebody real is still here.
Where?
Could be anywhere. The streets, the buildings. I say we separate. We'll meet back here in an hour.
Well, it's better than huddling together like frightened children.
All right. Pete, you go that way, Carl. See where the street leads and take some readings while you're at it.
All right.
I'll cover the buildings along this side, starting with the hotel. Remember, 1 hour. Are your watches set?
Yeah.
Yes. Don't ask me what to set it to, though. Earth time or something else entirely.
Captain's notes. The awning says the hotel is called the Ritz Arms. Kind of quaint. It would be considered ritzy, I guess, in small town. Glass front. Nothing moving inside that I can see. I should have brought the Visicam to record this. There's a clerk behind the desk, not moving, of course. And this is classic. There's an alcove off to one side. I can see 4 men seated around a table. A green lampshade, money. I think they're playing poker. Or they were before they stopped moving. And there's a waitress with a tray full of drinks. The big winner seems to be a little man with a gray mustache. Not your typical gambler, but he's all set to rake in the chips. He looks mighty happy. Hey, fella. Wonder what cards he's got here. I don't think he'll mind if I take a peek. 4 big, beautiful aces. Nice work. Oh, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, that's a waltz coming from upstairs. Music seems to be in one of the rooms. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. This room is definitely occupied. There's a candlelit table, I see an ice bucket, and a bottle of champagne. The music is canned. The couple is posed in a slow dance. She has a rose in her teeth, and he's got her bent back in a dip, kissing her throat. But what is she doing with him? A short, ugly man. Looks like he's never had a girlfriend in his life. But she's a real beauty. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm beginning to see a pattern. The theme seems to be dreams really can come true. But whose dreams? Who's fulfilling them? For what purpose? Weber out. For now. Find anything?
Nope. At least nothing that moves.
Pete?
Not really, except for...
What?
You guys better see this for yourselves. Come with me.
Where is it?
Just around the corner. You're not going to believe this, but I think it's what they called a carnival.
That's what it is, all right. The Midway. Those booths along either side, people could win various trinkets of low value by throwing baseballs at steel milk bottles or firing toy rifles at targets.
I was wondering.
A test of skill, for amusement. Also the urge to gamble for those with a predilection for obsessive-compulsive behavior.
What's in the tent?
Oh, just some men in swimming trunks.
Win $500, go 2 rounds with Tiger Loomis. Oh.
It's not a real tiger.
No kidding, genius.
Let's have a look inside.
That must be Tiger with the stripes on his trunks.
Yeah, the one lying down in the ring.
Boy, some crowd, huh? Almost as many as the town hall, complete with sound effects.
2 pugilists, duking it out, as they say. A primitive display of testosterone poisoning.
Check out the other guy, with his hand raised. That, my friends, is what's known as a potbelly.
Yes, but why?
Too many carbohydrates, not enough exercise, plus a certain genetic predisposition.
But why would he be the one who wins?
Must have been a lucky punch. Looks like old Tiger's down for the count.
Interesting.
I think it's creepy. All these imitation people posed every which way.
What do we have over there?
I believe it's called a sideshow. Scantily clad young ladies who dance for the crowd, which is primarily male.
That's nothing. Check out the stage at the end. See? I was saving the best for last. Get an eyeful of this.
Some sort of contest, a sign.
Beauty queen chosen today.
Step right up, gents. You got your blondes, your brunettes, your redheads, your tall ones, your short, stubby ones. Take your pick.
I'd say the judges have already made their selection.
Cast your eyes on Miss Lakewood County. Some bathing suit, huh?
Mm-hmm. It was called a bikini, after the location of the first atom bomb test.
Of course, if you like them a little more curvy, there's always Miss Midvale. A little on the hefty side for me. Personally, I like Miss Vernon County in the strapless white two-piece.
And they all lost.
Kind of breaks your heart, don't it?
The one they've chosen with the ribbon and the crown.
Miss Wanda Bertolini from Stockton, California.
A little long in the tooth, isn't she?
39 if she's a day. Freckles, frizzy hair, the whole bit.
And yet, she's won against all those beauties.
There ain't no accounting for taste.
Perhaps the competition was rigged.
Yes. But why?
Your Majesty, my compliments to the judges. I don't blame them. They think you're the prettiest one of all. Wear it with pride, but tell me something, Your Majesty. What's wrong with you? I mean, you can't even move a muscle, like everybody else in this crazy asteroid. Answer me. Go on. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Answer me.
Easy, Pete.
Ah, you can have it. Everything about this place is nuts.
Where are you going? Wait! Now, Pete, don't let it get to you. None of us knows what's going on. But until we figure it out...
I'm sorry, all right? But you know how long we've been on that ship? Now we sit down and what do we find?
We all feel the same way.
Sure we do. But it's like somebody's trying to trick us into something or drive us batty. Something that doesn't even think like us. But it's got our number. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you.
You've got to pull yourself together.
I'm pulling, all right? But if we just had some idea, some clue about what the deal is here in this crummy place.
How are you fixed for ideas, Carl?
I don't really have a theory yet. Of course, it's highly improbable, but...
So is the fact that we're here. Come on. Any theory is better than none.
Well, I've begun to think that all of this... it just might be some sort of museum.
Come again, Professor?
We're millions of miles from Earth. It's possible that the inhabitants of this planet, whoever they are or were, developed a very advanced technology. Let's say they had a super powerful scanning device based on some new principle. Over the years, they observed Earth and decided to build replicas of what they observed. Perhaps they even took specimens to use as models.
That would explain the accounts of alien abductions.
If that's true, where are these inhabitants now?
Gone, perhaps, having moved on and left all this behind.
They could be in hiding.
Then we better explore the rest of it. Or as much as we can in one day.
At least they had taste. Take the residential street we're on now. It's right out of the late 19th century. Old-growth trees, Victorian houses.
Why this era?
Why any of it? It must have interested them. Though for what practical purpose, I can't imagine.
Maybe just to please themselves. This is the way it was on Earth a few centuries ago. I've seen pictures, the streets, the houses, everything laid out so peacefully.
You guys like it here?
I would, if I knew it was real. If I could be sure it wasn't all going to vanish in a puff of pink smoke.
It's an okay place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live here.
Well, you better get used to it. This is going to be home for a while.
Charming.
Which one?
The largest house, there across the street.
Well, that one's a mansion.
Isn't it lovely? Think of the freedom, the space to move about.
You want it, it's yours.
Yes. That's true, isn't it?
Why not? I don't think anyone will mind, least of all the old fella in the chair on the porch.
Another stiff.
It's actually quite realistic, the way they've got him sitting there reading the paper. What's the date on the front page?
Hey there, old-timer. You don't care if we look around, do you? Check out the inside.
Not at all, gentlemen. You are most welcome.
Jeez Louise! He talks!
Forgive us, sir.
You all look as though you've seen a ghost.
We assumed that you were like the others.
Oh, no.
I'm Captain Weber.
The name is Wickwire. Jeremy Wickwire.
Ah, our pleasure. Peter Kirby, my navigator.
Hi.
Carl Myers.
How do you do?
Can't believe you're real.
Isn't everybody?
We used to think so.
Not around here.
Oh, the others are nothing to be afraid of. Really, they're not.
We have so many questions. I don't know where to start.
We can talk inside. Some tea, perhaps. Please, gentlemen, won't you come in? One lump or two?
Oh, don't go to any trouble. It's better than what we're used to. Believe me.
I don't know about you, Captain, but I must have my tea this time of day. I wouldn't feel complete without it.
Oh, it tastes great. Nice and hot. Beats the heck out of that tang.
I'll say. A remarkable collection of artifacts you have here.
Artifacts?
The oriental rugs, the tapestries, all this furniture. I've never seen anything to compare.
It provides a certain level of comfort.
Must have cost you a fortune.
Oh, not me personally. We had it built for a Mr. Let me see, Jenkinson, I believe it was.
You mean the pieces aren't antiques?
Oh, heavens no. They were made to the client's specifications. At the last moment, however, he changed his mind, decided he really wanted to be a knight in shining armor. So now he's over in the medieval section, slaying a dragon.
Then there's more that we haven't seen.
Dear me, yes, we have many sections. Rome, Egypt, the Wild West. But the one we're in right now is very popular. It represents a period when creature comforts were most abundant, before peace in the world became impossible.
By the world, you mean?
Earth.
Mr.
Wickwire.
I don't know where to begin. You see, we are from Earth.
Yes, of course.
We were on a routine geological flight in search of ore to be mined. We ran into a meteor storm and, it knocked out some of our equipment and put us off course. That was 6 months ago.
Really? That long?
Feels a lot longer, believe me.
Please, go on.
We saw this asteroid and landed as well as we could. But there's no more fuel. We're going to have to stay here until we can repair the communications module and signal for help.
They'll think our ship was destroyed without an SOS beacon.
I see. Then you're not from the Glades.
The what?
I've been expecting them. I'm due for a delivery.
From Earth?
May I ask a question about the Earth? Did they, by any chance, have that atomic war?
Not as such. A cluster of smaller wars almost simultaneously.
Most of the Earth's surface was destroyed. We're still picking up the pieces.
Oh, dear me. That is bad news. More tea, gentlemen.
Mr. Wickwire, explain some things to us before we go out of our minds.
Certainly, but you do look hungry.
You can say that again.
Let me fix us a light lunch first, Then we'll talk.
No, Mr. Wickmeyer. Explain some things to us before we go out of our minds.
If you like.
Where are we?
Why, you're in a memorial park.
A memorial?
More commonly known as a cemetery. Didn't you know? Please, make yourselves at home. I'll be back in no time.
Did he say cemetery?
Well, at least we know more than we did.
You act like nothing's happened.
Nothing has happened yet.
Just give it time.
What would you suggest we do?
I'd suggest that you...
Settle down, fellas. Getting upset isn't going to help.
Help who? There isn't anybody to help us. That old man's off his rocker. This place is some kind of loony bin.
Shut up and sit down.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I don't like it. We're sitting around having tea, and we don't even know where we are.
It doesn't make any difference where we are. This is where we're going to stay until we can send a distress signal. Unless he happens to have some rocket fuel and a tail fin assembly lying around. So for now, all we can do is make the best of it.
Yeah, we don't have to like it, do we?
Be patient. Everything will be explained, I'm sure.
You mean you trust that guy?
A little more trust might have saved our world, Pete.
I say something about him is screwy. What's he so happy and well-adjusted about?
Well, look at the way he lives. He's got everything he wants, even if it is a reproduction.
Quiet. Here he comes.
I've brought some sandwiches and a bottle of wine. I trust we'll make quick work of it.
You can say that again. I haven't had a drink in I don't know how long.
And after that, coffee. It's brewing now. Meanwhile, a glass for each of us. Do you mind if I pour?
Very kind of you, Mr. Wickwire.
May I propose a toast?
Please.
To peace, my friends. Eternal, everlasting peace.
I'll drink to that.
We all will.
Excellent wine.
Glad you like it. This is a special occasion. I thought it was worth opening a bottle.
Liebfraumilch, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Wickwire, we're still a bit confused. You said we were in a cemetery. What did you mean?
Mean?
Yeah, why would there be a cemetery here?
Perhaps you could elaborate.
Certainly. But before I explain the details, you must give me some information.
If you like.
If your dearest wish could be granted, what would it be?
I'm not sure I understand.
What would you like to be doing most? Where would you choose to be right now?
That's easy. Back on the ship, headed for home.
And you, Captain?
I'll go along with that.
So will I.
Splendid. Oh, one other thing. When you left Earth, what was the date?
September?
No. The year.
2280.
Really? 2280? When you arrived, I thought you were the men from Happy Glades, but you couldn't be.
We're still not following you. What's Happy Glades?
The world's greatest mortuary. At least, it used to be. The management hit upon this scheme as a service to the few who could afford it.
The scheme being...
Why, this little asteroid. Moriarty bought it and paid well to keep it off the maps.
For what reason?
Simple, really. You see, the plan was to recreate conditions in which the dearly departed would be most happy. A favorite setting, a desired event. For example, if one had always wanted to be elected mayor, he'd achieve his ambition here for all eternity.
So those people outside, they're all...
Oh, not all of them. Just the select few. The rest are imitations. Simulacra, we call them, for effect.
In other words, this is the place where your dreams come true after you've stopped dreaming.
Yes, that might be a way of putting it. Very good.
But a cemetery in the middle of space? Your boss, Moriarty, he could have bought a piece of property anywhere in the desert, say, away from everything.
Oh, no. You don't understand at all. Happy Glades promises Eternal peace. Everlasting peace. You couldn't have that on Earth, now could you? Especially with the wars you've described.
He has a point.
Let's finish the wine, shall we? It doesn't keep well once it's opened.
Thank you.
Cheers. Would you like some music?
What kind?
A somewhat limited repertoire, but there are all kinds of pieces for the player piano, popular, classical.
Classical might be nice.
Ah, yes. Something soothing to fit the mood. Mozart or Brahms.
A good choice.
I thought so. Drink up, gentlemen, before I bring the coffee. Unless you'd like something more to eat. I have some tea cakes in the kitchen.
What about you?
Me?
Yes. How do you fit in?
Why, I'm the caretaker. It's my job to make sure that our guests are not disturbed.
This mortuary, or whatever it is, when was it built?
Let me see. The year was 2177, I believe.
It's almost 100 years ago. That makes you a little on the elderly side, doesn't it, Mr. Wickwire?
Oh, you force me to an embarrassing admission. You see, I'm not actually human. When you're gone, I'll go back to sleep, as it were, until I'm needed again. I go on and off, like a machine. You understand now?
Sure. Nothing complicated about that. He goes on and off.
I've apparently been turned off for several decades.
One thing, Mr. Wickwire, we're not going anywhere. We can't. We're staying here, at least for the time being.
Yes, I know.
You said something about when we're gone.
Oh, a figure of speech, Captain. I meant departed. Gone on, as it were.
Jim, you know what he's saying.
What's the matter, Carl? You're pale. And you're perspiring. What in the...
Something wrong with the wine. The old man. He didn't drink any of his.
You're right. Why? Why didn't you, Wickwire?
I told you not to trust him. I told you. Oh, he's poisoned us.
We meant you no harm.
I realize that, and I'm sorry. Truly I am.
Give us the antidote. Give us the antidote.
There is no antidote, Captain. Even now, the eternifying fluid is coursing through your veins. It won't be painful, I assure you.
Oh, please. You've got to stop it.
Oh, my dear friends, can't you understand? I have no control in these matters. I'm only a machine.
But why? Why us?
Because you're here and you're men. And while there are men, there can be no peace. Surely you've seen ample evidence of that on Earth.
What are you going to do with us?
There are several possibilities, but as you said, your preference is to be on your ship. So be it. I'll move you there and arrange you in your natural habitat. And every day for a while I'll come by and check on the display, your poses, the instruments and other details, and I'll touch them up if need be with a feather duster so that the scene is absolutely perfect before I retire to this house and turn myself off until the next ship arrives. I trust it will be a dream come true for you. It will. Won't it?
For the love of God, Wickwire. For the love of God.
You'll excuse me now, but I must make ready. Oh, and gentlemen, I do most sincerely wish that you rest in peace.
Captain. Goodbye, Captain.
Easy, easy,
fight it. It'll only work faster.
Bill, I'm scared.
Try not to be beat. I'll be with you. Be back on the ship soon. For all eternity. See you over there.
Captain Weber, his navigator Kirby, and Meyer, the geologist, on their last voyage. And now, at their journey's end. All agreed what they wanted most was to be aboard their ship, ready to head home. Now they will have that wish forever. Unfortunately, it's a wish that can only come true in the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Blasted alarm. Let me sleep. Oh, all right, I hear you.
It's 7:01 on a beautiful spring morning.
What's so beautiful about it?
And this is Mike Munn, here with some more sunshine music on your favorite listening station, Radio K-Rand.
Oh, you shut up.
So, whether you're on the way to work or just waking up, relax. We'll be with you all day long, bringing you melodic masterpieces around the clock.
Off, I say. I did not set this radio to go on at all.
And before we start another set of timeless hits, here's a special message for one of our favorite listeners, Bartlett Finchley.
What?
Mr. Finchley, we know you're out there, so put on a happy face. Take some time to smell the coffee, and remember, we love you madly, but we'd love you even more if you'd get out. Nobody wants you here, so you may as well pack up and get out now.
We'll see about that. Of all the outrageous gall. Operator, get me K-Rant. Yes, the radio station. No, I don't know the number. Kindly dial it for me, if you can spare a moment from your crossword puzzle.
K-Rand, how may I direct your call?
Connect me with Mike Munn.
I beg your pardon?
Munn, your asinine disc jockey.
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here by that name.
Of course there is. I just heard him on the radio. He took it upon himself to broadcast a personal insult directly and specifically aimed at me.
We play all music all the time, sir.
Do you know who you're speaking to? This is Bartlett Finchley.
Yes, Mr. Finchley?
And I will not be addressed in such a manner, on or off the air.
Of course not, sir. Which manner?
I'm sure you know full well what I'm talking about. The airwaves are licensed by the Federal Communications Commission, and they are not to be used for personal messages. I'm sure the FCC will be most interested in these blatant violations. They'll pull your license so fast it'll make your empty head spin like a top.
But we don't have disc jockeys. We don't broadcast any messages at all. Only beautiful music 24 hours a day. Plus commercials, of course.
Let me speak to your station manager.
Yes, sir. Please hold.
And don't you dare place me on hold, you high school dropout. Oh, for the love of... I don't have time for this nonsense. I will not have it. I'll write a blistering letter to the FCC that will knock this rinky-dink station off the air.
Hello?
I want to file a complaint. A very, very serious complaint about your broadcasting policies.
Come off it, Finchley.
What did you say?
Get off your high horse and give it a rest. Or you're out of here.
You low-life nincompoop. How dare you address me in that fashion? I'll have you fired on the spot. What is your name, you cretinous subhuman? Don't you hang up on me! Hello? Hello? Hello?
This is Mr. Bartlett Finchley, age 42, a practicing sophisticate and dedicated misanthrope who writes very special and very precious things for gourmet magazines, critical journals, and the like. He's a bachelor and a recluse with few friends, only devotees and adherents to the cause of tart sophistry. He has no interest save whatever current annoyances he can find to occupy his mind. He has no purpose to his life, except the formulation of day-to-day opportunities to vent his wrath on the mechanical contrivances of an age he abhors. In short, Mr. Bartlett Finchley is a malcontent, born either too late or too early in history, and who in just a moment will enter a realm where muscles and the will to fight back are not limited to human beings. Next stop for Mr. Bartlett Finchley, the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, A Thing About Machines, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
How are you today, Mr. Finchley?
I'll answer that burning question after you tell me what's wrong with this electronic abomination in my living room.
You mean your TV set?
And also acquaint me with how much your current larceny is going to cost me.
Well, let's see here. 2 hours labor, new circuit board, new oscillator, new comb filter.
How very technical and how very nice. Speak English, man.
Well, you asked me what was wrong.
Never mind the subterfuge. I presume I'm to be dunned once again for 3 times the worth of the bloody thing.
Well, I didn't charge you for my travel time.
The total. What is the total?
Here you go, Finchley.
Oh, surely you jest.
All right. I'll give you a break on the sales tax, seeing as how you're a regular.
But this is the price of a meal in a 4-star restaurant, with wine.
Labor don't come cheap nowadays.
And neither, apparently, does my peace of mind. I requested that the device be restored to working order, the alternative being more disruptions to my writing schedule.
Well, you could just get a new one every time. Might be easier all around. Last time I was here, Mr. Finchley, you'd kicked your foot through the picture tube, remember?
I have a vivid recollection. It was not working properly, like every other electronic contraption in this house. I tried to rehabilitate it.
By wrecking it?
After a certain point, that is the only option left. I disposed of a clock radio in a similar manner this morning. Unfortunately, I must view a cooking program this evening in order to write my review of their fare, which I'm sure will be abysmal as usual, if the television should choose to operate at all.
Why don't you just horsewhip it, Mr. Finchley? That'd show it who's boss.
What do you say we cease the small talk? Let's get down to the petty larceny and be done with it.
I'll put it on your tab. Send me a check before I come out the next time.
I sometimes wonder exactly what is the purpose of the Better Business Bureau in such transactions.
You got a complaint about my work?
When they allow you itinerant extortionists to come back week after week, move wires around, busily probe with ham-like hands, and accomplish nothing but the financial ruin of every customer on your route.
We're not a jip outfit, Mr. Finchley. We're legitimate repairmen. But I'll tell you something about yourself.
Spare me, please. I'm sure there must be some malnutrition analyst with an aging mother to care for whom I can contact for that purpose.
Why don't you hear me out, Mr. Finchley? That set doesn't work because you obviously got back there and yanked out wires and heaven knows what else. You had me over here last month to fix your tape recorder because you'd thrown it down the steps.
It did not work properly.
Well, that's the point, Mr. Finchley. Why don't they work properly? Offhand, I'd say it's because you don't treat them properly.
I assume there's no charge for that bit of analysis.
What does go wrong with these things, Mr. Finchley? Have any idea?
Have I any idea? Now that's worth a scholarly 10 lines in your repairman's journal. Bilk the customer, but let him do the diagnosis.
Well, the reason I ask that is because whatever it is that really bothers you about that television set and the radio and all the rest, it's something you're not telling me.
Aside from being a rather incompetent clod, you're a most unreceptive listener. I've explained to you already. The television set simply did not work properly. And as for that original Marconi operating under the guise of a radio, it gave me nothing but static.
You sure that was all that was wrong with them?
I choose my words very precisely, thank you.
Well, there you go. TV's okay again, for now. I'll send you a complete bill, Mr. Finchley.
Of this I have no doubt.
Finchley, what is it with you, anyway?
With me?
Well, with you and machines, that is. Any type of machine, as far as I can tell. Just curious. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. If it's something personal.
I will file that idiotic question in my memorabilia, to be referred to at some future date when I write my memoirs. You will fill one entire chapter. The most forgettable person I have ever met. It just so happens, you boob. It just so happens that every machine in this house refuses to cooperate, on any level. They behave as if... There! You see what I mean? Enough! I said that will be just about enough of that. Stop! 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 Please! Miss Rogers?
Yes, Mr. Finchley?
Let me see the pages.
Yes, sir.
Is that all you've done?
That's all I've done. 2 articles and 1 column, almost completely retyped, 40 pages in 3.5 hours. That's the best I can do, Mr. Finchley.
It's that idiotic gadget of yours, humming and clicking away. I suppose it's about to break down, too.
It's perfectly fine for a typewriter if you'd let me use a word processor.
My words don't need processing. They've already been diced and sliced by the most perfect processor known to man, the human brain, which in my case comes with a great deal of priceless expertise.
But a computer would increase the speed. I wouldn't have to worry about ribbons, correction tape.
The solution to that, Miss Rogers, is increased accuracy.
I'm extremely accurate, Mr. Finchley, and it's not my speed that's the problem. This is an old-fashioned, out-of-date technology. If you'd allow me to bring a computer in here...
Oh, no! Not in my house. More unnecessary bells and whistles. Thomas Jefferson wrote out the preamble to the Constitution of the United States with an inkpot and a feather quill. It took him only half a day.
Then why don't you hire Mr. Jefferson?
Did I ever tell you with what degree of distaste I view insubordination?
Oh, yes, many times, often and endlessly.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? I'll tell you what, Mr. Finchley. From now on, you can get yourself another girl. Somebody with 3 arms and roughly the same sensitivity as an alligator. Then the two of you can work together till death do you part. As for me, I've had it.
And you are going where?
Where? I think I might take in Bermuda for a couple of weeks, or Mexico, or maybe a quiet sanitarium on the banks of the Hudson.
Now, Miss Rogers.
Any place where I can be as far away as possible from the highly articulate, oh so sophisticated bon vivant of America's winers and diners, Mr. Bartlett Finchley.
Miss Rogers, you don't mean that. And surely you're not serious.
You've even got me talking like you. But I'll tell you what you won't get me to do. You won't turn me into a female Finchley with a pinched, scornful little heart and a mean, petty, yellow-jaundiced view of everybody else in the world.
Miss Rogers, please. Please don't leave.
I beg your pardon?
I wish you'd reconsider.
Speak up. I can't hear you.
I wish you'd stay for a little bit longer.
You what?
I don't mean the work. All that can wait.
Then why?
I was just thinking... Well, we might have dinner.
You're not serious.
Or something, perhaps a cocktail.
You are serious.
I am.
I'm not very hungry, and it's too early for cocktails. What's your trouble, Mr. Finchley?
You sound like a half-hearted orphan whose idea of a lark is a square dance at the local grange. I'm merely suggesting to you, Miss Rogers, that we observe the simple social amenities between an employer and a secretary. I thought we'd go out, even take in a show or something.
How very sweet, Mr. Finchley. Thank you, but no, thank you. Tonight I'm taking a hog-calling lesson. You know what a hog is, don't you, Mr. Finchley? He's a terribly bright fathead who writes for gourmet magazines and condescends to let a few other slobs exist in the world just to take his rudeness and run back and forth at his beck and call. Good day, Mr. Finchley.
Miss Rogers, before you go, have a cup of coffee or anything at all. If you must know, I'd like very much not to be alone for a while.
Are you ill?
No, not as such.
Then what's the trouble?
Does there have to be trouble because I'm desperately tired. I've hardly slept for 4 nights. And the very thought of being alone now, well, frankly, it's intolerable. Things have been happening, Miss Rogers. Very odd things.
Go on.
That TV set in the corner. It goes on late at night. Just goes on all by itself.
I see you got it fixed.
And the clock radio I kept in my bedroom, it went on and off, too, of its own accord, whenever I tried to catch up on my sleep. I'll let you in on a little secret. There's a conspiracy afoot in this house, Miss Rogers.
Really, Mr. Finchley?
That's exactly what it is. A conspiracy. The television set, the radio, electrical devices of every sort. That miserable car I drive. Even the clock on the mantelpiece.
There's no clock on the mantel.
I know. I threw it away.
Why would you do that?
What I'm getting at, Miss Rogers, is that for as long as I've lived, I've never been able to satisfactorily operate machines.
Mr. Finchley, I think you ought to see a doctor.
A doctor? Oh, the universal panacea of dreamless idiots. If you're depressed, see a doctor. If you're happy, see a doctor. If the mortgage is too high and the salary too low, see a doctor. You, Miss Rogers, you see a doctor. I am a logical, rational, intelligent man. I know what I see. I know what I hear. And for the past 3 months, I've been sharing this house with a collection of wheezy Frankenstein monsters whose whole purpose is to destroy me. Now, what do you think of that?
I think you're terribly ill. I think you need medical attention.
You obviously haven't heard a word I've said.
I think you've got a very bad case of nerves from lack of sleep.
By no choice of my own, I assure you.
And I think that way down deep, you yourself realize that these things are nothing more than delusions.
Now I know what you really think of me. That I'm to be pitied. That I'm a poor wretch, not in my right mind, that...
Think what you like.
Now where are you going?
You don't need company, Mr. Finchley. You need analysis.
You're no better than a cogwheel robotic machine yourself. You haven't an iota of compassion or sympathy.
Mr. Finchley, please, let go of my arm.
I'll let you go when I get good and ready to let you go.
Mr. Finchley, let's not make an ugly scene here. Now, come on, let me go. Mr. Finchley, let go of me!
Get out of here, and don't come back!
With distinct pleasure and manifest relief.
Don't ever come back. I'll send you your check. I will not be intimidated by machines, so it follows that no empty-headed little secretary with a mechanical expression is going to get away with anything either.
Mr. Finchley, in this conspiracy you're suffering, this mortal combat between you and the appliances, I hope you get licked.
Good riddance! What? More typewriting? Oh, you think you'll turn yourself on any time you feel like it, do you? Let's see what you've written. Get out of here, Finchley. Get out of here, Finchley? Who are you to tell me to get out of my own house? You're a machine, a silly machine, an inanimate object. All right, that's it. This is war. You're not going to intimidate me. Did you hear what I said? You're not going to get away with it, you machines.
Nice day, huh?
Define your terms.
I was only making conversation, Mr. Finchley.
Just see to it that this elevator takes me all the way to my destination without a mishap.
19th floor.
I'm surprised I got here in one piece.
Pardon, sir?
No matter. You wouldn't understand. You couldn't, since you choose to collaborate with these infernal contraptions all day long.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Finchley.
Is it?
I just meant...
I know what you meant. The warm, languid weather outside, fluffy white clouds scudding across a pale blue sky. The sort of day when a young woman's thoughts turn to romantic mush. Disgusting.
Mr. Finchley, I assure you
Well, I'll have none of it. Do you hear?
Excuse me. Editorial department.
Ah, another telephone. Mr. Alexander Graham Bell's most loathsome invention. It undoubtedly knows my whereabouts at all times.
Please hold. Mr. Finchley, did you want to see the editor?
No need. I simply wish to drop off my manuscripts for the next issue, the reviews and the personal opinion column. Oh, and kindly note, the final pages are handwritten this time.
Oh, did your computer crash?
By no means. My typewriting apparatus is in the shop. Actually, I prefer this method. It allows me to make last-minute revisions directly from my hand to your eye, as it were.
I'll tell them it's here.
Then I shall take my leave. Out into the blinding white heat of the cruelest month.
Reflux Publications? Iron Gourmet Magazine? Just a moment, please.
You there! Why are you touching my automobile?
I'm writing you a citation, sir.
For what reason?
Overtime parking.
What?
The meter ran out.
That's impossible.
You can mail in the fine or pay in person.
There's something wrong with the meter. Surely you can see that.
I see a red flag. That's a violation.
But I deposited the correct coins.
Maybe you did. Just not enough, that's all.
On the contrary, I've been gone for 13 minutes. I inserted coinage worth exactly 30 minutes.
Well, it doesn't look like it.
Then the meter's not working properly.
Take it easy. You don't want to break city property now, do you?
It's already broken. Definitely and absolutely. It runs too fast. Any fool can see that it did not register a full 30 minutes after swallowing my money.
If you want to contest it, court hours are 8 to 5, plus night court on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
This is a gross miscarriage of justice.
I'm just doing my job, mister. Here's your citation. Have a nice day.
One more mechanical abomination designed to make my life a living hell. One side, madam. You, sir. Move your vehicle out of my way.
Watch it, Mac.
Watch what exactly, you imbecile? This is my lane.
Park it, Pops.
Of all the insolent.
Get that rattle trap off the road.
Stand aside. Bartlett Finchley is at the wheel. I earned my first driving license while that bully was still in kindergarten. The barbarians are at the gates. Yet another red light, waiting for some mother and her toddler to cross the street. Oh, look at them, stuffed to bursting on cheeseburgers.
What's wrong with you? Are you blind?
I did nothing. Simply placed my foot on the brake pedal.
On the gas, you mean?
The car moved forward under its own power.
Yeah, sure. You trying to kill somebody?
I saw the whole thing. He did try to kill you.
On the contrary, the motor car obviously malfunctioned.
We're in a crosswalk here.
Get his license number.
You do that. The light is now green. Do I have your permission to proceed?
Get that piece of crap out of here.
Gladly. Pardon me, attendant. If I may be so bold.
Yeah?
When will you be finished with the repairs?
On the old four-door?
Soon, I trust. You've had more than enough time.
Right. It's parked over there.
Ah, my congratulations. And now for the bad news. What is this going to cost me?
Nothing.
For a brake overhaul? You mean no charge for the labor? I'll consider that a professional courtesy.
I mean no charge, period.
So you haven't completed the work? My good man, I can't wait around this gas station all day.
There's nothing wrong with it. I checked the brakes, transmission, the works. It's an oldie, but there ain't nothing wrong with that car.
Nothing?
She's a classic. You know, you could sell that baby for good money if you want.
But I distinctly felt the machine roll forward under its own volition.
All the same, it's working perfect. Real cherry set of wheels you got there. I know a collector looking for something like that. I'll give you, say, $900.
$900? The hubcaps cost more than that.
Okay, $1,000.
Give me the keys.
If you say so. Here you go, Mr. Finchley. But she's not gonna last forever, you know. You ought to get back what you put into it. Buy yourself a nice new car. If you can hang on a minute, I'll call the guy.
And waste even more of my precious time? Good day.
Wait up!
Ah, now you deduce what's wrong, as I'm about to drive away.
$1,100. Cash on the barrelhead.
Oh, go tighten your fan belts or whatever it is you do in this incompetent establishment. Knuckle-dragging dolt. At least I can hear some decent music.
Get out of here, Finchley.
More abuse.
Just go, Finchley. We don't want you here. Pack up and get out. Before it's too late.
Miss Moore, please? Oh, is that you, Agatha? Bartlett Finchley here. Yes, my dear, it has been a long time. Too long. Which indeed prompts this call. How about, dinner this evening? Yes, with yours truly. Why, at the restaurant of your choosing, of course. Oh, no, you're quite mistaken. There are establishments that meet my standards. In this city, well, I'm sure there are. Well, it is short notice, But yes, I see. Some other time, then? I'll call you again. You have my pledge on it. Not at all. And good evening to you. Mrs. Donnelly, please. Pauline, is that you? Oh, and how's my favorite young widow this evening? Bartlett. Bartlett Finchley. You remember? Yes. I'm tip-top. And you? Splendid. Say, listen, Pauline, I was wondering, sort of spur of the moment and all that, but oh... I see. Yes, perfectly. That's quite all right. No, I hadn't heard the good news. Well, I'm delighted for you. Truly delighted. In June. I'll send you a wedding gift. Of course. Good night. It's the telephone. I'm sure of it. Distorting my voice, twisting my words. What other explanation is there? An army of forces dedicated to embarrassing me, inconveniencing me, and generally making my life as miserable as possible. How much longer, may I ask?
The phone's all fixed, Mr. Finchley. One in the bedroom, too.
So you say?
Yeah, she's operating all right now. Had to replace a handset, though. Shouldn't give you any more trouble.
I'm deeply indebted. Convey my best to Mr. Bell for his reliable invention.
Yeah, sure.
Is there something else?
Well, you tripped over the cord. Is that what you said?
If that's what I said, you may rest assured that's what happened.
Well, you're the boss, Mr. Finchley. Reason I asked, though, those wires sure looked like they were yanked out.
Do they now? Proving what a vast storehouse of knowledge the phone company has yet to acquire.
Okay. So long, then. Have a nice night.
I shall certainly endeavor to do so.
One thing.
Yes?
The thing about phones, though?
What?
Well, you see, they're just like any other piece of electronics. You have to be careful. Treat them right. Because if you don't, they won't do what you want. Kind of like people, I guess. Kick them to the curb, and they won't be there when you need them. You get back what you give out. But, well, I figure you know that already, don't you, Mr. Finchley? A smart man like you.
Good night. So be it. Another evening alone. Just as well. At least this way I'll have the company of a person of quality.
And welcome once again to Dinner for One on the Eating Channel. Tonight we prepare a bright and breezy repast guaranteed to liven up any kitchen.
Oh, spare me.
3 new and exotic courses imported from jolly old England. For appetizers, a wonderful discovery called the Scotch egg, followed by an exquisite cold watercress sandwich. And the traditional pièce de résistance, bangers and mash. Sound excited? Well, it is. So sit back and enjoy and keep a pencil and paper handy. Now for something completely different.
Balderdash, not worthy of a review. Cretins and half-wits at every turn. Well, who needs you? Who needs any of you? Mr. Bartlett Finchley is going out on the town. He's going to have a wonderful evening with some good wine, and who knows what lovely lady I may meet during my nocturnal meanderings. Who knows indeed? Dinner jacket, white shirt, and the red cravat. No, the blue. Or perhaps the polka dots. Yes. This will do. Now, for a quick shave before dressing. Who do I see in the mirror there? Who can that attractive man be? Don't tell me. It's Bartlett Finchley. Good features. Strong chin. Bred from quality stock. All I need to do is whisk off the stubble. Ow! Bit me. The shaver actually bit me. I'm bleeding. Get away, you filthy bugger. Finchley. Who's there? Finchley. Look in the mirror. What do you really see? Huh? Who's speaking? Take a good look. You're ugly, Finchley. That's not my face. It can't be. An ugly, dried-up old man. Do yourself a favor. Do us all a favor. Use a straight razor. Stop speaking at once. You have no right. Hello, operator. Get me the police. Someone's in my house. Hello? Hello?
Finchley, get out of here.
Stop this!
You Finchley?
Oh, thank God you're here, officer.
At your car?
What?
The car in the street.
Yes, it is. What about it?
She rolled down the driveway, almost hit a kid on a bike.
Yeah, my son.
But the brake was on.
The emergency brake? You better get it fixed.
I just did this afternoon.
Don't you believe him, officer?
Car rolled right down the driveway and into the street. You're lucky it didn't hit somebody. Then you'd really be in hot water. Got the keys?
They're in the other room.
Better get them then. Might want to put on some clothes while you're at it.
Look at him standing there in his underwear.
I have a robe on, madam.
Some robe?
It's called a dressing gown.
And tie it shut. I'll write you up for indecent exposure, too.
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, fella, you better pull her back in the garage. I'll give you a warning this time. Have those brakes checked first thing in the morning, understand?
Perfectly. There is another matter I'd like to discuss with you, officer, now that you're here.
And what's all the noise in his house? He's always throwing stuff, yelling at the top of his lungs.
That true?
No, I fell, that's all. Tripped and fell on the stairs.
That why your face is bleeding?
Precisely.
What's the other matter?
Matter?
You said you have something to discuss.
It's difficult to explain. You wouldn't understand.
Eating then, Mr. Finchley.
So is he gonna move his car or what?
In one moment, madam. For now, you may remain on my property until I return with the keys. At that time, I should like you to be out of my yard. Otherwise, I shall solicit the aid of this gendarme to forcibly eject you. Idiots! I need a drink. Perhaps one more. That's better. But if the car can't be trusted, how can I go out this evening? I'm a prisoner in this madhouse. Miss Rogers? Edith? Is that you? Yes, of course. You had second thoughts, and now you've come back. Where are you? But if you're not here, then who's typing? Get out of here, Finchley. Get out of here, Finchley. Is that all you can write, you infernal machine? Who turned you on?
Get out of here, Finchley. Get out of here, Finchley.
No. You get out of my television set. What's that? The clock. I smashed it this afternoon. Smashed it to smithereens. And you. I destroyed you too. Oh, you won't get me. You won't get me. I won't let you. Help me, please. Someone. It's Bartlett Finchley, your neighbor. Let me in.
It's that crazy man again. Don't let him in, Mom. He tried to kill me.
I didn't. The car did. Don't you understand? Open your door.
You get away from here.
You can't follow me. You're only a car. My car. Stop. There's no one at the wheel. You must stop. I demand it. Back to my house. Then it can't follow me to the house. Locked. Wait. I have the keys after all. It can't get in here. I'm safe now. Safe. Where's the light switch? Burned out. Just as well. I'll hide here in the dark until the car goes away. Yes, that's it.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Finchley. Now!
Away! I'll sneak away. Go somewhere, anywhere out of this town, far, far away. What? Those lights. Blinding. I can't see a thing.
I have your 1019 on Woodlawn Drive. What is the status?
Cancel that call for backup. Paramedics have arrived, waiting their decision.
Do you have a positive ID?
Finchley, first name B for Bartlett. Stand by, 10-4.
That man.
He was running in his bathroom.
Never saw anything like it.
What's his condition?
Flatline. He's gone.
I'll put him down as DOA your arrival. Heart attack?
That's what it looks like. What happened here, you know?
Neighbors said they heard him shouting about something last night. He sounded scared.
What about?
Yeah, whatever it was, he took it with him.
Was he out here?
Right here on the porch, slumped down against the door, eyes wide open like he saw a ghost. I figure he's on his way to his car.
Which one?
At the curb. Never got to move it like I told him.
He must have been drunk. You can smell it on him.
Good thing he forgot his car keys or he might have done some real damage.
Yeah, not now, though. Poor old guy.
He was a royal pain, let me tell you. That's all over now.
Maybe he did see something. Who knows?
Maybe so.
Yes, maybe so. It could just be that Mr. Bartlett Finchley succumbed to a simple heart attack and a set of delusions that were self-generated. It could just be that he was tormented beyond the breaking point by an imagination as sharp as his wit and as pointed as his dislikes. But as reported by those in attendance, this is one explanation that has definitely left the premises with the deceased. For now, look for it filed under M for machines in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after these words.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Thing About Machines, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Peggy Roeder, Rich Komanek, Turk Muller, Guy Burrill, Larissa Borkowski, Irene Olson, Heath Corson, Lynn Foley, Natalia Reed, and Peter DeVito. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Don Longo, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Now then, to begin.
Recording.
Act 2, Scene 1. We open on a wide valley, the Alps in the background, as a ragtag army of men in brass helmets descend, followed by a bunch of elephants. In the foreground is their leader, Hannibal. Make that a herd of elephants. No, strike that. A thundering herd of elephants. Next shot. I need a drink. I say, I need... Oh. Yes?
Greg?
You have reached the home of Gregory West. At the tone,
Cut it
please
out,
leave...
West. I know you're there. For one thing, you don't have an answering machine. For another, I can hear you sweating.
Hello, Sammy.
You know what day it is? It's Monday. You were supposed to have the script on my desk this afternoon.
Oh, that, yes. My typist is running a little behind schedule.
Your typist?
Well, you know I don't use a typewriter.
So get a word processor or a laptop.
Never. Dictation is the only way. Helps me get the dialogue right.
What's her number?
Who?
Your typist. I'll send a messenger.
Not until I have a chance to look it over. Make any last-minute corrections.
The network wants pages, Greg. They don't have to be perfect.
Just give me a couple of more days.
I can't stall them much longer. They want to shoot Hannibal's animals in the spring.
They doubt me?
They doubt their own grandmother if they had her under contract. They've got a lot riding on this.
Well, you tell them I'm not some Hollywood hack. I'm a legitimate writer. They're lucky to have my services.
And you're lucky to have a six-figure deal. This isn't Broadway, it's TV. And you've got a mortgage to pay off.
I'm aware of that, Sammy. Oh, I shouldn't have answered the phone. The one time I do, is it Harold Prince? Is it the Theatre Guild? No, it's my agent with dialogue out of a Bud Schulberg novel.
Bud who?
Look, the script will be ready when it's ready. Do they want it fast or do they want it good? Ask them that, would you please?
They want it tomorrow. That's what they want. I'm telling
Bye,
you.
Sammy. We'll talk in the morning. Oh, my. Now I do need that drink. Mary? Did you hear what I said?
Yes, darling?
Ah, there you are. I was wondering...
Scotch and water?
How did you guess?
I think I know you by now. Relax, Gregory. You deserve a break.
How right you are.
Sit on the couch. I'll massage your temples before you go back to work.
Ah, what a fine idea.
Is the drink all right?
Perfect. As always.
There. Now close your eyes. Doesn't that feel better?
I swear, Mary, you have, magic fingertips.
The least I can do for such a talented man. That brain of yours must get overheated, working hour after hour, morning till night.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, yes, you could. You're a genius with words.
I know. Oh, Mary, Mary.
Yes, Gregory?
Hold me.
It would be an honor. Who's that? Outside the window, I thought I saw...
No.
Gregory!
Not Victoria.
Gregory?
She can't be home yet.
Gregory! How dare you!
The home office of Mr. Gregory West, noted playwright, and now a resident of the Hollywood Hills. A quiet, thoughtful man, even a bit shy, and at the moment, very happy, despite the fact that he is over deadline. His latest project? A script assignment taken to ensure that his household remains secure, despite the occasional fickleness of drama critics. The other ingredients of that household? There's Mary, warm, affectionate, devoted, the ideal companion for someone who values peace of mind. And the final ingredient, Mrs. Gregory West. In a moment, she's going to learn the secret of her husband's success, a method of creative writing taught only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone, and our story, A World of His Own, starring Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Gregory! Oh!
Is she gone?
Yeah, for the moment. Are you cold?
What?
The air, it's chilly this evening.
It was.
Shall I light the fire?
Not if you're with me.
You're so lovely.
Oh, Gregory.
Don't worry just yet. Oh, Mary.
Gregory! Unlock this door immediately.
I'm sorry.
Greg, not again.
I have to, Mary.
But why?
You don't know what she's capable of.
I know you have a woman in there. Open up.
No, Greg.
What else can I do?
I warn you, Gregory.
Oh, my.
Are you so frightened of her?
She can make my life miserable if she chooses.
All right, then. If you must.
Do you hear me, Gregory? Are you deaf?
Be right there.
Don't think you can hide her from me.
What's that, dear?
Don't think you can let her out the window either. Gregory!
Ah, I thought that was you.
Where is she?
Who, my dear?
Not behind the drapes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Under the desk?
What are you going on about, Victoria?
You know perfectly well. I suppose you let her out the window.
But the window doesn't open, remember?
Then where?
Who?
You little worm, you know who. What have you done with her? Where did she go? Where?
Please, stop. My glasses.
A cozy fire. Your smoking jacket.
Oh, only because it's comfortable. You know I don't smoke.
Of course you don't. In order to smoke, you'd have to heat up. And you've never risen above room temperature.
Sit down. Let's talk this over.
Have you installed a secret door in here?
No, dear. The study's as it's always been, a place of seclusion for my work.
For your work. For monkey business, you mean? What are you doing?
I'm arranging my notes.
Notes? Those are tapes.
No, you know I prefer to dictate, dear.
I'm not your dear anymore, you libertine.
Who's a libertine?
You intend to stand there and deny it.
Deny what?
That you had a woman in here.
Victoria, I never meant
Liar. Cheat. Fraud.
Victoria!
If you force me to do it, Gregory, I'll have this room torn down. Panel by panel, board by board.
Why?
Don't toy with me.
Who's toying?
Then you must think I'm handicapped.
What?
Lacking in all my faculties. The vital functions, like sight. You think I'm blind?
Of course I don't.
Then how can you refuse to admit it? I stood outside that window and saw the two of you on that sofa there. Don't. Zip it. Shall I describe her to you, Gregory? Her brown hair, the simple black dress, the pearl necklace, how she handed you the drink. If I'm not mistaken, this drink right here.
I don't recall who made that.
You don't? Your private bartender, maybe? In our own home, Gregory. Our own home. That drab, ugly little creature.
She's not.
Aha!
How was your day, dear? You, went to a movie, didn't you? Was it a good one? Apparently not. Oh, well, they can't all be works of art.
Didn't expect me home so soon, did you? Thought I'd go out to dinner afterwards.
I didn't say that.
I've had my eye on you for some time now.
Oh, how flattering.
You thought you fooled me, didn't you?
Why, no.
You know you can't lie to me. You thought I'd never suspect the real reason you kept sending me away from the house. Have to be alone to work. The famous playwright. Famous philanderer is more like it.
You do me an injustice.
Oh, do I? All right. Out with it. Who is she?
Victoria. Dear.
Don't you dear me.
Ow!
And don't touch me.
At least try to understand.
Oh, I understand perfectly.
But you don't.
Why don't you enlighten me then?
There's no other woman in my life.
There certainly isn't. Not anymore. Because you don't have a life.
How can I explain it to you?
That's the question of the evening. How? Well, I'm waiting. I'm a very patient person. I'm not going anywhere. Go ahead. Take your time. Choose your words carefully. Because I intend to report each and every one of them to my lawyer.
No, that won't be necessary.
I'll be the judge of that.
Victoria. Victoria. All right, then. You recall my play, The Fury of Night, Do you? The one that made my reputation? It won a Tony Award? Oh, then there was interest from Hollywood, and we moved out here.
I'm listening. What about it?
Well, you remember the character of Philip Wainwright. He was the first character that I was ever really successful with. The critics said he lived on stage, not a collection of mannerisms. He breathed,
What's her name?
What?
Her name. What do you call her? Fifi? Foofy? Or do you just call her whenever you feel like it?
Mary, but...
Mary! How common.
She's not common.
Oh, you mean she has hidden talents? I'll bet. Does she cater to your every need? Drain off your tensions before they have a chance to build up?
Victoria, don't. I'm trying to explain.
Then go ahead. I'm all ears.
All right. You know I've spoken many times of how fictional characters seem to come to life for me. Such vivid life that they begin to determine their own actions. As the author, I may have some particular lines and moves planned for them, but they simply won't do it. They become so strong that they begin to take over the story.
I'm not interested in a lecture on writing. You artistic types are all alike, full of mumbo-jumbo about feelings and moonbeams. It's all smoke and mirrors. A cover, a front for self-indulgence, wish fulfillment, laziness. I don't know what you'd do if you had a real job to go to. If your delicate sensibilities could stand up
Victoria, I'm asking you to bear with me.
Bear? I've borne you too long. And now it's over. Finny, kaput. 10-4, over and out. Wave bye-bye, mark it and strike it.
But this is important. Philip Wainwright. He was the first one of my characters ever to behave like this.
Like what? Like you? With a complete lack of morals? With duplicitousness?
Duplicity?
What?
The word is duplicity.
Is it? Well, I've got a word for you.
Look, I must finish this, so please don't interrupt. Now, no matter what I tried to make him do in the service of the story, he balked. Flatly refused to take direction. Wouldn't accept my choices any longer.
This is ridiculous.
He was real. Alive, do you hear? Alive. With a will all his own.
We're off the subject.
No, we're not. This is the subject. Philip Wainwright was alive. So much so that one night while I was working right here in my office, he came walking in through the door.
My God. You're delusional.
Victoria, believe me, he did. He walked right in and took a chair in front of the fireplace. A real flesh and blood man. Not just words anymore. And I had created him. What are you doing?
I think psychiatry is next on the agenda.
Put the phone down. I'm telling you the truth, Victoria. Characters from my plays began to come to life. I saw them. I talked with them. I shook their hands.
And made love to them?
Yes! No, I mean no!
You want me to put the phone down? How's this? Right on your fingers.
Ow!
Get out of my way.
Look, hear me out. You know how I work, how I dictate my dialogue and descriptions into the tape recorder.
The lazy man's way to riches.
I can describe any character at all into it, and now, if I do it well enough, truly enough, the character will come to life. Real life, Victoria.
Listen to yourself.
They don't even have to be characters in my scripts anymore. They can be any kind of characters I want.
You belong in an asylum.
You told me that you saw Mary in here, didn't you?
Oh, I saw her.
Then how did she leave?
I don't know. But I trust my own eyes before I trust you.
Well, think about it. She didn't use the window. And you know very well that there's no secret door in here.
The magician reveals the tricks of the trade.
I'll tell you how she left. Because I want you to understand. Look in the fireplace.
The what?
The grating. Go ahead, look.
I'm supposed to believe that she went up the chimney?
Well, in a sense, but not the way you mean. Here, I'll show you. See this? What is it?
A melted cassette tape. Is that what you do with your so-called notes? Burn them?
Only on occasion. When I have to get rid of something in a hurry, or someone. The tape I had recorded her on, I threw it into the fire just before you entered the study, and she was gone. Poof! Just like that. Uncreated. Look, if you'll come over here, you can see what...
I've heard enough.
Wait!
I'm leaving.
I'm telling you the truth.
Get out of my way.
Where are you going?
I'm going to have you committed.
Look, you've got to believe me, Victoria.
What do you think you're doing?
Trying to save our marriage.
By locking the door? Don't waste your time.
It's so simple. Look, I could describe a cat or a dog or any kind of character you wanted. But I assume you'd rather see Mary. Besides, I've created her so often that she's readily available.
Oh, is she? Give me that key.
No, not yet.
Recording.
Her name is Mary. She's 36, 5 foot 3 inches tall, simply built, brown hair, fair complexion.
The key.
On the surface,
Now.
a plain, quite ordinary female, yet with that quality of inner loveliness which gives her woman real beauty.
If you won't give it to me, I'll take
tender,
it.
A gentle woman, an understanding woman. As she wears a simple black dress, a single strand of pearls at her throat.
I'm warning
very
you.
little makeup, her hair arranged simply.
There.
She's coming up the front
got
walk
it.
now. She's crossing the porch. She's opening the front door.
Greg, someone's in the house.
Closing it. Walking down the hall.
Who?
Good evening, Mrs. West.
Well?
She's real. How did you do that?
Do what?
Bring her here. On cue.
Don't you understand? I described her on the tape. You heard me.
But why, Greg? Why do you bring me here now?
Because... it's a bit tricky to explain.
Try.
Come in, Mary.
Thank you. I'd love to.
She asked you a question.
I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Give me a moment, Mary.
You do know each other.
Oh, yes. Your husband's a wonderful man.
What do you want here?
There's nothing to be afraid of, Mrs. West. I'm here because it's Gregory's wish. It's not mine to doubt him.
Doubt him? You mean you don't?
I'm sure he has his reasons.
There. See? Well, Victoria? Do you believe me now?
This is some kind of plot. You did let her out of here through a secret door somewhere. Behind the bookcase? I'll find it. Then you tell me some fool story about characters who come to life and walk around as big as you please.
It's not a plot, I assure you.
Not a very clever one, that's obvious. You lock the door and pretend to make her real. And she slips around from the backyard and comes in through the front door and tries to make me think she's...
Oh, no. That's not what happened.
Not at all. I swear.
You're trying to drive me insane. You want to have me committed.
I only did it because you said you were gonna have me committed.
Oh, no. You want to get rid of me so you'll have our property all to yourself. So you can share it with this...
Nothing of the kind. I only wanted to show you. Yeah? It's a demonstration.
Greg?
What is it?
Is that why you brought me here? Not because you wanted to see me, but only to show her?
Mary, try to understand.
I am trying. Only...
Victoria's my wife.
Not anymore. Not after this diabolic conspiracy.
Oh, come on, Victoria. Can't I do anything right?
That's something I've been wondering for years.
You haven't answered me, Greg.
Answered what?
Is that all I am to you? A parlor trick? Something to show off?
Go ahead. Lie some more.
Victoria, do you honestly believe that?
Yes. And that's the only thing I believe. I hope you two are very happy together.
Here we go again.
Don't leave because of me.
I wouldn't think of it. I'm leaving because of me.
Victoria, please.
Let go of me, monster.
Very well.
I'll claim false imprisonment.
In your own house?
What are you going to do now?
Oh, you'll see.
I'll scream. I will.
What for? No need.
Is that my tape?
It is.
And you're going to...
There's no way around it.
Craig, why do you do this to me?
I'm sorry, Mary, but... what else can I do?
But again? I just got here.
I have no choice.
That's all you ever say. Don't you think I'm nice enough?
Oh, that isn't it at all.
Not loyal? Not interested in your work? Not sensitive to your needs? Not giving enough?
No, quite the contrary.
If you're going to be cruel to her, don't do it because of me.
No, of course not. Wouldn't believe me. Oh, no. Had to make me prove it. Make me force poor Mary to... Oh, Victoria. Sometimes I wonder. A man has feelings. Feelings that get turned into thoughts, and then into words. And those words go onto paper, and eventually they live, and breathe, and walk, and talk, and strut upon the stage in their petty pace for a paying audience. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Not even after living with me for so many years. I really don't want to do this.
If you do, don't bring me back again, Greg.
Mary.
Just don't. I can't stand it any longer.
You're a part of me. You know that, don't you? I'm not speaking figuratively. I give you my word when I say, this hurts me more than it hurts you. I'm so sorry, Mary, but she is my wife.
I understand. I suppose. Greg, I feel so strange. What's happening to me? Help me.
Greg, help me. Please. Greg, I feel so strong.
What happened to her?
She's burning brightly.
Where is she?
I've told you.
But where?
Oh, don't you believe me yet, Victoria?
Where did she go?
I uncreated her.
No. That poor woman.
Come here. It's all right, dear.
But
Shush. Hold on to me if you like.
what have you done?
It won't happen anymore, I promise you. I'll never do it again. I never would have done it in the first place if I hadn't been so lonely. It's just that you're so perfect, Victoria, in so many ways. So impeccable, so flawless. You make me feel inferior.
Really, Gregory? I can't help what I am.
Well, maybe not, but that's why I created Mary. I didn't do it to insult you. I just wanted a little company, that's all. Someone who wouldn't judge me and find me wanting. Someone I could talk to, someone I could feel comfortable with, instead of like a worm. You do understand, don't you? This has been a small sacrifice for me, and a giant step for the institution of marriage.
What are you doing now?
What else can I do? Return to work. Burn the midnight oil. And all for a paycheck to maintain the lifestyle you so richly deserve. Another tape, another dollar. Well, we'll work it out, Victoria. You'll see. Somehow we'll work it out. Realize that I'm inadequate compared to you, and at least in some ways it's my fault. I should have been a pair of claws scuttling across a... Victoria? What do you have there?
Got your keys out of your pocket.
Well, but I thought...
Don't try to stop me.
Well, where are you going?
To the nearest lawyer.
What?
I'm going to have you put away for the rest of your unnatural life. Away from tape recorders. I'm going to live in this house alone from now on. In peace. free of your diseased mind.
No, Victoria.
Yes, Victoria.
Wait! No, wait! I can't let her go. I can't. I have to stop her. But how?
Recording.
A giant red-eyed elephant is standing just inside my front door, and he's mad. He isn't going to let her pass. Something the matter, dear?
Get that elephant out of my hall!
Will you stay?
Yes!
What did you say?
Yes!
I can't hear you.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Very well.
Hurry!
Just a moment.
Gregory!
Yes.
I can't hold the door! He's drunk! He's grabbing my hair!
Another second or two. There.
You're mad!
You shouldn't have said those things, Victoria.
What things?
You'll stay now?
You think you can keep me here?
You don't want me to do it again, do you? How about a herd this time?
No!
It's just a simple matter of recording on another tape. Well, I have plenty.
I said no. I'll stay for now, Gregory.
Good.
But I can't promise for how long.
No?
You think I can live with a madman?
I don't know, can you?
Oh, Gregory. It doesn't have to be this way.
Oh, you're so right.
When we met, you were a struggling playwright. Then you had a play off-Broadway. I was so proud. It moved to off-Broadway, then to the Great White Way, and the reviews. I was so proud.
We were happy then, weren't we?
Ecstatic. We were a team. Onward and upward. There was no stopping you. No stopping us.
I remember.
And then the next play, and the next. It was like a dream.
Yes.
I could sit up all night, listening to you talk about your writing, reading me scenes out loud, and it was wonderful. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Neither would I.
But then, something happened. I'm not sure how or when. You began withdrawing from me, living in your head. You shut me out, Gregory. I thought when we moved here we'd be close again. But the deadlines, the pages, you didn't have time for me anymore. You didn't have time for a wife.
I'm truly sorry for that, Victoria. But I think we can salvage it, don't you? Start fresh, as soon as I finish the script.
And will we move back to New York?
Well, I don't see how we can afford to. Broadway isn't what it used to be. Nothing but revivals and musicals now. This is where the money is. Our future is here.
What future?
Well, if Hannibal's Animals gets good numbers, I'll be flooded with offers. But what I really want to do is produce. Sammy says that's where the real money is. We'll form a production company, get some pilots going, and, well, by this time next year, we should be sitting pretty. We'll move to a bigger house with a pool, and I'll have every room wired for sound with hidden recorders. That way I can dictate no matter where I am. And after a while, I won't have to write at all. My characters will do the work for me. I'll straighten their collars, wash behind their ears, and send them out into the world to make me famous. Can you see the future, Victoria? Can you?
Thank you, Gregory.
For what?
I can see the future. What it would be like with you. And now I know I was right. You are insane.
Oh, come now.
The first chance I get, I'll have you in a padded cell. Believe it, Gregory.
I do. Well, I guess that's it.
How long have you had a safe in the wall?
This one? Oh, only since we moved here. Before that, I had a safe deposit box. From the time we were married.
What's in the envelope?
Oh, see for yourself.
It has my name written on it. Victoria West.
That's right.
What's this supposed to mean?
I'll show you.
A cassette tape.
Your tape.
What do you mean, my tape?
Shall I put it back for safekeeping, Victoria? Or shall I burn it? Which will it be?
You wouldn't.
The choice is yours.
You want me to believe...
Oh, I'm telling you, Victoria. As if I had to. Well, look at yourself, Regal, beautiful. You could have had any man you wanted. Haven't you ever wondered how you got stuck with me?
That's absurd. I know who I am. I have a lifetime of memories.
Oh, I know you do. I gave them to you myself. It's all here on the tape. Didn't I just tell you you're impeccable? Flawless? Exactly the sort of wife that I used to think I wanted more than anything else in the world.
This is another of your tricks.
Why do you suppose I was so upset when you came back before, No, not because of Mary, but because it was the first time you'd ever come back against my will. The first time...
Do you think you're frightening me?
No. No, I guess not. You're beyond that, aren't you? I made you too strong. I forgot to give you human frailty. Well, I guess I deserve it. It's what I asked for. I'll put it back in the safe.
Give me that.
Oh, you want to be careful, Victoria. Very, very careful.
You tedious little bore. How could I ever have believed I loved you? Here's what I think of your childish trick.
Victoria! Do you know what you've done?
I feel strange.
I'm sure you do. It's too late. I can't pull it out of the fire.
I think I'd like to lie down. You don't mean to tell me it's true. No. No, it can't be true. No. Gregory.
Victoria! Oh. I told her. I told her. Oh, why wouldn't she listen to me?
Recording.
Her name is Victoria West. She... Better to leave well enough alone.
Recording.
Her name is Mary. Mrs. Mary West. She's 36, 5'3" tall, slimly built, brown hair, fair complexion. On the surface, a plain, quite ordinary female, yet with that quality of inner loveliness which gives a woman real beauty. A tender, gentle woman. Just now she's coming into her husband's study.
Hello, Gregory.
There you are.
What do you have, darling?
Oh, nothing really. A tape recorder. One of the tools of my trade.
Will you show me how it works someday?
Oh, I don't think it would interest you. Oh, it's of no importance. Nah, no importance at all.
Is the drink all right?
Perfect. As always.
Oh, Gregory.
Mr. Gregory West, still shy, quiet, very happy, and apparently in complete control of the Twilight Zone.
A World of His Own, starring Charles Shaughnessy with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, Alyssa Fraden, and Doug James. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Letitia?
Yes, Miss Winter?
Would you get me my sun hat?
Right here. I knew you were going to need it, so I brought it from the house special.
Thank you, Letitia. What about my dark glasses and my sun lotion?
Right over there by the wet bar.
Get them for me, will you?
Yes, ma'am. Can I bring you some iced tea?
No, thanks.
How about a nice glass of lemonade?
A vodka and orange juice would be more like it.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the children? Still in their rooms?
Well, now they were. Just changing into their swimsuits after school. They should be down in a minute.
That's nice. Is my book over there?
Sure is, right where you left it this morning.
Bring it to me.
Coming right up.
I don't know why I bother to read these things. They don't do one bit of good. I'm okay, you're not. Somebody's making a fortune telling people what they already know.
Yes, ma'am. No running now.
Whatever you do, children, do it quietly. Mother has a king-size headache.
Okay.
Sport, where are you off to?
Down to the pool. Jeb and me are going swimming.
Jeb and I. Don't you two have any homework?
Nope.
Jeb?
Well, just a little, Mama.
But we can do it after supper.
Promise?
We promise.
Can we go now?
Yes, you may. Be careful. Your brother's not as good a swimmer as you.
Am too.
Come here, young man.
Aw, Mom.
Kiss your mother hello.
All right.
That's a good boy.
When's Daddy coming home?
Don't ask me. That man keeps his own hours.
Bye, Mom.
Keep an eye on your brother. No diving off the deep end, and no shouting.
Will there be anything else, Miss Winter?
Just one.
Yes?
Make me another drink.
Yes, ma'am.
To have children, to love them and watch them grow, is the most precious gift life has to give. But to have children and not love them is a sad mistake, one that's not easily remedied. Because when left to their own devices, children may have no choice but to seek a world of their own. Meet Sport, barely 11, and Jeb, her younger brother. They don't know it yet, but they are about to be cast adrift in a mysterious place called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Bewitchin' Pool, starring Karen Black with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Jeb, what are you doing? Holding your breath? You're gonna suffocate yourself. What are you doing that for, anyway?
It's the only way I can keep quiet.
Mama didn't mean we couldn't talk. It was the yelling and hollering that made her have a headache.
I'm just a natural-born screamer. Can't play unless I holler.
I know a quiet game.
Yeah? How do you play?
Well, look down there, in the water.
That's not a game.
Jeb, come on.
Okay, I'm looking. Now what?
What do you see?
A swimming pool. What do you think?
Do I have to explain everything to you? It's a pretend game.
Well, what do you see?
A river. You and me floating on a raft, just like Tom Sawyer.
No!
Now we're coming to an island.
What's on the island?
It's all full of caves and rattlesnakes and pirates.
And witches?
Well, I guess you can have one witch. Just one.
A fat one!
Who ever heard of a fat witch?
I don't like skinny ones. They're scary.
They don't make fat ones.
It's my witch. I can make her fat if I want to.
It's my game.
You loud-mouthed kids! Pipe down over there!
I better shut up. Mama will get mad at me.
No, she won't. She loves you.
Then why does she yell like that?
It's just the way she acts. 'Cause of her headaches.
You know something, Sport?
What?
I love you. You're the best sister I ever had.
You're silly. Come on, let's go swimming.
Yeah!
You're home early.
What?
I said, you're home early, darling.
Where are the kids?
In the pool.
Who's watching them?
Nobody.
Is that right?
Sport's an excellent swimmer. They don't go in the deep end.
What were you doing in town today?
Oh, now I'm being followed.
I saw your car in the parking lot next to the TV station.
I had an interview. Anything wrong with that?
An interview? For what?
I'm tired of my talent going to waste.
Your talent?
Show me one high-fashion model who can hold a candle to me.
Is that what you are this week? A high-fashion model? Seems to me last week you were an artist.
If they call me, I'm taking the job. You'll see.
You've got a job right here, taking care of the two kids.
Then what's the maid for, sugar?
What are you for, Gloria?
I can see it.
Can you?
Yeah. In the yard is a big old swing made out of a tire.
You're good. Then what happens?
Well, the little boy gets tired of swinging and goes in the kitchen. It smells like chocolate cake. There's a lady there. She picks up the little boy and hugs him. The little boy feels happy. The lady gives him a piece of cake and...
You might as well know here and now I'm fed up with the whole mess.
What mess are you referring to?
I'm referring to the fact that I'm tired of footing a bill for your every little whim. Art school, modeling, dance lessons, guitar lessons, acting lessons. You've got time for anything and everything except being a mother.
There's old Tom Sawyer again. He's in the cave trying to rescue Becky Thatcher from Injun Joe. See, Jeb?
I think so.
I got a business to look after.
I know what kind of business you're looking after.
Now Tom's leading Becky along the cliff. Must be about a 1,000,000-mile drop, but Tom isn't scared. Jeb, are you listening?
If that's what you think, why don't you come on down to the office?
Come down to the office. That's what you said when I married you. Well, I came down to that stinking factory of yours, and all I could see was pretty little secretaries flirting with everyone in sight.
Are they yelling because we've been bad?
Heck no.
Maybe I was bad and I didn't know it.
Don't worry. They'll stop in a while.
I don't know why I bother even talking to you.
Then don't.
Hey! What's that?
Hey yourself.
Who are you?
Want to have some fun?
Where'd you come from?
Yeah, how'd you get in our pool?
Never mind that. Just dive down. Come on.
What is going on over here?
Nothing.
I can't even have a conversation without you brats yelling.
We were just talking to this boy.
What boy?
In the water. He was here and then he was gone.
There's nobody else in the pool.
But he's gotta come up for air.
No, Jeb. We were just playing pretend.
Pretend? You fool kids.
Where'd Daddy go?
He went in the house. Supper will be on the table soon. You'd better be dried off and ready. Don't you go off and play. I mean it.
Yes, Mama.
What's the matter with you guys? You coming or not?
Where?
A secret place.
Secret? Where's that?
Who are you, little boy? Where'd you come from?
You'll find out. Let's go.
Do we have time?
Well...
I'll have my supper now.
You think I'd cook for you after the way you talk to me? You can drink your supper.
Oh, like you?
I wish I'd left you years ago.
Well, what's keeping you?
Come on, Jeb. Let's go with that boy.
She said not to leave.
When I think of the career I gave up for you, it makes me sick.
Career? That's a laugh.
I hate this house and everything in it. I hate you.
They don't care what we do.
What if they hurt each other?
I'm older than you, and you have to do what I say. Now follow me.
Well, here goes.
There he is, sitting on a rock.
What's he doing?
Fishing? Don't you know anything?
Hey, you guys. Come on out.
He looks just like Tom Sawyer.
He does, kind of.
Hey, where are we?
Come on, Jeb. Let's find out.
Grab my hand. There you go. Here, take these. One for each of you.
Where'd you get these big old towels?
Aunt T sent them along just in case. We weren't sure if you were coming or not.
Auntie?
Dry yourself off, Jeb. Where are we?
Aunt T's, of course.
Where's that?
A secret place.
We sure got here funny. Just dived in our pool and came out here.
Want to see a minnow?
What's a minnow?
A fish.
Sure.
I keep it in a jar over here.
Where'd you get it?
I caught him. You can catch all kinds of fish here. At least always when no one's swimming.
Can I catch one?
You don't know how.
How do you know I don't know how?
I saw where you live. Went to fishing hole for miles.
I do too know how to fish. Don't die, sport.
Boy, I want to know something.
Don't call me boy. I got a name.
What is it then?
I told you. Wit.
Wit who?
Just Wit. I used to have a last name before I came to live with Aunt T, but I forgot it.
What were you doing in our pool?
Just looking.
How'd you get there?
How did you get here?
I can't figure that out yet. I'm studying about it.
Can I catch a fish, please, sport?
We gotta find our way home.
Aunt T will be mighty disappointed. Better stop in and say howdy.
Well, I got no time to go around saying howdy to people.
Sport, I'm cold.
Yeah, the sun's going down. We can't be far from home. We'll get back there somehow.
Sport, how did we get here?
Well, the way I figure it, there's a hole in the bottom of our pool that nobody knows about.
Maybe we got caught in the tide.
That's a good one.
Don't you laugh at my brother.
I will if I want to.
And don't you laugh at me either.
You're just a girl.
I'll chew you up and spit you out in little pieces, boy.
Ha, let's see you.
All right, then. You better put your hands up, boy, because I'm going to sock you right in the jaw.
Ha, can't catch me.
Just you watch.
Sport, look.
I'm looking.
Where did all these kids come from?
I don't know, Jeb, but I think this must be Aunt T's place.
There. Lots of frosting. And a fine cake, if I do say so.
Aunt T! Aunt T!
Why, whatever's the matter with it?
She's gonna beat me up, Aunt T.
I sure am, boy.
She'll do it, too.
Will you really, child?
I aim to. Yes, ma'am.
Very well. But I'll have to ask you to fight outside and not in my kitchen. You're liable to break something here.
Aunt T, it ain't fair.
It is if it's a fair fight. Here now, you both take these boxing gloves. I'll keep some put away just in case. And remember, don't hit a man when he's down. No hitting below the belt. You know the rules.
I do, but maybe she doesn't.
My sister knows everything.
Is that right, little man? What's your name?
Jeb.
Well, Jeb, I'll tell you what. While they're settling their grievances, you can finish icing the cake. Would you like that?
Can I?
And then, if those two have any teeth left in their heads, they can help us eat it. Go on outside now. Jeb and I have work to do.
Is this real chocolate?
Why, it sure is. Nothing but the best in my kitchen.
Chocolate's my favorite.
Mine, too. There you go. Use a knife and smear it right on. You're very accomplished. Have much experience frosting cakes?
No, ma'am. This is my first one.
Do tell. I'd never have guessed. Why, what are you two doing back here? Back already?
We didn't go yet.
No. Why not?
May I try that too?
And me?
I thought you couldn't wait to beat each other up.
Later. We'd rather do this.
That right, Whit?
Yup. I mean, yes, Auntie.
Very well. Here's a knife for each of you.
Take your time, Jeb. Do it right.
I am.
My, you are such solemn children. Don't you know how to laugh?
Sometimes.
But not now.
What's there to laugh at?
Oh, you have eyes? Take a look around. I'm a rather ridiculous old party, wouldn't you say? You could laugh at me.
You're not funny. You're nice.
Thank you. Out of the mouths of babes. Riddles, then. Who knows a riddle?
I do.
I do.
Me too.
Let's hear it.
Why wouldn't the mommy horse let her baby go outside and play?
That's a good one. Why?
Because he had a sore throat and he was feeling a little hoarse.
That's a good one, Jib.
Me next.
Me.
Young lady.
What is the laziest mountain in the world?
The laziest mountain in the world? Who has the answer?
Give up? The laziest mountain in the world is Mount Everest.
Oh.
My turn.
All right, Whit.
What do you call someone who crosses the ocean twice and doesn't take a bath either way?
Oh, that is a hard one. Somebody who crosses the ocean twice and doesn't take a bath.
A dirty double-crosser.
Oh.
Auntie, all the frosting's gone.
And just in time. What a handsome job you've done with the cake.
Looks kind of lopsided to me.
Nonsense. It's perfect. While it's cooling, I'll assign you new children your chores and show you where your rooms will be. Come along. This way. What's the matter?
We didn't come here to stay.
My dear, children always come here to stay.
What? No.
But I want to.
Jeb.
What are you hugging me for, boy?
I want to stay.
You come back here.
I'm staying with Aunt T.
She's a kidnapper.
Oh, no, my dear. Mind you, I've seen children I would have stolen if I could.
What for?
To get them away from unworthy parents. But I've always resisted the temptation.
Then why are all these kids here?
Because their families didn't deserve them. All they wanted was to be loved, so they could grow up right and get out on their own. But some moms and dads didn't realize what they had. Somebody needed to give these little ones a chance.
How about me?
Oh, I found you on a doorstep when you were only a few hours old. It was a lucky thing I came along on that cold winter's night.
What did I look like?
You were as red as a beet. From crying, you know. But you were so cold. Somebody had to do something.
Sport! Jeb!
They're calling us.
Who is?
Our mother and father.
I don't want to go.
You darn kids, where are you?
It's that way for a lot of kids.
We better go home now.
These voices you hear calling. At first they seem quite strong, but they get fainter and fainter, and after a while they fade out. And one day you simply cannot hear them anymore.
Sport! I'm calling you, young lady. Don't pretend you can't hear me.
We've got to go home.
Can you tell me why? I've got everything you need right here. Why, there's the swimming hole down by the creek. And the days are long, with all manner of things to do and see. And then there's always a hot meal and lots of children to play with. Blind Man's Bluff, Ringalivio and the Red Rover, all kinds of games. Some I bet you never heard of. See that little girl out there with the pigtails? When she came here, she never had smiled. Not once. All that changed pretty quick, let me tell you. Now all she does is laugh all the livelong day. Makes my heart glad to see them so happy. That's why I bake a big cake every day, just the way they like it.
We've just got to. Because that's where we belong. They're children and they love us. And well, we love them.
In that case, you must go back.
No.
You too, little man. Your sister's reasons are good ones. I cannot argue with them.
Can you tell us one thing?
What's that?
How do we get home?
Oh, the same way you got here.
But I don't know how we got here.
I think you do. try to remember. It isn't far.
Come on, Jeb.
We'll come see you again real soon, won't we, Sport?
No, my darlings, I expect this is our goodbye. Finding your way back here would be difficult, if not impossible, but I want you to know that I consider it an honor to have met you, however briefly. You will always have a place here, in my heart.
Here's where he came out of the water. It's a good place to dive. Just stand out there on that rock, take a deep breath, and jump. You'll see. It's easy.
Stand next to me, Jeb.
Do we have to?
I'm your big sister. You have to do what I say.
Bye, Whit.
Bye, little Jeb. You mind your sister now.
Whit?
Yeah?
I just wanted to tell you, I wasn't really gonna beat you up. I was just talking.
Me too.
Well, bye now.
Bye, Sport. Don't let the bugs bite.
Have you found them?
Not a sign. I told them not to leave the yard. I told them.
Well, that's just it. They have no respect for you. You aren't firm enough with them.
What about you? You're never here. Try putting up with their whining and screaming 24 hours a day.
Gloria, look!
Mama?
Sport, where's your brother?
Here.
Where have you two been?
We've been calling you for an hour.
In the pool.
You're lying. I looked in the pool.
We really were, Daddy.
And we came up on the other side, and we helped make a cake with Auntie.
What's he talking about?
And we caught a fish.
He's not making things up, Daddy, honest.
He's lying to cover up whatever devilment the two of you have been into. Jeb, come here.
But it's true, Daddy.
Come here, I said. Look at me. I want the truth out of you. No more lies. You understand?
It wasn't a lie. It wasn't.
Now you listen to me. Get in your room and stand in the corner till you can tell me where you've really been all this time. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Daddy.
He understands now. It was a game, Daddy, that's all. Just a game. We were pretending. There isn't any Auntie.
I should hope not, but I want to hear it from him.
Do as your father says. Go to your room. And forget about any dinner tonight. You've missed it. Both of you. Sport? Jeb?
Over here, Mama.
What are you doing by the pool?
I got up early. I couldn't sleep.
Where's your brother?
In his room, I guess.
No, he's not in his room. I checked. He's nowhere in the house.
Well, I haven't seen him. Is breakfast ready?
Not yet. Your father is waiting to talk to you.
What about?
I'll let him explain it to you. But there are going to be some changes around here.
What kind of changes?
You'll see. Things are going to be different.
Will things be better?
You bet your sweet life they will. Now find Jeb and hurry.
All right, Mama. Here goes. Whit, where are you? Auntie? Help me get back. I don't know how.
Auntie,
Yes, Jeb?
what are you making that quilt for?
Because we need quilts. Lots and lots of them. To keep the children warm and snug at night.
Don't you know anything?
Sure I do. I know lots of things.
When you finish cleaning the shoes, your next chore will be to help Whit bring in the wood for the stove.
Auntie,
Hmm?
why do they have to be chores?
Every child must have chores to do. It teaches the value of work, the self-respect of doing a job well.
Makes big muscles, too, like mine.
Let's see. Roll up your sleeves.
I told you. Big, ain't they?
Wow.
Keep working, boys. You have more shoes to clean.
What are all the shoes for anyway?
They're for the children, too, of course. Think of it, you and your sister didn't have any shoes at all when you came here yesterday.
They all got holes in their swimming pools too, Auntie?
Oh, dear me, no. Some of them don't have swimming pools. Some come down the chimney, or you open the door, and there they are. Sometimes you find them on street corners or on a doorstep like Whit here.
What's that?
Oh, why, someone's outside at the window.
It's my sister.
Sport, dear. Come in. Oh, come in.
I can't. I'm dripping wet.
Wait a minute. I'll get a towel from the cupboard. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks.
I told you she'd come.
I'm surprised that either of you made it. It's very rare for anyone to find the way here a second time.
I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am.
You're not bothering me in the least. As a matter of fact, I'm delighted to have someone here who can help me with the quilting. You do so.
No, ma'am.
Oh, well, you'll be surprised at how quickly you'll learn.
I can't stay.
Oh?
I only came to get Jeb.
I ain't going.
It'll be different at home now. Mama told me.
Told you what?
They aren't going to yell at each other anymore.
Is that all?
We're going to take trips together.
Where?
Oh, everywhere. Disneyland and Ohio and Australia and the North Pole. Anywhere we want to go.
I don't want to go to those places.
Jeb Sherwood, are you coming, or do you want me to throw you over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes and carry you home?
Have things changed where you live?
Yes, ma'am. Everything's going to be better now.
In what way?
They're going to love us.
Really?
Mama told me, and she wants to tell Jeb too.
You know, Jeb, it would look quite undignified if she threw you over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Don't you think so? If I were you, I would go willingly.
I'm staying. If we live this time, we won't ever get back here again. Besides, I've got chores to do.
If what Sport tells us is true, Jeb, then you're not meant to be here at all. You are meant to be home with your mother and father.
Do I have to go?
I strongly advise it.
You'll see, Jeb. It won't be so bad.
Jeb, listen closely. There is only one truly precious thing a person can give, and that is love. If I were a young person on his way to receive such a wondrous gift, I do believe I would go with a smile on my face. Much better. Now, don't dawdle. If love were waiting somewhere for me, I would run to it as swiftly as the wind.
You ain't kidding me?
I ain't kidding.
Then, bye, Whit.
Bye.
Don't worry about us, Auntie. Everything's gonna be just fine.
I sincerely hope so. Goodbye, love.
Maybe we should wait till tonight.
No.
You said you'd talk to them. Let's get it over with.
I've got a half dozen people waiting for me at the office.
For once, just once, would you mind putting your family ahead of your work?
I'm not the one, it's you.
Lower your voice. Here they are now.
Sorry.
You're wet. I sent you to find your brother, not to play in the pool.
That's where he was, in the pool.
Do you know what happens to children who tell lies?
We go to hell and get burned up.
Well, you're here now. Sit down. Your father has some good news to tell you.
Sport already told me. We're all gonna be happy again and go on trips and...
I can't do this, Gloria. You tell them.
Very well. Your father and I are getting a divorce. If you don't know what that is, it means he's going to live in one place and I'm going to live in another.
Where?
As far apart as we can get.
But...
What we want to know is, do you kids want to live with me, or do you want to live with her? I suppose we could split you up if you'd prefer.
No, I want to be with Sport.
It's up to you. Make up your own minds.
We want it the way it was.
Well, you can forget it.
I'm into that.
We'll be good.
This time we really will. We won't fight or cry or make noise. We'll be so good. Won't we, Jeb?
What are you talking about?
It's all our fault. You hate each other because of us.
Oh, that's not true.
I'll tell you one thing. We wouldn't have stuck it out this long if it hadn't been for you two. You might show a little consideration.
I don't have to stay with either of you.
Me neither.
Come back here. We're not through with you.
Hurry, before they catch us.
I can hold my breath a real long time. I've been practicing.
I know you can. Get ready. On your mark.
What do you think you're doing?
Stop them.
What if we can't get back?
We've got to. Get set, go!
Come out of there right now.
This time you're gonna get what you deserve for good.
Are you coming out, or do I have to drag you out?
Auntie, help us! Help us, please!
Auntie, I need you. Take us now.
Get out of that pool. I am not going to tell you again.
Do you hear what Daddy said? He means it.
Auntie!
Gil, they're staying down there a long time.
I know.
Do something. They're drowning.
All right.
Don't let them drown. Don't let them drown.
They're not down there.
But they've got to be. It's broad daylight. They can't just disappear. Where could they go? Jeb! Sport!
What is it, Sport? You look so far away.
Huh? Oh, I thought I heard something.
Well, did you?
I guess not.
Children, where are you?
Come back. Please come back.
Don't you want any?
What, Auntie?
Oh, I asked you, child, if you'd like a piece of chocolate cake.
Oh, yes. May I, please?
Why, you certainly may.
Me too.
The end of an odyssey for two children who were cast adrift for a time. They took a chance searching for love and finally found it in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone Radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Bewitchin' Pool, starring Karen Black with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Haley Nabig, Eli Newman, Evan Armacost, Kurt Nabig, Regan Alte, and Ora Jones. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jeff Lupetin for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. The Howling Man, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, and Anna Sverutza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunphy. I'll be back shortly.
You're going out?
I'm afraid so.
But you've only just returned.
Unfortunately, that is the nature of my work.
Another business trip.
The most important of all. But first, there are arrangements to be made.
I've prepared your afternoon meal.
I'm sure it will keep.
Can you not make these arrangements by telephone?
No. Some things can't be left to chance. In the meanwhile, follow my instructions precisely, to the letter, Mrs. Dunphy. Do I make myself clear?
I believe so.
You believe so? Then let me make it absolutely clear. Sit down for a moment.
But if you're on your way...
It's necessary that you understand. And the only way to be sure is to tell you how it began, please.
If you wish, sir.
I must warn you, it's an incredible story. I, of all people, know that. So incredible that you won't believe me at first. But I'm going to tell you everything. Then you will believe. Because you must. You must believe. Do you know Central Europe?
Europe? Only as a child, sir.
It started there many years ago, after the First World War. I was on a walking tour of France, Belgium, and Germany. I decided to travel alone with only a small pack. The confidence of youth. Germany was magical then, a place of valleys and mountains and swift, dark rivers. There was nowhere else like it, a fertile land where everything grew tall and straight out of the earth. I was struck by the richness of the soil, the verdancy of the hills. Stepping across the border from Belgium, where the mustachioed guards saluted like tin soldiers, I entered a different world. Everywhere I looked, a swelling green ocean. On the farthest hills, tall, ancient buildings of stone. Estates, monasteries, castles, or what have you. Some of them in ruins. I stood a moment at the border and watched the hawks circling above, wondering how such a miracle could be. It was as if I had passed through an invisible door from a musty room into a magical kingdom of winds and light. But so much can change in an afternoon. By nightfall, clouds filled the sky and the storm moved in to darken the landscape. The nearest village was miles away. I was unprepared, dressed for a stroll up the Champs-Élysées, perhaps. In minutes, I was drenched and chilled to the bone. Then I saw it. A medieval castle, bombed almost to ruins, sitting like a broken fingernail atop Schwarzhof Mountain. I came to a wall of gray stone. There was an iron gate. Please! Please! Someone! Please let me in!
A story told years ago by a man who recalled it from his youth. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, he was never able to put it out of his mind. It begins with a wayfaring traveler. His name is David Ellington, scholar, seeker of truth, and to his dismay, a finder of truth. A man approaching exhaustion, who will confront a problem that has haunted the world since the beginning of time. A man who knocks on a gate seeking sanctuary, and instead finds that he has just crossed an unmarked border into the far edges of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Howling Man, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I found a rope by the gate and pulled it. Please! Someone!
Yes? What is it?
Let me in!
I'm sorry.
You don't understand. I'm traveling on foot.
We don't allow visitors.
I'm not a visitor! What is this place?
It's called the Hermitage.
And I'm a stranger caught in the storm. Your robe, the cross around your neck. You're a man of God. I'm lost. Don't you understand? Lost.
Very well. Follow me.
Thank you, brother.
You're ill.
I'll be all right. Once I dry out.
This way.
What are these rooms? A barred window in each door. They look like, well, cells.
All are empty now.
I see, but what were they?
Wait here.
What for?
I'll speak to Brother Jerome.
Who? What in the...
Brother Jerome will see you now.
Oh, what was that?
The wind.
Are you sure?
Come.
The room had almost no furnishings. A straw pallet, a rude desk and chair, some books and religious oddments, very stark. The abbot himself was a fierce El Greco painting of a man, stooped and withered, but strong in every part of him. Like the monk who came to the gate, he wore a shepherd's cloak and carried a crooked staff.
Why have you come here?
My name is David Ellington. I got lost in the storm. Then I saw a lantern in the window.
And what is it you want of us?
Want? Only a little shelter, some food.
We cannot help you here. You will have to leave.
You call that a Christian attitude?
Now, Mr. Ellington.
Oh, for the love of... All right, if that's the way you want it. Sorry to have troubled you. Give me a minute. I'll be out of here in...
Brother Christophorus.
Yes?
Carry him out of here. At once.
Right away.
I don't know how long I remained unconscious. When I came to, I was in a primitive cubicle, one of the cells. Walls and ceiling of gray stone, a single small window in the shape of an arch, the floor hard-packed dirt. The monk sat nearby in a chair. I lay under a blanket. Beneath me was a bed of straw. Water!
He lives. God's infinite mercy.
How long have I been here?
9 days, my son.
9 days?
You were very ill. The fever was on you. Brother Jerome said you would die, and he sent me to watch over you. I have never seen a man die. He holds that it is an important teaching, but now I suppose it was not your time.
Sorry to disappoint you.
No, my boy, don't try to rise. You must rest.
What in the name of heaven is that?
In the name of heaven? Nothing.
I mean the scream.
Scream?
That.
What?
Are you deaf? That cry, I heard it before. You said it was the wind.
Ah, the wind cleanses the land after a storm.
But it isn't the wind, is it?
I don't understand your meaning.
It's a man.
Careful. You must regain your strength.
There! Don't tell me you didn't hear it!
Perhaps you would like some soup. It's cold, but nourishing.
What I would like, brother, is to leave this place.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
What do you mean?
Only that you're not well enough to travel. And of course, you won't be well enough to travel as long as you think you hear such sounds. Now, the soup.
I don't want it.
Open, please. There. That's better.
Over the next few hours, my strength did return, or at least some of it. I waited until the monk had fallen asleep. Then at last I made my move. The door was held shut by a simple iron bolt. I had only to slide it a few inches without waking him. I was almost free, but I could not remember which way we had come. When I turned into another corridor, I realized I was lost. It was a maze of dark passages and doors. Here, a part of the ruined ceiling was broken away, and I saw that the moon had risen. In the naked light of the moon, I saw one door different somehow from the others. At first, I was not sure why. Then I realized that in place of a bolt, it was held shut by a piece of wood, a mere stick, crooked and curved, like the peculiar staffs carried by the monk and the abbot, only in miniature, no greater in length than my forearm. On this door, in this door alone, a small wooden staff replaced the iron bolt. How odd! I looked through the opening in the door. Inside, a filthy, shadowed hovel, no table or chair, no straw for a bed. It appeared to be empty. What? There was a man, huddled in the corner, holding his knees and rocking, head back like an animal. In the soiled moonlight, I saw his dirty beard, his rotted clothes. Who are you?
Help me.
Stay back.
No, please. In the name of humanity, help me.
But who?
You're not one of them.
No, my name is Ellington. I'm an American. Shh. What are you afraid of?
Them. Listen, Do you hear them coming?
No, but why?
They will look for you. We only have a moment.
You speak as if I'm a prisoner.
Aren't you?
I'm not sure.
Come closer, and I'll explain.
Explain what?
Don't you know what they are? These men of God. They are mad, Mr. Ellington. All of them, raving mad.
Why do you say so?
I was in the village, in Schwarzhof, doing nothing out of the ordinary, walking the street with my woman. We were holding hands, that is all. Do you see anything wrong with that?
Well, of course not. But what...
We paused to rest by a tree in the shade. And then we kissed. Yes, I admit it. Is it wrong to kiss? Tell me.
Why, no. I don't think so.
You don't think so. I don't think so. But Jerome, that lecherous old fool.
The gaunt man. The one in charge.
So, you have seen him. As I kissed her, a shadow fell over us. We looked up and saw him standing there. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could utter a word, he raised the wooden staff he carries, so heavy. You've seen it.
Yes.
And he hit me again and again. He smote me like an angry god, or a man who thinks he's God. I woke up here.
No.
I swear. They flogged me with knotted ropes. I asked for food, they would not give it to me. I begged for water, they gave me none. Then they threw me in this filthy room and locked the door.
Well, why?
For revenge. Jerome wanted my woman.
Are you sure?
Yes. That disgusting old man, that fanatic. He wanted her. And when she refused his advances, he took his fury out on me.
Your story, I find it difficult to believe.
Of course you do. That's the strength of the man. He makes his madness seem a harmless thing, the beliefs of a religious zealot. But this is not a religious order, Mr. Ellington. These brothers of truth.
Is that what they're called?
That's what they call themselves. The real truth is they're outcasts, misfits, cut off from the world because the world will not have them. Have you heard of their sect before, of this hermitage?
No, I haven't.
Mr. Ellington, you must believe me. I don't say they're all evil, only mad. And here, within these walls, they answer to no law but their own.
Wait for me.
Where are you going?
I'll speak to Jerome.
No, you mustn't.
If I remind him that false imprisonment is a crime...
I tell you, he's the greatest maniac of them all. Quick! He's coming. Hide yourself.
Mr. Ellington.
No.
Brother Jerome?
I did not know you were well enough to walk.
I still feel weak. Brother Jerome...
Come with me, please.
Look here,
This way. Where were you going?
I was looking for you.
It was unwise for you to wander on your own. The corridors can be treacherous.
Oh, can they? In what way?
The building is very old. One might trip and fall without a torch.
Or go where one is not meant to go, is that it? See something perhaps that you're ashamed of?
I do not know to what you refer.
Don't you? Oh, then you don't know the grounds very well. I saw something just now that violates the law of this country and of humanity. I must ask you.
And I must ask you, Mr. Ellington, to leave the hermitage at once. We lack proper facilities to care for the ill.
You certainly do.
Arrangements can be made in Schwarzhof.
Just a minute.
No, not a minute. Not an extra second, Mr. Ellington. Now.
I thought you were concerned about my health.
I am.
But now you want me gone regardless. Why?
I have explained that.
You've explained nothing. Based on what I've seen, I question your motives. I question your entire operation here.
You are making assumptions.
I certainly am. Now, look, no one invited me to come here. I realize that. I arrived unexpectedly, and you're not prepared for visitors. But I had no choice. And there is no excuse for your behavior. I suppose it was only a matter of time before you brought out the knotted ropes so that you could flail me or whatever it is you do for amusement.
My son.
I'm not your son!
There are many things you don't understand.
That's right, I don't. So begin with this one. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry for me to leave? What more are you afraid I'll find out?
More?
Besides the man you've got locked up in that cell.
What man is that, Mr. Ellington?
The one we just left. The one who's been screaming his head off.
I am not sure what you're talking about.
That's it, isn't it, brother? Or is he only one of many? Well, it isn't a secret anymore. I know.
And what do you think you know? The chair. Sit. You are still weak.
Brother Jerome, I know very little about this cult of yours, what's permitted within these walls, but I doubt very seriously that you can imprison a man against his will.
That is quite true. We have no such authority.
Then why have you done it?
No man has ever been imprisoned at the Hermitage, Mr. Ellington.
He claims otherwise.
Who claims otherwise?
Who do you think? The man in the cell at the end of the corridor.
There is no man in the cell at the end of the corridor.
I was talking with him.
You were talking with no man.
And you think I'm hallucinating?
Mr. Ellington, you are ill. You still have a fever. In such a state, delirium may cause one to see and hear things that do not exist.
Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Look at me.
Dreams can seem very real.
And honest men make unconvincing liars. The brother who's been caring for me.
Brother Christophorus?
Yes. He has a way of looking at the floor when he tells me I'm imagining things. You look at me, but your voice loses its command.
More imaginings.
I don't know why, but you're both very intent on keeping me away from the truth.
What do you know of the truth?
Which is not only poor Christianity, Brother Jerome, it's poor psychology, because now I'm very curious indeed.
Curiosity is a dangerous thing.
Oh, I was taught it's a sign of intelligence.
There are some things best left alone.
Like sleeping dogs, a nest of snakes. I'll uncover the facts eventually, you know.
Meaning what?
Just what I say. I imagine the local police will be interested to learn that you're keeping a man locked up here.
I tell you, there is no man.
All right, let's forget it. I'll deal with it in my own way.
And what way is that?
However I see fit. It's no concern of yours now. Oh, and I apologize for not dying. Maybe some other time, brother.
Mr. Ellington.
A last word? Bon voyage? Don't bother yourself. I'll make it to the village with no further delay, I assure you.
Mr. Ellington, the prisoner in the cell, it's a delicate matter.
Ah! So you admit it?
A terrible thing. He's violent, dangerous, more dangerous than you know. We are obliged to lock him in the cell. I'm sure you can understand.
I understand that you're still lying to me. Goodbye, Brother Jerome.
Would you really go to the police?
If you were in my place, wouldn't you?
Very well. Close the door, Mr. Ellington. I have told you the truth, but only a part. Now I see that I must tell you the whole of it. May God forgive me.
Then you do hear it.
As I have heard it every hour of every day, for 5 long years.
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
Oh, but I think you did.
And now the skies darken. The storm returns. I should have known. When I told you that no man screamed in the Abbey, I spoke the truth. It is not a man, you see, Mr. Ellington. It is the devil himself.
You're joking with me, aren't you?
No, Mr. Ellington, I am not. Would that I were. It would be so much easier. But the prisoner in the cell, our only prisoner, is in fact Satan.
Oh, come now.
Otherwise known as the fallen angel, Ahriman, Asmodeus, Belial, Diabolus, the devil made manifest. You asked for the truth. Now you have it. Do you believe?
What? Oh, sure.
Now it is you who are lying, Mr. Ellington. You don't believe me at all. To the contrary, you're even more certain of what you've suspected all along, that I am mad. Well, sit down. I will tell you a story. And then we'll see how certain you are of my madness or of anything else. Drink.
What did you say?
Some brandy. For thy stomach and thy infirmities.
No, thank you.
Don't worry. It's not poison. A very old vintage. I'll drink with you.
What is it you wanted to tell me?
I presume, Mr. Ellington, that you consider yourself sophisticated, a worldly man.
Why do you say that?
You're young, rich by your clothes, and reasonably well educated. Harvard?
Yale.
Exactly. Having a last fling before settling into the family business.
How did you...
You are an open book, printed in very large type, with pictures. Of course, you consider us primitive, because we're living in seclusion away from the real world. To you, we're misfits. Please, I know all the theories.
I assure you, brother...
No, Mr. Ellington, it is I who am assuring you that I am not the ignorant fanatic I might seem. I coped with your world for 40 years before I left it, and rather successfully by your standards. The best schools, a degree in philosophy, a job that took me to all the corners of the earth. This beard and this staff and this face represent nothing but a different point of view. If you understand that, then perhaps you will listen to what I have to say with an open mind.
Go on.
5 years ago, there were no screams at the Hermitage. This was simply the bombed-out ruins of a castle belonging to the family Wulfren.
How did you come by it?
Baron Wulfren turned it over to the Brothers of Truth as a gesture of charity. Our task was to tend the great vineyards and save what souls we could by constant prayer.
But this isn't a formal religious order, is it, brother?
We believe that we are recognized by God. Truth is our only dogma. We are committed to it as man's greatest weapon against the devil, who is the father of all lies.
Please, continue. You were tending the vineyards.
At that time, not very long after the Great War, the world was in chaos. Everywhere there was unhappiness, except in the village below.
Really?
For some reason, the people of Schwarzhof refused to yield to despair. They lost none of their faith. They continued, as they had for years, to be honest and God-fearing and happy. The village was a plum to Satan, one he could not resist. So he came here, drawn to it as a moth is to light, and embarked upon a program of corruption.
But you stopped him.
Yes. You see, Mr. Ellington, he made the same mistake you are making now. He underestimated me. He thought he would have no difficulty tempting an old fool. I had him in the cell before he knew what happened.
But if he's the devil, how do you keep him from escaping?
With the staff of truth. The one barrier he cannot pass.
Mm-hmm. And when he first came, just how did you recognize him?
I had seen him before, in every part of the world. Wherever there was sin, wherever there was strife and persecution, there he was also. Sometimes he appeared only as a spectator, a face in the crowd. But he was always there, in all times and places. So you understand now, I trust, why you must say nothing of the things you have seen and heard.
Brother, not that I doubt you, but is it possible that you've made a mistake?
No. Think, Mr. Ellington, of the peace in the world these 5 years. Think of this country now. Is there another like it?
But you haven't put an end to suffering. There's still murders and robberies. Even now, while we talk, people are starving.
The suffering man was meant to endure, my son. We cause much of our own grief and need no help from him. It is the unnatural catastrophes, the great wars, the overwhelming pestilences, the wholesale sinning that we have ended. The world is rebuilding. A great dawn will come.
Enough. You've made your case. I believe you, brother.
Do you? Truly?
I admit I was doubtful at first, but you've convinced me. Absolutely. I promise to keep your secret.
Good. Tomorrow, if you feel well enough, you may leave. For now, let the storm pass over. Brother Christophorus will look after you. If you would, go directly to your room.
I will. Good night, brother, and thank you. I was glad our conversation was over. It was clear that he was quite mad. I thought of his wild beard, his eyes in the flickering candlelight, and I was relieved to be away from him. The devil, indeed. But the storm had returned, and I was not yet fully recovered. I would pass one more night in this place. What, I wondered, should I do before morning comes? The corridor was dank and empty. I felt as though I were the last sane man in an insane world. What Brother Jerome had told me was utter nonsense, the product of a deranged mind. But his belief, his faith, as he called it, was heavy in the air, infecting the very stones. To bring it down would require outside help, but perhaps I could start that very night with an act of pure, unselfish humanity. Psst! Are you in there?
Where else would I be? I thought you weren't coming back.
I had a meeting with Brother Jerome.
What did he say? He lied to you, didn't he?
He said that you're...
Go on. What?
The devil.
The devil. Oh, that's good. That's wonderful. What a dream for an old man. Himself a devil. To catch Satan and lock him away in this God-forsaken place. You don't believe him, do you?
Of course not.
Then help me.
If I let you out now, while they're awake, they may catch you before you leave the grounds.
There's always the possibility. But another hour here, you don't know what it's like.
Look here, why don't I just go and get the authorities?
When?
As soon as morning comes. I'll find the path to the village and...
No! It would be my death warrant. The authorities will return and find nothing. Who knows what will have happened to me by then? Jerome is mad, but he's shrewd, too. He won't leave any evidence behind.
Then, what can we do?
You must let me out now.
There doesn't seem to be a lock on your cell, only this small shepherd's staff. You could almost reach through the bars and remove it yourself.
I've tried. It's wedged in such a way that I can't get my fingers around it.
Here, I think I can get it.
Quickly.
Wait. Brother Christophorus.
There you are. Brother Jerome was fearful. You might lose your way.
No, nothing of the kind.
Come along. I'll light the candle. There is bread and water on the table, and more soup to give you strength.
Thank you.
Rest now, Mr. Ellington. Remember, you're still a very sick man.
I'm feeling much better.
Nonetheless, Brother Jerome has asked me to watch over you.
Really, that isn't necessary.
It is my duty. The chair is sturdy, and the candle is fresh.
Wait a minute. Why are you locking the door?
To protect you.
But you're locking us both in.
Never fear. I have the key. It is not long till morning.
But...
Sleep, Mr. Ellington. You are a weary traveler. Soon you'll be back with your own kind. With a comfort, eh? you will forget all you have seen here.
I watched the monk as he sat heavily in the chair. I was a prisoner, no doubt about it. How much longer, I wondered, for both prisoners? What if the morning came and Brother Jerome chose not to release me as he promised? I might remain here for... How long had the Howling Man been in prison? 5 years? Lord, I imagined my beard growing, my hair wild, until I too was starved, crying to be let out, and no one would come. Who knew I was here? I'd drop off the face of the earth, forgotten, presumed dead. Brother Christophorus had the keys around his neck, but until he fell asleep, I was at his mercy. It was almost dawn when I dared to move. I had to be careful not to wake him. Yes, I finally had the key. I locked Brother Christophorus in the cell. There was no time to spare. I knew I must release the Howling Man before I left the hermitage.
You've come. Good.
What do you want me to do?
Lift off the wooden bolt.
Are you sure this is all that holds you in? A small carved stick?
Yes, lift it off, I tell you.
But surely you could have forced the door and broken it.
Please! There is no time for talk. In the name of mercy, if you fail now, they'll kill both of us.
All right.
Hurry.
I'm trying. I just need to slide it out of the latch.
Mr. Ellington, where have you gone?
Hurry! Hurry!
A moment!
Stop him! Stop him!
Now!
Brother Jerome, come quickly!
I am free. Stop! I command you!
The other way! Now!
Here is the gate.
It's locked.
I must get over the wall!
I'll put my hands together. A hoist! Step up!
Let not Satan escape us, O Lord. Let him not sow the seeds of evil throughout the world. I call upon you.
Up, now! He stepped in my hands and climbed the gate. Now, reach down and give me your hand. Help me.
Help you? Help you, mere mortal? Are you mad?
And I saw not the foot of a man before me, but a cloven hoof. In a flash of lightning, with those horns grown suddenly from his forehead. Then he turned and vanished in the moonlight.
I am sorry for you, my son.
What was he?
As long as you live, you will remember this night. He is gone.
Who? Tell me.
Even now, you're not sure. But you will be. And then you'll know, Mr. Ellington. You'll know who it was you loosed upon the world.
The monks were mad, I thought. Or the Howling Man was mad. Or I was, or the whole world. But Brother Jerome was correct. I could not forget. And when the pictures of the carpenter from Bromau Alm Inn appeared in the papers, I grew uneasy, for I felt I'd seen this man before. And when the carpenter invaded Poland, I was sure. And when the world was plunged into war and cities had their entrails blown asunder, and that pleasant land I had visited became a place of hate and death, I decided to spend the rest of my life tracking down the one I had released. Each night I dreamed of it, Mrs. Dunphy, and I kept dreaming through all the wars since, until this week. It took years, decades, but eventually I found him. And so the nightmare is finally over. Again.
I see.
And now, Mrs. Dunphy, I'm going to see about a chartered plane to have him transported back to Germany. Brother Christophorus is in charge now. I have already written him. He will be very relieved.
And what you found, it is here?
Have no fear. As long as the staff of truth is in place, he cannot leave the next room. The staff is very small, but very powerful. So you see why you must not, under any circumstances, go near that door. Nothing in the world is more important. Do you understand?
I believe so.
Oh, he'll do a bit of howling, but never mind that. It's a trick. I'll return as soon as possible. Until then, keep that door locked.
Yes, sir. Oh my, such stories.
Come here. Please. You must listen. He is insane. Let me out, I beg you. Let me out.
Who's there? Behind that door. Are you all right? Sir? Sir, can you hear me?
The little piece of wood. The staff. Remove it. Please.
I don't know if I should.
Please. Take it off the door. I implore you, please. Please.
Ancient folk saying, you can catch the devil, but you can't hold him long. Ask Brother Jerome, or Brother Christophorus, or David Ellington. They know, and they'll go on knowing to the end of their days in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
He's Alive, starring Peter Mark Richmond and Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Roger Mueller, Jason Bradley, Christian Stolte, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Amanda Amari, Elizabeth Lido, Vince Amari, Alex Sopner, Frenette Lebo, Carl Amari, Kurt Nabig, Peggy Roeder, and Jason Mallow. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
That looks like a good spot.
Where?
Up ahead on the corner.
Yeah, we'll set up some boxes.
I don't know.
It's perfect, I tell you. All these people taking a walk after dinner, they'll listen. Oh, they'll listen, all right.
Just hand out the pamphlets for now. I have to work on my speech.
What speech? You don't need one. Just say it the way you say it to us.
These people, they don't know what we stand for.
So tell them, Pete.
We'll make sure they listen. Put the flag up against the building.
Which one?
Both of them. Ours and Old Glory. The big two. There's some boxes. You can stand on them. I'll go set them up.
Man, this is gonna be the night, huh, Pete?
Well, I guess it's now or never.
Got that right.
How's my uniform look?
Here, straighten your tie. The cap, the boots, perfect. You look like a leader. Big time.
Go, Pete. Give him a dose of the truth.
Hey, mister.
Excuse me, little girl.
Are you in the army?
No army you ever heard of, sweetheart, but you will.
My daddy's a lieutenant. Are you a lieutenant?
Better than that, kid. A lot better. Now stand back. You're in the way.
Good evening. Good evening, neighbors. I have something of great importance to tell you. If you'll all gather round.
Neighbors? Who's neighbors?
Yeah, we're not your neighbors.
I never saw him around here.
Yeah, me neither.
Look at those crazy outfits they're wearing.
Yeah, they look like real idiots.
I bring you a message that you'll all want to hear.
What are you selling? Vegetable choppers? Because I already bought one.
It's... Well, hear me out, folks.
Hey, what's with the goopy flag?
Yeah, it's got lightning bolts on it.
Well, maybe they're looking for a few good men for Halloween.
I want to talk to you about international communism and the secret masters of the World Bank. I'm not joking, neighbors. Do you know who's really behind it? Look at our economy. It's falling apart. It's because of the bankers. That's right. The economics of the world, now, then, and forever, have always been the breeding ground for a certain type. An insidious type. The worshippers of the golden calf, whose religion is gold, whose loyalty, first and foremost, is to money, and only money. And we know who loves money more than anyone else, don't we? We know what tribe.
He's just getting warmed up.
Yep, in a minute he'll have him in the palm of his hand.
The tribe of traitors. And they're here, in our homeland. They're in Washington. Those swine have captured the reins of government.
Yeah, they're rotten apples, and I got an apple for you.
Hey, knock it off, people.
Yeah, show some respect.
I'm talking about traitors. Listen. Boring.
Ice cream. Get your ice cream.
I want one.
Come on, Angie. We'll both get one. Then we'll go home.
Yeah, there's nothing happening here.
No. Listen to this. What about foreigners? Huh? Foreigners. Take a look at the way that they're controlling us. The lines lead directly to Palestine and to the Vatican.
Yeah, I've had about enough of this. Let's go.
It's a conspiracy, I tell you. A conspiracy of men who aren't like us. Yellow men, brown men, black men. They come here and they infiltrate our economy. They're right here on our doorstep.
If there's anybody sitting on your doorstep, buddy, it's the man in the white coat.
Here, take a tomato with you.
You think that's pretty funny, don't you? You think it's funny that your country can be sold out? That they can sell out your flag and your birthright? You think that's funny, huh? Well, the day will come.
Oh, shut up.
Let him talk.
What's the matter? No more big talk? He's just a scrawny kid with a big mouth. Real big. As long as you got a couple of punks to protect you.
We gotta do something.
Where's Nick?
Go on, get out of here.
Back off. This here's a real American.
Yeah, a real jerk.
Why, you?
Get out! Cut it off! Right now.
Portrait of a Bush League Führer named Peter Vollmer, a young man who feeds off his self-delusions and is left perpetually hungry. Like his goose-stepping predecessors, he searches for something to explain this hunger, to rationalize why the world passes him by without saluting. In his own twisted and distorted lexicon, he calls it faith, strength, truth. But the particular brand of truth he seeks can be found in any sewer. Peter Vollmer doesn't know it yet, but he is about to ply his trade on another corner, an intersection in a strange shadowland called the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, He's Alive, starring Marshall Ullman and Peter Mark Richmond, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
All right, folks, break it up. Party's over.
Yeah, what's happening here?
Looks like the boys in the brown shirts took a licking.
No, we got him. We got him good.
Then what are you lying on the ground for?
Problem, fellas?
It was the communists. The communists did this.
What?
Which ones are those, Jack?
All of them.
They ran away like cowards.
We want to press charges.
What about names? We need names if we're going to charge anybody.
Look, forget about it. We can take care of ourselves.
Sure you can.
Need some medical attention?
No, we don't need your help.
Come on, Peter, I'll help you out.
Let's get out of here.
Hey, Jack, you forgot your flag.
Yeah, your mama made it for you.
Give it to me.
Sure.
There'll come a day when guys like you will crawl on your belly to salute this. There'll come a day.
Yeah, well, let me know the date, Jack, so I can stay home sick.
Hey, Pete! Pete! Are you okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
What are you doing in the alley?
They cornered me. Must have been 10 guys on top of me. It was all I could do to get away.
You sure that's what happened?
Sure, I'm sure. Oh, mean crowd, Pete. You get a hot night, and you always get a mean crowd. Remember when I was telling you that? Remember when I was telling you that every time you get a hot night...
All right.
Okay, Pete. Okay.
Why? I tried. I tried hard out there tonight, but I couldn't get through. I couldn't get them to listen. Words never come out right.
You did good. Real good.
Someday they'll listen. They'll have to. They'll listen and they'll cheer.
Someday they will, Pete. You'll see. Someday.
Now, hold still. It's only a cut, not a mortal wound. Wash your face when you get home and put some iodine on it. I think you will survive. Now, do you want a cup of coffee?
I'd rather have a drink.
A drink, is it?
May I have a drink, Ernst?
I have some wine. Will that do?
Yes, please.
Very well. You are a man now.
Thank you.
Peter, one sips wine. That's not beer from a beer garden.
Sorry. I'll remember that next time.
The next time. Just how many next times do you suppose a human being has in the scheme of things?
Oh, come on, don't lecture me, Ernst. I'm sick, I'm tired, and I took a beating out there.
Did you?
Yeah, can I stay the night?
Yeah, the couch remains in the corner, as usual.
You're a good friend, Ernst. You understand.
Sad to say, I do.
A man does what he believes in.
A man usually does.
I believe in certain things.
Is that right?
You know I do. I mean, we're friends. You've known me since I was a kid.
When you were a little kid, Peter, and I used to find you crying at my door late at night, I could pity you then.
And now?
What do you think? Now you peddle hate on street corners as if it were popcorn.
It's not hate. It's a point of view. a philosophy.
Oh, I know the philosophy. I know it quite well. 9 years in a place called Dachau. And you know who put me there? Peter Vollmer.
What?
A lot of Peter Vollmers. Frustrated men, sick men, hungry men. But the result, the effect, never mind the cause, was 12 million bodies in shallow graves. And it all started with young men in uniforms, talking on street corners.
Hey, you let me come here. You never sent me away.
No, I never did. I never do. That's the weakness that you scream about on your street corner, the sentimentality, the softness, the weakness that makes a man his brother's keeper. So I must be one of the worst of your criminals, Peter. Sentimental, soft, and very preoccupied with my brothers. I should close the door on you, but perhaps this is my sickness. I only see the boy, not the man. Go ahead, sleep on my couch.
Look, why don't you understand? You're the only person in the world I ever had. What else have I had? What? A drunk father who used to throw me against the wall? An old lady who drank till she had no marbles in her head? She didn't even recognize me half the time. That's why I used to come over here to your apartment, because, I mean, you were gentle with me, you know? You'd talk to me. You'd feed me. You'd take care of me. Ernst, you're my real father.
Ah, this is the boy speaking again. The little boy with so much fear in him. Yeah, you rest now, Peter. You rest well.
No. 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 Wait. Eugene. What? What?
Peter!
Who's that?
Peter?
Who's out there? Who is it?
A friend, Mr. Vollmer.
A friend?
You have need of friends, yeah. Allies. Yeah, come downstairs, Mr. Vollmer. Come down and we'll talk, you and I. Hello, Mr. Vollmer.
I heard people out here.
Oh, did you?
And your voice.
Well, a dream, perhaps, of better days to come.
Who are you?
Take a good look. Do you not recognize me? Surely you have seen my picture.
Wait. That hair. With the mustache. No. It can't be. You died a long time ago.
Did I? Or perhaps I only wanted people to think so.
But you're a great man.
I am aware of your opinion.
How did you know where to find me?
I simply followed your tears, Mr. Vollmer.
You said you have something to talk about?
I do. I do indeed. I have you to talk about, on the things you believe in, which are the things I believe in as well. See, your success, Mr. Vollmer, will be my success. Are you interested?
I am. I am. Please go on.
Good. Then let us start by discussing a most important point. What are the dynamics of a crowd? How do you move them, Mr. Vollmer? How do you excite them? How do you make them feel as one with you?
I don't know. I don't know, sir. How?
Join them first, Mr. Vollmer. Yeah? When you address them, speak as if you were a part of the mob. Speak to them in their language, on their level. Make them hate the things you hate.
How do I do that?
If they are poor, talk to them about poverty. If they are afraid, talk to them about their fears. And if they're angry, Mr. Vollmer, if they're angry, give them objects for their anger. But most of all, what is most of the essence is that you make the mob an extension of yourself. Say to them things like, things like this. They call us hate mongers. They say we're prejudiced. They say we're biased. They say we hate the minorities. The minorities. Understand the term, neighbors. Minorities. Shall I tell you who the minorities are? Shall I? We are. We are the minorities. That way, Mr. Vollmer. See, you started that way.
I think I understand.
That's right.
Neighbors. Neighbors. They call us hate mongers.
That's it. More.
They say we're prejudiced. They say we're biased.
Yeah, now you have got it. Go on.
The minorities? Understand the term, neighbors. The minorities. Shall I tell you who the minorities are? We are the minorities. Because patriotism is the minority. Because love of country is the minority. Because to live in a free white America seems to be a minority opinion. Let me tell you something, neighbors. I want you to dwell on this. Just dwell on it. Once we had an atom bomb. Suddenly, the Russians had it. We wanted to send men into space, but it was the Russians who got there first. We had a hydrogen bomb. It was the Russians who exploded theirs. Who gave them the bombs? Who sold us out? Who stabbed us in the back? Well, if it's the minority opinion that we must survive, then we are the minority. And this minority will not stop until it's the majority. This minority will not give up the fight. No, this is the promise, and this is the legacy.
Look, I'm not gonna wait much longer, you understand?
Gibbons, cool it.
Pretty good crowd tonight, huh?
Great crowd. And you were great, Pete. I mean it.
Thanks, Stanley. They're finally responding.
Responding? You had them right where you want them.
Yeah. This here is my hall. You've been renting it all this time, but I ain't got the money yet.
Hey, can't you see we're busy?
Okay, boys. I'll put it to you this way. If I don't get paid right now, you don't have the hall tomorrow night. You got that?
I'll go count the donations.
What's the problem?
Oh, this is a hungry man here, Pete. He's got to have his shekels. You know the type.
I told you guys you're 3 weeks behind on the rent. You said you'd give it to me a week ago, and all I got was a cigarette butts on the floor. After tonight, that's it.
Excuse me. Am I to understand that you're going to lock us out of this meeting hall because of a couple weeks' lousy rent?
Oh, you understand right. $600 due. $600 that ain't been received.
We happen to be a young movement. We're still struggling. We need time to grow.
I don't rent time. I just rent the hall. It's the money. Or you put up a soapbox in the street.
A soapbox in the street?
What do we do, Pete? We gotta do something.
I don't see why we have to tiptoe around this guy. Why don't I just educate him?
Look, Frank, I don't know. Why don't you just hold on a second?
I can do it, guaranteed.
Well, I know you can, Frank.
Somebody left this for you, Pete.
Who?
Nobody saw him. Just left this envelope at the back door. Your name's on it.
There's money inside.
6 C-notes. Hey, how about that? We need $600, and here it is.
Oh, man, how about that? Hey, Gibbons, come and get it.
It's about time.
You satisfied? Then don't bother us.
All right. You're paid up through this week.
Where'd the dough come from, Pete? You have any idea?
We must have a secret supporter.
I can see why. You were really something tonight. I can't even tell you how it sounded. You had him. You really had him.
Hey, we're gonna make it. And now something tells me we're really gonna make it.
You bet your life.
You guys go on. I'll see you outside.
Sure, Pete.
Anything you say.
Excellent performance, Mr. Vollmer. Yes, very effective. Very effective. You learn quickly.
Well, thank you. I didn't know you were here.
I am always here. Pleased to be of help. You learned the style very well. You delivered it precisely as I told you.
I'm very obliged. And the money?
Oh, it was the least I could do. We couldn't have you thrown out into the streets, yeah? I happen to feel that your work is very important.
You're with us?
With you? Oh, Mr. Vollmer, you might say I am you. Now, I have some suggestions. I'll continue to give you speeches, but there's a matter of importance that must be taken care of.
What is it?
An expedient, Mr. Vollmer. Oh, you might call it a cause célèbre. Something to cement the organization together.
I don't understand.
The organization needs a martyr.
A martyr? How do we find a martyr?
You don't find one, Mr. Vollmer. You choose one. You pick out the one of least value, and you make him a symbol. You wrap him in a flag, and you make his death work for you. Find a man, Mr. Vollmer, who has no worth while he's alive, but who can serve you when he's dead.
Like who?
Oh, surely there is such a one.
Pete, they're waiting.
Be right there, Nick.
Okay. Thought I heard voices. You talking to somebody?
No. I'm just practicing my next speech. Hey, tell Frank to come in here, would you?
Right away.
Alone.
Sure thing, Pete.
An excellent choice, Mr. Vollmer. The little fat one. Yeah. Now, all you have to do is arrange it.
The only thing is, I've known Nick for a long time. Isn't there some other way?
Other way? There is no other way, Mr. Vollmer. And if you weaken now, there's no point in going on. When Frank comes back, tell him you've discovered an informer. Tell him the informer has done you irreparable damage. The informer must be put out of the way, but cleverly, subtly, so that there is some question as to who is responsible.
But Nick's been with us from the beginning.
The beginning? Oh, no, Mr. Vollmer. None of you were at the beginning. None of you.
Nick's my friend.
And this is an act of friendship. We are allowing him to serve the cause. How glorious for him.
Nick says you wanted to see me?
We got a stoolie in the group, Frank.
A stoolie?
Yeah. Nick's been talking. And I think he's working for the police.
No.
I know it to be a fact. Everything we've done, everything we've said, Nick snitched on us.
Are you sure?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, what do you want to do, Pete?
Get rid of him. Get rid of him so that it looks like somebody else did it. Make it look like someone who hates us.
I understand. I understand, Pete. You call it, you got it.
There you are, officers. Thank God.
Stay calm, ma'am.
Now just tell us, where's this body?
Over here, in the alley.
Shine your flashlight on it.
Look at all that blood. Somebody did quite a number on him, huh?
I've seen him before. It's one of those young hooligans. You can tell by the uniform.
He's dead, all right. Call a meat wagon.
What was this one's name? Wait a minute. There's a note pinned to his chest.
What does it say?
A good fascist. What do you suppose that means?
One of their enemies must have put it there after he beat him to death.
Yeah, but which enemy? There's a lot of them around here.
Fewer and fewer every day.
Hurry up, Frank. We've been waiting for you.
Is it done?
Cross off the little creep. Anything else?
Then, we finally have our martyr.
Pete, you better go on. They're going nuts in there.
It's a good crowd tonight?
Right to the ceiling.
What's the matter, Stanley?
Oh, nothing.
Then why the look?
It's just that... Nick was a nice guy, Pete. I miss him.
Stan, you listen to me. You forget about Nick right now. He was a fat pig with no guts. He was a greasy big mouth who copped out every time he took a breath. A nickel and dime Judas who got exactly what he deserved. So don't mourn for Nick. He doesn't rate mourning. Not that pig. You got that, Stanley? Look at me, Stanley. You got that?
Yeah.
You have his poster ready?
Blown up bigger than life. Just like you said.
Good. When I give the signal, unveil it behind the podium. All right, everyone. I have something very important to say. A man of honor has died tonight. A decent, courageous fighter for the cause of freedom. He gave his life. He gave his life for us. Some skulking assassin murdered him. But friends and neighbors and co-fighters, Nick Bloss did not die in vain. They stilled his great heart, but they could not stifle his memory. They could not obliterate his courage. They could not wipe away his honor. He lives, my friends. He lives in you, and he lives in me. He lives deep in the gut of any human being who believes that the United States of America should be free, should be untainted, should be free from the mongrels who try to enslave it. Now, Stanley, look at this portrait of Nick Bloss in his uniform. He wore it proudly. He died for it. And you and I, neighbors, we will live for it!
Oh, hiya, Mr. Gans.
How do you do?
How are you tonight?
I'm very sober, unfortunately.
Beer?
Yeah, if you please.
Boy, listen to him across the street. Guy's got a voice on him.
And I knew it when it was only a whimper.
That's a wild kid, that one. Used to be people would laugh at him, but lately he gets the crowd. Not many people laugh now. Say, you know him, don't you?
Yeah, since he was a child. A silent little boy with very little to say. But now, I've been here before. Oh yes, I've seen and heard it all before.
That was another time, Mr. Gans. Another place. Another kind of people. That stuff doesn't go here.
That's what we said, too. They were brown-shirt scum. Temporary insanity. part of the passing scene. Too monstrous to be real. So we ignored them, or laughed at them, because we couldn't believe that there were enough insane people to march for their cause. And then, one morning, the country woke up from an uneasy sleep, and there was no more laughter. The Peter Volmers had taken over. The wild animals had changed places with the zookeepers.
Another one, Mr. Gans?
No, thank you. I have had my fill.
You take it easy now. You're not going to do anything foolish, are you?
Me? Not this time. It mustn't happen again. We can't let it. We simply can't let it happen again. All the anguish, all the horror, all the nightmare. No. Not this time.
Mr. Gans? Mr. Gans!
And so I tell you, my friends, we will take it to the streets. There's going to be a big meeting tomorrow night with searchlights and banners and drums and armed bands. For every one of you who wants to join us, we have armed bands. And soon, very soon, we will have uniforms for all of you. When we march!
Who's that?
Search me.
Go on, Mr. Volmar. You were saying?
Ernst, what are you doing here?
I can tell them what you were saying. I have heard it all before. I have heard it 1,000 times before. In Munich, in Berlin, on 100 different street corners. It was drivel then, and it is drivel now.
Ernst, you've got to stop.
And what is this one here? The latest model? A new Führer right off the assembly line? Well, this one isn't so new. He is just a cheap copy. Oh, let me tell you about this one. About the breed, the species. They are all alike. Problem children with illusions. Sick, sad neurotics who need applause like a needle.
That's enough, Ernst. Please. Please.
Listen to me, Peter, and let them listen, or I will tell them about a quaking, whimpering boy who cried on my couch, who still cries on my couch.
Ernst, don't!
They need parades and torchlights and slogans like therapy. They need uniforms and armbands, because without them they are naked and pitiful. This one grew too old to bite his nails, so he made believe he could lead others.
Pete, don't let him have the mic. Put him down, or I'll put him down.
Yeah, put me down, Peter. Shut me up. Stifle me, huh? Why don't you? Why can't you? Because this is your courage right here. The symbol on your sleeve. A torch on a lightning bolt. A crude drawing for children.
I'm warning you, Ernst.
This patch is your strength. This and the crowds and the sick isles. And if I tell you to your face, Peter, that your courage is made out of cloth, that your ideas are filthy garbage, and that you are something less than a man, what do you say to that? How do you answer me?
Like this!
Oh, the rebuttal. The only answer your kind knows how to give. Is that the best you can do? A bloody nose? This is your Führer? He is yours. I give him to you. A gift from the sewers.
You see, folks, the way it is.
Hey, Pete, don't worry about it. He's just an old man. One crummy old man.
The way it is, I knew him. I knew the old man once.
Is that a fact, Mr. Former?
Yes, that is a fact. I used to know him. And...
Who's he talking to? Mr. Former, I have no interest in who he is. My concern is in what he is. He cheapened you in front of these people. You barely had the strength to strike him a slap, like a woman. Your voice is like a lion, but your instincts are rabbits.
And you? Instincts like a rabbit. Slap like a woman. You stand in the darkness and plan the battles. But you're never there when they're fought. No. Why don't you come up here alongside me, huh? Why don't you let them see who you really are? Why don't you make a speech?
Mr. Fulmer, I was making speeches before you knew how to read them. I was fighting battles when you were struggling to get out of a womb. I was taking over the world when your universe was a crib. And as for my standing in the darkness, Mr. Fulmer, I invented darkness.
Then you take the stage. Go on. It's all yours.
Pete, who were you talking to? Where are you going? You can't run out.
Ernst! Where are you? Let me explain. You! Why? Why did you pick me?
I didn't pick you, Mr. Former. You picked me. You chose my ideas. You invoked my name. So now, you must take whatever comes with it.
What?
In the past, I've given you suggestions. Now, I give orders.
Orders? What do you want me to do?
From now on, you must be built of steel. No soft gaps of sentiment. Steel, Mr. Fulmer. The way we handled Nick, and the mobs and the speeches. And gradually, bit by bit, we shall forge something strong, something powerful. Just as I did before, with my own hands. With my own hands! The old man, the Jew, he'll be back again tomorrow night, the next night. I know him. I know the type. We sent them into the ovens. But always, there was a handful left to point a finger. His kind, Mr. Fulmer, his kind are dangerous. See, they talk, they think, they plant seeds, they hold us back. Here, take this.
What is it?
What do you think? A Luger 9mm pistol. My personal sidearm. Kill him. Kill the old man.
Kill Ernst?
Tonight, he will be in his room. If you are man enough. If you are steel.
All right. I'll do it. I'll do it now.
Then, Mr. Fulmer, when you come back, there's much we have to talk about. Plans, campaigns, ideas, the next steps. This is only the beginning, the dawn. It will be a long, long day.
Yeah? Oh, come in. Ah, I thought it was you.
You wouldn't listen to me, Ernst.
On the contrary, I listened to all that I was able to stand.
You should pay attention now. I can't even begin to tell you what's happened. It's too incredible. It's too unbelievable. I can tell you this much. We're on the march. From now on, we only go forward. There's no stopping us.
No stopping you, Peter? An old man stopped you tonight with a few words. He stopped you with the truth.
You're wrong, Ernst. It's not just me anymore. There's someone else. Someone behind us. Someone even you tremble at.
He'd have to be a very imposing figure, Peter. Much more imposing than you.
Oh, he is. He gave me this. See?
More imposing even than a gun.
That's only because you don't think I'll use it. Which only goes to show that you don't know me.
I know you, Peter, I know you. From a ravaged little boy wanting love to a torn man looking for respect, identity. I don't fear you. So you may do what you have in mind at any time you wish. With this one last reminder. You can never kill an idea with a bullet. Never.
No. I'm all steel now. Ernst, I'm made out of steel. No more sentiment. No more softness. Just purpose. Just will.
Then shoot. Kill. Destroy me, if you can. Am I close enough to you?
You're frightened. Admit it.
Not at all. Impatient and a little bored.
With living?
With having to live in a time that produces people like you. Once, years ago, you made death inviting. You still do. So do me the goodness, Peter. Get it over with as quickly as possible. I'm waiting, Peter.
Kill him, Vollmer. Kill the old man. Kill the Jew. Use strength. Use will. Be made of steel, Vollmer. Kill him! Kill him now!
You see, Ernst? I told you! I'm made of steel.
All steel. All strength. But at the expense of things that most other men have. Some fragments of decency that tell them right from wrong. That make them love. Yes, Peter, you have steel, but now you have no heart.
Where is everybody?
Pete?
We were just cleaning up.
What happened to you?
Nothing. Nothing happened to me. You tell them. You go out there and you tell them.
But they've all gone home.
Tell them I'm still in charge. I'm number one. You serve, I lead. Understand? You serve, I lead.
Come on, Pete. Let's go.
No, he picked me. Out of everybody, he picked me. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? He did. He picked me.
So long, Pete. See ya.
Don't you walk away from me! Frank! Frank! Who's there? Who is that?
Vollmer?
You. I did what you said.
Sentimentality, Mr. Vollmer?
None!
Steel?
Steel.
And no regrets?
None!
What did you destroy tonight?
Only a disease. A growth on our flesh that had to be removed.
Not a man, then?
No. Hardly a man.
How did it feel?
It felt It felt like I was immortal.
Mr. Vollmer, we are immortal.
Yes. Yes.
There he is.
Don't move.
What do you want?
Peter Vollmer?
Yes.
We have a warrant for your arrest.
That's impossible.
The charge is conspiracy to commit murder. Your two friends are outside in cuffs. The victim's name was Nicholas Bloss.
Get away from me.
He's got a gun.
Drop the gun! Now! Walk toward us with your hands up!
Hey, look, he's going to the other door.
Tell them to cover the alley. Halt! Halt, or I'll shoot!
Hold it right there.
We got him. He's hit.
Call for an ambulance. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
There's something very wrong. There's something very wrong.
Easy, kid. Don't try to talk.
But you made a terrible mistake. I'm made of steel. It's true. Don't you understand? I'm made of steel. I'm made of steel. I'm made of steel. I'm made of steel.
Where will he appear next? This phantom from another time, this resurrected ghost of an old nightmare. Chicago? Los Angeles? Miami, Florida, perhaps. Vincennes, Indiana. Syracuse, New York. Any place, every place where there's hate, where there's prejudice, where there's bigotry. Because he's alive. He's alive so long as these evils exist. Remember that when he comes to your town. Remember it when you hear his voice speaking through the mouths of others, no matter who they may be. Remember it when you hear a name called a minority slandered. Any blind, unreasoning attack on a people or any human being. He's alive. Because through these things, we keep him alive.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Probe 7. Log entry 1411. Another waking period. Ship seems to be functioning perfectly as usual. Wish they could make cars this reliable back home. Oxygen supply, right on the button. Food supply, a little over. Something wrong with my appetite. Not enough exercise, I guess. I know. More workout time. Gotta stay in shape. Never know who I might meet in space. Coordinates on autopilot. Propulsion system humming like a top. Pressure flow, output, all right on the money. Oh, come on, guys. You don't need a pilot up here. Could have sent an unmanned probe. All I am is extra weight. Think how much farther this crate could go without me. Of course, you wouldn't have my brilliant observations. Boredom followed by prolonged disinterest, with periods of great loneliness. Must be fascinating. Here's an observation. All these blinking lights in the cockpit. They remind me of stars, or candles, or cigarette lighters. That's it. You remember cigarettes? Did you know at concerts people had these little lighters, and sometimes they'd hold them up and it looked like a sea of stars out there in the dark? I want to write a book, not this diary. Doesn't have enough plot. Just me remembering. That's who I am, boys. He who remembers. Oh, well. Better send you the numbers. Here goes the download. Transmitting now. Till next time, this is Colonel A.L. Cook. Over and out. Hold on, I think we've got a malfunction here. Some kind of overload. Yep, there's a power drain. Initiating diagnostics. No time for that. Switching to manual override. Base, this is Probe 7. Probe 7, calling base. Come in. I've just lost a rocket tube. Can't handle this baby. Controls won't respond. Losing power fast. Have to set down on the nearest planet. Got one in view now. Not much choice. Entering atmosphere. Surface coming up fast. Can't slow down. No retro rockets. Ship's about to catch fire. Base, do you read? This is Probe 7. Probe 7. Mayday! 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 Mayday!
One Colonel Cook,
traveler in deep space several million miles from his point of departure and presently out of options. He set a course across an endless ocean in a one-man lifeboat, now scorched and broken on an alien shore. But even if he should survive, his greatest ordeal is yet to come, for he must face a far more dangerous challenge, an opponent more menacing than the cold, lifeless vacuum of space. He must face what awaits him on the other side of the bulkhead and do battle with the unknown. As soon as the dust settles, he will take stock of his plight with very little effort, a single 360-degree movement of head and eyes. For Colonel Cook has come to rest on a small, undistinguished planet not on any chart, one that is actually an outpost in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Log entry 1412. I'm alive. That's all I know for sure. The ship is wrecked pretty badly. It might be possible to realign the main drive, but not without help. So far, I'm holding up. One badly bruised head and a broken right arm for which I've made a sling. A few more painkillers in the first aid kit, but after that, I'm on my own. The planet has an atmosphere, so I don't need the pressure suit. That's another stroke of luck, if you can call it that. The terrain is desolate. Sand, rocks, some low-grade plant life. That means there's water. The question is, how much and where? The ship has cooled down now, what's left of it. Main instrument panel is intact, so I'll try to contact the base directly, if there's enough power. More later. Cook, signing off. This is Probe 7. Do you read? Probe 7. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, with a landing report and damage assessment. Over to you, base. This is Probe 7. Come on, base. I'm waiting.
Probe 7, this is base. You're coming through low, barely audible.
Blaine, is that you?
Yes, this is Lieutenant Blaine. We read that you're...
This is Cook, Probe 7. I'm glad to hear you.
Cook? Cook, we thought we'd lost you. Your transmission was interrupted.
Everything was interrupted. I'm lucky to be alive. Probe 7 made unscheduled landfall approximately 7 hours ago.
What? Come again. Can't hear. I thought you said...
I've crash-landed, Blaine, in another planetary system. Didn't have much choice. One of the thrusters broke off the ship. This planet is 92,900,000 miles from the nearest star.
Good Lord, Colonel. We're having trouble seeing you on the monitor.
Sorry, but I can't send or receive a visual. Most of my equipment was fried in the crash.
Okay. How's your oxygen?
And that's the least of my worries. There's an atmosphere here. I don't know its density or composition, but it's breathable.
Probe 7, your signal's drifting. Can you increase power?
Not much chance of that. Far as I can tell, this is the last of my juice, at least for now. I've got half a generator and 3 solar cells working. I was afraid it wasn't enough to get through it all.
Okay. Can you effect repairs?
Say again?
Repairs. Can you make repairs?
If you give me maybe 20 years, a good right arm, and a new head while you're at it, I might make a start. The bottom line is, I need help. Got that, Base? Help. And right away.
Probe 7, you're breaking up. Probe 7, are you there? Probe 7, we're having difficulties. Probe. All right, just stay there. Stay in transmission. Probe 7, we've traced your signal. We know where you are.
Great. How soon can you send a ship?
Colonel, I'm sorry to say we have nothing here that can reach you.
What? You had several ships on the drawing board.
Repeat, we have nothing available.
Say again?
All construction is suspended pending the current crisis.
Ah, come on!
Colonel Cook, I've been told you'll have to make the repairs yourself.
Base, now hear this. I don't have fuel, no propellant at all. I left most of my rockets scattered across 50 miles of dirt and rock. All I have is a ship that looks like a jigsaw puzzle. As for the wiring, it's nothing but spaghetti. So when you say you've got nothing that can help you, you're telling me you're crossing off one spaceman permanently.
Probe 7, we're having difficulty. Your words are breaking up.
All right, Base. I'll give it to you in a few syllables. This ship isn't going anywhere. Not forward, up, down, or back home. Is that plain enough for you? Now I'm asking you again. Isn't there anything you can do to help me out here? Or are you just going to write me off?
Colonel Cook?
There's the low power warning. I'm losing transmission. Got to sign off for now. I'll make contact again in 3 hours. Roger that, will you please, Base?
We will stay on this frequency, Colonel, and wait to hear from you. Oh, just a minute. There's someone here who wants to speak to you, Colonel.
Colonel Cook, this is General Larrabee. We understand the spot you're in. We wish we could help.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there is a possibility that once you give us a full report on the ship, we can send you instructions for its repair and walk you through it step by step. That's still an option.
Is it? Well, here's an option. Why don't I just build me a new one, General? I'll make it out of tin cans and chewing gum. I'll burn some circuit boards with a magnifying glass. That's a possibility, too.
Colonel, I'm trying to be frank with you.
Sorry, sir. I'll transmit again in 3 hours. Over and out. Heaven help me. I wonder if that's a possibility. Log entry 1413. I'm standing on a hillside a few meters from the ship. You hear that? I think there's going to be a change in the weather. Back home we'd call it a sandstorm. Better head back soon. I see vines and some flowers down the other side of the hill. There's more life here than I thought. As to what stage of evolution it's reached, that's pure conjecture. No sign of animal life, but the vegetation grows thicker in certain areas, like the valley. Can't trust my leg yet. Better stay close to the ship. I've picked some plants for analysis. We'll see if there's anything edible. Hey! Anybody! Hey! Take me to your leader. I've got beads and wampum. Is anybody here? That's just great. The last good wires in the whole ship. Here comes that sandstorm. I'm gonna get the hatch shut. Close, will you? That's it. A little bit more. There. That'll have to do. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, calling base. Over to you. If you read.
We read you. We read you very well, Colonel. Ah, you've got the video going.
For now, General, I've wired all the solar cells in the series. At the moment, I'm running off the storage batteries, though. It's almost night here.
All right, tell us your situation, please.
My situation?
Yes. Any change, Colonel?
I've done what I can, but I'd have to call it unchanged. The power level's higher as long as I charge up during the day, but I don't know how long that will last. At least, I've got you on the screen. Got to see another face, both of you.
You should be used to solitude. You've been in space a long time.
Yeah, I should, but that was different somehow. I was a big something in the middle of nothing. This, though, I've landed and it feels like I'm supposed to be somewhere, and I'm not. My memory of home is fading fast.
Colonel, and the condition of the ship, still a total loss?
Probe 7 is no longer probing, General, unless it's the few feet of dirt I tore up when I crashed. There is life here, like I said, vegetable life, pretty elementary. I've explored the surrounding area in all directions, but I can't get down to the valley with this leg. The gravity is roughly the same as ours. From what I can tell, the atmosphere is similar as well. At least, there's no pollution. I haven't started coughing yet.
Describe what's left of the ship.
What's left of the ship, General, is a few feet of bent-up metal. I told you, it's unrepairable.
You're sure, Colonel? You're absolutely positive?
There isn't one other section that's still intact. She'll do for a museum or a junkyard. Take your pick. As for me, I don't have the luxury of making a choice.
Nor do we, Colonel. Nor do we.
Right. The crisis.
Listen to me, Cook. We've got a major problem here.
Oh, you do?
Since you left, we've had an international incident. A serious one. There's talk of war. The next 24 hours will be crucial.
As long as I can remember, there's always been a crisis, and there's always been talk of war. Well, hasn't there?
Yes, but this time I'm afraid.
You'll forgive me, General, but I've got a crisis too, and it's a very immediate one. I have the remainder of my rations and 2 broken bones in one arm. You have my location. I need to know that help of some sort is on the way, or would you call that unreasonable?
Now listen up, Colonel. The rest of the fleet's been taken out. There isn't another ship, unless we build one. And if we go to hydrogen war in the next few hours, there'll be nobody left to do the building. Do I make myself clear?
You're serious?
That's the realistic view, Colonel. It may go down hard, but I'm giving you the facts of life. 10 hours from now, maybe 6, maybe 4, we'll be fully committed. I'm talking about 500 million people, not just one man. That's about as clear as I can put it.
Very well then, General. I guess that's it.
We don't see any alternative.
Will there be any point in making further contact with base?
Yes, Probe 7. For 2 reasons I can think of. Both of some benefit to you. One, so you'll know that you're not alone up there. And 2, to confirm that your own world still exists. though the latter is a moot question at this point. Over to you, Colonel.
I can't think of anything else to say at the moment.
Feel free to keep the signal open, if you like.
Can't do that, General. I need to charge the batteries when it's light again. Here's that storm. Don't know how strong it'll be or how long it'll last. But I'll try to get through it. Nothing else I can do.
Then, for whatever it's worth, know that we're still here. For now. Over to you, Probe 7.
Roger, base. And out. It's going to be a long night. Wait. What's that? Hold on. Blaine? General? I wish you could hear this. There's something outside, I swear. Something or someone. Log entry 1414. Just in case anybody ever hears this, I didn't get much sleep last night. I was waiting for the wind to die down. As soon as it did, I opened the hatch sometime around dawn. You see, I thought I heard something pounding on the hull, over and over. It couldn't have been an accident. It had to be something intelligent trying to signal me, to let it in from the storm. That was what I thought. Funny the way the mind works. I've never been so glad to hear anything in my life. And at the same time, so afraid. But I opened it anyway. Well, everything was covered with a fine layer of sand, silica crystals, very much like the soil back home. And that was the trouble. Whatever had been outside, there was no sign of it now. If there were tracks, the sandstorm had wiped them out. The ground, everything, smooth as a beach where no man has gone before. I did find something, though. A broken branch. So, it was only the wind, after all, blowing it back and forth before it broke off. Had me going for a while. So much for my man Friday. Now I'm back to the old routine. Reconnaissance, hunting, and gathering. Just think, a few million years from now, something on 4 legs, or 2, or 8, may actually walk this barren planet again. A few million more years, and it will grow a bigger brain so the species can start doing the same things I'm doing. Foraging for food, trying to survive. Wonder if there'll be anything left of the ship by then. Probably not. Me? I'll be a fossil at the bottom of a tar pit somewhere, and no one will realize I was ever here. Well, onward he marched, for want of anything better to do. Blaine? General Larrabee? Are you still there?
Here, Colonel. Go ahead.
Well, you look like you haven't slept.
Not much. And you?
Not really. Up at dawn to do some hiking, north, east, south, and west. I had been hoping.
Yes?
Just a crazy dream I had.
No sign of anything?
It's a primitive planet. I'm very much alone here, after all. Oh, not completely. I've got a wind that sings sad songs and some scrawny plants that check me out every now and then as I walk by. There might be some fruit trees that are edible down in the valley, if they're not poisonous, but that's it. That's all of it.
I'm truly sorry.
There used to be an old saying, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. The only thing wrong is I can't even find the lemons, but don't worry, I'll keep trying.
Not that this will provide any vast solace to you, but at 9 o'clock this morning, Colonel, we went to war.
And?
The whole eastern seaboard went up.
You mean all of it?
The cities, everything. It took 12 minutes. Exactly 12 minutes.
I suppose we retaliated?
Oh, indeed. With great alacrity and effectiveness. And we still are. With everything we've got.
It was our old enemy?
That's right, if it matters now. And the result of all this? Our world is doing a little wholesale dying at the moment. And there's nothing to do but watch it happen.
What about the base? Are you safe?
For the time being, our location's classified. Only you and a few others know where we are. The signal's encrypted.
That's good then.
Trouble is, we can't stay here much longer. There have been bombs as close as 400 miles from us, falling through the night. It's now a question, Colonel, of the manner of death. Very fast or very slow. It's that kind of consideration, not one we thought would ever be a reality.
General.
You know, it's really quite a pity that we didn't send others with you. What you think of as a prison might have proved to be a haven of sorts for the survival of the species.
Don't have any illusions about it, General. What you think of as a haven is only a very sizable dungeon. A good-sized dungeon with a breathable air. But that's what it is, and there's no way out. I don't much care for solitary confinement, and neither would you.
Unfortunately, both of us have very little choice in the matter.
General, this is urgent.
Give it to me.
What is it, General? What's happening there?
In a moment, Blaine.
But, General...
I said in a moment. Cook, I've just received an official communication. We're going to have to move out of here. Now, I don't know whether we'll be able to transmit again or not. If we are able to, I'll do my best to make contact. You have my word.
Thank you. Try if you can. It means a lot to hear a real, live voice.
I wish we could do more. Silence. Or cries. That's the story from our world. Silence or cries. God bless you. And good luck. Over and out. Probe 7.
Yeah. Over and out. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Hell of an ending. To all my friends back home, take good care. Looks like I won't be seeing you again. Not in this life. Time to start a new project. Chapter 1. The Memoirs of Colonel A.L. Cook. And I've got a very good memory. You wouldn't believe the stories I could tell. Who knows? After I'm gone, maybe someone else will crash here and find it. A lifetime of memories. Every sight, every sound, all the way back to the beginning. The kids I knew, the girls I dated, my friends, mom and dad, the first job, all of it. Every detail recorded for posterity. Has anyone ever done that before? Maybe people who keep diaries their whole lives, except that no one ever got it all down. Didn't have the time. But I do. All the time in the world. Log entry 1415. This one's for the record. A final official entry. From here on, it'll be the life story of Colonel A.L. Cook. Me, myself, and I. If for no other reason than to keep from going batty. But for now, it's a beautiful day, here on Primordial World. Ship's still standing, of course. You'd never know that's what it was. More like something from a scrap metal yard. The cost that went into building it, the man-hours, and for what? To come to rest here. A little way station that isn't even on the map. I'd call that a waste. Exhibit number 1 in the elephant's graveyard. Ever hear of that? They used to say there was a place where elephants go to die. Hundreds, thousands of them. A secret place off the beaten path. And there were bones and tusks. And once in a great while, someone would stumble upon it. Like the Sargasso Sea, where sailing ships caught in the kelp and were trapped forever. Well, maybe other travelers will end up here, gone to ground, never to move again. Eventually, there'll be a whole collection of them from all over. But remember, I was the first. I should scratch it in the metal. Cook was here. But I digress. This is still supposed to be my official report. The evaluation of the crash site coming up. The tail fin is all but covered by sand. Have to dig it out before the next storm. Then build some kind of windbreak or the whole ship might get buried. I could gather some branches, make one. There's more vegetation in the valley if I can get up and over. Now, that's odd. If there are no other trees in the immediate vicinity, where did this branch come from? The one that was banging against the hull last night. Unless something carried it here. The wind or oh well, maybe I just didn't notice before. That must be it. Rocks to the left of me, rocks to the right of me. One very dry, broken off branch in the sand. And what great sand it is. None better in the known universe. On sale at closeout prices. Note the fine crunch under my boots as I walk the proud land. The rare texture, the superb body. Why, it's positively... What in the name of... It can't be. It looks exactly like... No, I must be hallucinating. But this... impression... I could swear it's a footprint, a boot print, to be precise. A lot like my boot, in fact. But it's not one of mine, about 4 inches shorter. But that's what it is. It is! Now hear this. Now hear this. I've got company. I've got company. Hey! Whoever you are, come on down. It's open house at my humble abode. It isn't much, but it's home. Drinks on me. Meet your genial host. Please. Please let me see you. Here's another footprint. And another. And another. Where do they lead? Up the hill? Has to be since the storm, so there was something here. I knew it. Hey, I don't care who you are or where you're from. Let's shake hands and be friends. Don't you need a friend? I do. Come on, friend. We can talk. I've got some stories, believe you me. Where you hiding? Behind that bush? Ugh! Blood on my head. Something hit me. Why'd you do that? to get inside. Get the hatch closed before they come after me. Can't let them get in.
This is Base. With our last transmission, we got ours a few minutes ago. A 500% increase in radioactivity. Not much hope for us.
Colonel, this is General Larrabee. I wanted to wish you well. From what we can gather, the enemy got it just as bad as we did. We wiped them out. And they wiped us out. One last forlorn wish for you, Colonel. If you ever meet someone where you are, whoever they are, and however it happens, in whatever circumstances, I hope it can come without fear. I hope it can come without anger. That's what they're going to have to put on the stone. The one we'll all be buried under on our world. Here lies a race of men who flex their muscles one time too many. I hope your new world is different, Cook. I hope there's no such word as hate. I hope there's...
All right. I'm ready for you. You want in? Maybe I'll let you, and maybe I won't. It's up to you. You can be friendly, or you can be dead. Hey, friend. You want to come in? Must be lonely out there. I hear you. What's the matter? Hungry? You're going to get a lot hungrier. Or don't you eat, friend? What do you say? Speak up. Can't talk, huh? No. You only know how to hit. Take more than that to put me down. What'd you use, a tree branch? Not very friendly, if you ask me. Well, I've got a nice piece of metal in my hand, and I know what to do with it. Won't catch me again. This has been going on for hours. I don't know about you, but I need sleep. I really need it. Understand? Sleep. And this king-size bump on my head doesn't help. Tell you what, we'll make a deal. I give you one more chance to get away. Go hide, I don't care. You may not understand the language, but maybe you get the message. I'll wait a while and catch some sleep. Then when I wake up, I'm gonna have a nice freeze-dried dinner. If I don't hear you out there, we'll forget the whole thing. You stay up the hill, and I'll stay down here. Just remember to keep your distance. Otherwise, I might have to come up there and teach you a lesson. A man's got to have his boundaries. Oh, God, I hurt. I want to sleep just for a while. Hey, friend. Gotcha. Stay down. Pretty weak, aren't you? Let's see who you really are.
Ituko. Miyana. Manda. Manda.
No. You're a woman? No, wait. Let's talk. Can't we talk about it? Do you understand anything I'm saying?
Min. Oh boy.
Look. My name is Cook. Colonel Cook. I'm from another planet. I crash-landed here. Cracked up my ship. This is my ship, get it? Or it was. It can't fly anymore. Now I'm just a wingless spaceman with no place to go and all the time in the world to get there. All right, be that way. I'm not going to hit you. I'm putting my weapon down, see? Oh, what difference does it make? You're probably an illusion, and those prints you left on the ground, they're illusions too. I've been fighting a running battle between fear and loneliness, and loneliness took the prize. You can disappear any time now. Any time at all. Go on. Poof! In a puff of smoke. No, wait, please. Are you real? This knot on my head certainly is. All right. Do whatever you want. Just don't go. Not yet. If you can't understand, I'll draw you a picture. Where's the stick? Look. Right here in the sand. This is my solar system. The sun in the middle, and this is my world. See?
Omida?
You got it. Now then, I went off course. I didn't have the power to get back. You know, power? Vroom, vroom. No good. So, I tried to land here, where we are.
Omida korum.
Go ahead, you draw.
Korum wisdom.
Oh, that's your solar system and your world. You came from there. Let me see now. It went out of orbit. Is that it? Your planet left its orbit and moved away from the sun. And the line, that's where you went and where your world went, right? I'm sorry. What about now? Where's your planet now? I understand. Gone. Disappeared. Probably frozen by now. But you got out. How many others? How many got out? You got away. Any others?
Min.
One finger. That's a hard count, my dear. A very hard count. And you've been here a while, haven't you? Look at your suit. Your galaxy might be light years away. It would have taken years to reach here. Where's your ship? Ship. Where's your ship? It crashed too, didn't it? So you've been here a long time. A very long time. Me, Cook. Colonel Cook. You?
Korava.
Korava?
Korava.
Well, what do you know? Pleased to make your acquaintance. How does it figure? I thought you'd be a 50-foot flesh-eating ant or something. And you turn out to be a woman. Which is neither here nor there. Because however you slice it, we're stuck here. A one-armed man and one very tired lady. Quite a pair. What have you been living on? What food? You understand food? Eat? Well, I can offer you lunch or maybe it's breakfast. I'm not sure which. And some companionship. And we can spend the rest of our lives drawing diagrams in the sand, which will be somewhat tedious. But the brighter of us will have to learn the other's language eventually. I hope it's you. Because I got some stories to tell, believe me. Come, Korova. Eat. Food. In the ship. Chow time. Come along. Inside. Eat. Food.
Food? Okawa? Okawa?
No. Not that way. Come here. Food. Please come back. I'm not going to hurt you. Please.
Okawa!
Oh, for heaven's sake. Korova, please. You scratched me. What did you do that for? That's all you know how to do, isn't it? Draw blood. Well, go ahead. Get away from me. It's not just language, is it? It's our animal nature, the way we instinctively respond to one another. In that case, there's not much hope. Go on. Go. If that's the way you want it, go. Base, this is Probe 7. The following is sent on faith, which is appropriate since this transmission is in the nature of a fairy story. I don't know under what heading you would classify it. Very likely space medicine or space opera. The long and the short of it is that I'm not alone here. There's a woman from another planet. Her name is Korova. I don't know much about her. I do know that she comes from another planet in another galaxy. A planet that left its orbit and moved out of space away from its sun. I suppose the inevitable happened. They just froze. She's not very old, so she must have been sent in a spaceship as a little girl. But now that ship is no more. They probably sent others too. God knows what happened to them. Died en route, lost their way, landed elsewhere, who knows. But somehow or other, she made it. Perhaps as a child on a preset course. She was here alone until I came. If by some chance you're still there, I can't send you any soil tests. I can't send you data about plant species or anything like that. But I can give you an observation about the psychological makeup of the animal kingdom. They're a frightened breed, a very frightened breed. It must be a universal trait wherever there are advanced life forms. Though it's questionable how advanced we really are, so I guess we aren't alone in that regard, which is really quite a pity, as you may understand all too well, if any of you survived. Base, this is Probe 7. Last call. Absolutely, positively, the last. Over and out. Log entry 1417. Well, the ship is history. I've left it for good. I finally made it up the hill and down the other side. And guess what? There's much more vegetation here. Fruit trees. Flowers as big as your head. And through it all, a stream of running water. I swear, it's like a garden. I brought what I need in a backpack. I'm going to set up shop on the banks of the river and try to live here, for better or worse. It will be the last great adventure. I only wish I could share it. Oh well, there's always posterity, if anyone should ever find this and play it back.
Cook.
Oh, you. Never mind. Talking to myself. But you wouldn't understand. Why don't you just keep your distance?
Cook? Ah. Cook.
Not going to hit me, are you? No? That's a surprise. Well, you're just in time to say bon voyage, friend. I'm going that way. There are even more fruit trees over there. No reason to get in each other's way.
Cook.
You want to come? You may, if you like. We'll eat and we'll live. I don't know how or for how long, but we can try.
Cook.
What? Dirt? Soil? What do you call it?
Earth.
Earth? What does that mean?
Earth.
Is that the name in your language? All right. We've just given this place a name. We'll call it that. We'll call it Earth.
Cook. Korava. Earth.
That's right. My name's Cook. My first name is... But there's plenty of time for that. No need to rush things. Okay, Korava. This is our home now. This is Earth. What's that?
Food.
So that's what you've been eating. Some kind of red fruit. Any good?
Food. Eat.
All right. Not bad. We'll take some with us. If you think it's all right. Come on. I wanted to tell you something, but now I've forgotten. I guess we'll have plenty to talk about, though. This place, a new life after all. And after a while, we'll have new memories to talk about. Things we can share. Come along, then. Let's go. This fruit's all right. Any other life forms around? I hope not, for the moment. But if there are, we'll make the best of it, won't we? Pleasant enough place, don't you think? My leg's better. We'll explore as much of it as we can. No need to set up any boundaries, I guess. There's plenty for everyone. For you and for me. And it's a beautiful day.
Do you know these people? Their names might be familiar were you to hear them. They lived a long time ago. Perhaps they're part fable, perhaps they're part fantasy, and perhaps the place they're walking through now is not really called Eden. That's for you to decide. We offer it only as a possibility and a presumption in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Tony Makis Sr., Sam Derrence, and Oksana Fedanushin. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Morning, Mr. Poole.
Morning, Mrs. Sullivan.
Off to work?
You know it. Oh, Mrs. Sullivan.
Yes?
I meant to drop off the rent last night.
Oh, no hurry. It isn't due yet.
I know, but I don't like debts. I'll make sure you get it this evening.
That will be just fine. Well, have a good day at the bank.
The same as every other day. Oh, excuse me. Were you going out?
Just to bring in the paper.
Oh, let me get it for you.
You don't have to do that.
No problem. Here you are.
Why, thank you, Mr. Poole. You're the perfect tenant. Absolutely perfect.
Paper, get your paper.
You have the morning sports final?
Sure thing. 25 cents, $1/4 of a dollar.
Here.
Thanks, pal. Paper, get your paper. Who wants a paper, morning final?
One here, Marty.
Sure thing, Mr. Poole. Always got a copy for you.
Let me see if I have the right change. Yep.
Here you go. Hey, look at that.
Something wrong?
Your quarter. It landed on the edge. Didn't even fall over.
Well, what do you know?
That'll never happen again in a million years. This must be your lucky day.
Oh, I hope you're right, Marty. A little luck never hurt anyone.
Oh, that poor man.
What happened?
That car, it hit him.
Did you see it?
Somebody call an ambulance.
Mr. Hector B. Poole, resident of the Big Apple, the Glass Canyon, hoping to survive an assault on his senses, all 6 of them. Flip a coin and keep on flipping it. What are the odds? Half the time it will come up heads and half the time tails. But in one wild, freakish chance in a million, it will land on its edge. Mr. Poole, a bright human coin on his way to the bank in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A Penny for Your Thoughts, starring David Eigenberg, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Stand back!
Look what you did!
I didn't see him, honest. He just stepped off the curb.
Where's the ambulance?
Oh, what happened?
Easy, mister. You all right?
Oh, I think so. Oh, just give me a hand.
Look, lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Oh, no. I don't need a doctor. I mean, if you'll help me get up.
You sure?
You ought to take it easy.
Yeah, at least get an x-ray.
Why? No scrapes, no scratches, no broken bones. I seem to be fine.
You should stay down. I would. Something like that, he could sue the guy's pants off.
Pardon?
Oh, I just said, wait till you get to the hospital. You never know.
No need for that, really.
You don't know how sorry I am, sir.
Oh, no harm done.
I swear, I didn't see you step off the curb. If you were hurt, God, I could never forgive myself.
You clumsy idiot. I wish you'd broken your fool neck.
What did you say?
I said if you were hurt, I could never forgive myself.
No, not that. The other part. I see no reason for you to be abusive.
Abusive?
I should have been more careful, but it was equally your fault.
Are you certain you're all right, sir?
I think so.
Thank heaven for that. I'm simply trying to say how grateful I am that you weren't injured.
Lame-brained jaywalker. That asinine stunt took 10 years off my life.
Now, see here, I'm not
Let me brush you off. Where were you headed?
I was on my way to work.
Well, I'll be happy to give you a lift if you like.
No thanks. It's not far. I think I'd rather walk.
Why do I always pick the line with the slow telling? I've got to borrow against the life insurance as long as they don't call my husband.
Wow, I hope they don't check my credit history.
Did I turn the iron on?
Well, Pool.
Morning, Bran.
Your watch stopped this morning?
What's that?
It must have. Not like you to be late.
Oh, yes. No, no, it's not.
It's 9:10.
Something happened on the way.
Did it?
Bran, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Well, why are they all whispering?
Who?
The customers.
What about them?
It's just that they're usually so quiet. I mean, nobody talks out loud in a bank, but this morning...
What do you mean?
You don't hear them?
Hear what? Oh, I get it. Have a late night, did you?
No, but on the way here,
I better grab some coffee. Miss Turner just put some on.
Boy, look at him. Like he doesn't know which end is up. Oh, if Bagby sees him this way, he's finished. Good riddance.
Oh, where is he?
Huh?
Mr. Bagby.
In his office. Where else would he be?
Oh, thank you, Brand. Well, I better get started.
Yes, you do that.
Oh, I knew he'd crack sooner or later. Mr. Perfect.
Hello? No, the vice president is on another line. May I take a message? Very well.
Eileen.
Morning, Hector.
How long has he been here?
A half hour. I wouldn't bother him, though. He's got an important call.
All right, I'll wait till he's finished.
Oh, Felicia, baby, you know I care. But how would it look? And besides, Gladys has a nose for these things. Of course she would. I can see the headlines. Prominent banker divorces wife to marry chorus girl. No, Felicia, you misunderstand. I love chorus girls. I mean, not all of them. Only you. Yes, that's right. Look, how about this weekend? Just you and me. Yes?
Mr. Bagby?
Come in. Hold on. Someone's at the door. Yes, what is it, Poole?
Mr. Bagby, sorry to interrupt you, but I'd like to explain.
Explain what?
Why I was late, sir.
Were you?
10 minutes to be exact.
I didn't notice.
Well, as you know, sir, my record for being prompt is spotless. I pride myself on attention to duty.
Yes, Poole, everyone is aware of your devotion to the bank.
Well, you see, a strange thing happened, a very strange thing.
Yes,
Get on with it, you simpering idiot. You think she's going to stay on the line forever? You ruin my weekend with Felicia. I'll string you up by the thumbs.
Your weekend, sir.
What?
Spoil your weekend. Oh, I wouldn't want to do that.
What are you mumbling about? Look, I've got an important call here. Very pressing matter. Get on with it, man.
No, of course, I understand.
don't suppose he knows about Felicia. It's impossible. I've been so careful, so discreet.
There. I've placed it on hold. Now then, you had something to tell me? Poole? Poole!
Another time, sir. I can see that you're busy. I'd better get to my work.
Poor Mr. Poole. He looks so tired and pale.
I'm all right.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Poole.
Good morning, Miss Turner.
Did you say something?
I didn't know I looked that bad.
Oh, you don't. You look very well today.
As do you.
Oh, why, thank you. Would you like some coffee?
Not just yet. But thanks for asking.
Gotta make it to the game on time. Kirsty won't steal a bag of popcorn with that southpaw pitching.
Who is pitching today?
You say something?
No, nothing at all. Good day to you, sir. Everything in apple pie order, I trust?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll bet you're the one who sent me that overdraft notice.
No, sir.
No, what?
I don't have anything to do with overdrafts. I work over there in the loan department.
You do?
Just see one of the tellers. I'm sure that they can straighten it out for you.
Sure. Sure. I'll do that.
Poole?
Yes?
You know Mr. Sykes of Ajax Cement?
Oh, yes, Mr. Sykes.
How do you do?
His loan has been approved. Will you see that the papers are in order?
Of course.
When do I get the check?
Mr. Poole will take care of that for you. Here's the file.
Certainly, Mr. Brand. Won't you sit down, Mr. Sykes?
Everything's there.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
The check's for $200,000.
I see. A loan for $200,000. That's quite a sum. Expanding the business, Mr. Sykes?
That's right. Wrong.
Well, which is it?
Huh?
You are aware that this loan must be repaid within 90 days.
Sure I am.
In full.
Yeah. If I put the money right, it'll come out to over $1 million.
$1 million?
No. 200,000. That's all I need.
Put half on Lucky Lady in the 6. Split the rest between Nimble Runner and Crinoline at 5-1. Nobody will ever know I can pay back the loan with enough left over to save the company. It's gotta work. There's no other way.
Or what? Bankruptcy?
What did you say?
Nimble Runner and Lucky Lady.
Now look here, young man.
And Crinoline at 5-1? What? That's a funny name.
I don't have time for this. Am I gonna get the check or not?
Everything all right here?
It better be.
I'm not sure.
What's going on, Poole? Something wrong, Mr. Sykes.
I don't know, Mr. Bagby.
I signed everything.
Well, then what's the problem?
He just told me he's borrowing the money to bet on the horses.
What?
That is what you said, isn't it, sir?
I said nothing of the kind.
Well, and then he said that Ajax Cement was bankrupt.
Ah, he's mad.
Poole! Doubtless there's been a mistake.
There certainly has.
If you'll come with me, I'll correct it at once. I'll talk to you later, Poole.
But Mr. Bag...
In my office.
Yes, sir.
What are you trying to do?
My job. He said.
I heard the whole thing. I'm the one who took his application. What's going on, Poole? Will you tell me that? What?
If I could tell you, I would. But I honestly don't know.
How would you like that, ma'am?
Can I have it once, please, and some quarters for the laundromat?
Of course.
180, 190, 200. Just a moment, and I'll get your receipt.
I want it in the form of a cashier's check.
Oh, I'll need to get it countersigned.
Money order then.
Yes, sir.
That can't be all I have. Check the balance again.
I've already checked it twice. If you'd like a printout of your transactions...
I would, yes, so I can compare it to my records. There must be some mistake.
401, 402, 403. 20 years, the same window. Not one promotion. Nope, not me.
Hello, Smithers.
Oh, hello, Mr. Poole.
Don't worry, you'll get that promotion.
Do you really think so? I mean, what promotion?
Stick with it, you'll see.
Yes, of course, but how?
Have a little faith.
It's finally happening.
It is?
Yep, old nose of the grindstone seems to have flipped out.
Who are you talking about?
Poole, who else? He's been acting goofy all morning.
Well, why shouldn't he? He's entitled to once in a while. He does all the work around here.
Guys like that are all alike, gutless wonders. Put the pressure on and they go to pieces. Know what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
You phony. Don't you know a real gentleman when you see one?
Got any of that coffee left?
Oh, hi, Poole.
Certainly. Here you are.
Smells good.
It's fresh. Nice and hot, too.
You do all of the work and get none of the credit. You should speak up more and assert yourself. But I guess that's not in your nature.
Miss Turner?
Yes?
There's something I've been meaning to say to you.
There is?
And I hope you won't be offended.
Oh, I'm sure I won't.
But, well...
Yes, Mr. Poole?
I want to thank you.
Thank me?
For your kind thoughts.
I don't think I quite understand, Mr. Poole.
Romancing the help, eh, Poole?
Brand, please.
Well, who can blame you? Miss Turner's the prettiest girl in the new accounts department.
Just saying absolutely nothing. I haven't seen such an aggregation of beasts since the last time I went to the circus.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true.
Yeah, a lot of action around the old coffee station lately. That's no surprise. Not much chance for socializing on the job, is there?
Brand, if I could get a word in...
Yeah, go ahead.
You were saying, Mr. Poole?
She's probably a tiger. Let the sweet prim ones out of their cages and they revert to the jungle.
That's enough, Brand.
Hey, watch it!
Oh, sorry.
You spilled coffee all over my shirt.
I'll get a napkin.
It was an accident.
No, it wasn't. You did that deliberately.
He said it was an accident.
I'll see you later about this, Poole.
Good for you.
I really didn't intend to do that.
I'm sure you didn't.
He was only joking.
Maybe he was and maybe he wasn't, but he sure had it coming.
Well, I suppose I should get back to my desk.
Yes, I suppose so.
Or else it will be time for lunch.
Will it? I mean, oh, it will.
And then we'll all be having our lunches, won't we?
I guess you're right. I mean, those who brought them.
And those who didn't will go out somewhere. For lunch, I mean. Alone or together.
Yes, they certainly will. Well, back to the old grindstone.
It's been nice talking with you.
Nice talking with you, too.
Bye now.
Bye. Oh, Miss Turner.
Mr. Poole?
One more thing. I hope...
Yes?
I hope you have a nice day.
I feel the same way. Exactly.
Such a gentleman.
It isn't fair. It just isn't fair.
I said, don't worry, Smithers.
Who? Oh, Poole, were you speaking to me?
Mr. Bagby's a fair man.
Mr. Bagby? Yes, I'm sure he is.
Good things come to those who wait.
What's he watching me for? Oh, no reason. Don't let it distract you. They'll be sorry. Not much longer now. At 4:30 this afternoon, I go into the vault like I always do. I'll take my briefcase with me. No one will suspect a thing. I'll fill it with currency and be on a ship to Bermuda by nightfall. Yes, indeed. All that money. As much as I can carry. I wonder how long it will take them to discover it's gone.
It's not possible. Smithers? Oh, Miller.
Hi there, Mr. Poole.
Got a minute?
Sure do. Pretty quiet morning.
Is that what you call it?
Well, as opposed to payday, then everybody and his brother shows up. Get a little rowdy sometimes, trying to cut in line and everything. But I keep 'em in order. Teach 'em respect for the uniform. You can count on me.
I know I can. That's why I wanted a word in your ear.
What's up?
How long have you been a guard here?
Quite a few years now. Get my pension before long.
And that gun in your holster, is it the same one you've always had?
Sure is. Nothing beats a .38. Keep it oiled up real good.
You could use it then. I mean, if you had to.
Well, what do you think I got it on my belt for, Hector? To hold my pants up?
Good. That's good.
Why you ask?
I'm not sure, but I suggest taking up a post by the door. Keep your eyes open, and don't say anything to anyone just yet.
I get you. Mum's the word.
There he is. Was he waiting for me?
Hello again.
Miss Turner.
I was just going back to my desk.
Perfect timing.
Isn't it? I mean, it is.
Miss Turner, may I speak to you?
Any time at all.
What I have to tell you is very important.
Yes, Mr. Poole?
Not here in front of everyone.
Dreadfully important. Come with me.
Where are we going?
Somewhere private.
I like the sound of that.
Mr. Jones's office is empty since he transferred. Next to Mr. Bagby's. No one ever goes in there.
Perfect.
That seems like a good idea.
If you're sure you don't mind.
As long as you can spare the time.
This won't take long.
Take all the time you want.
Well, what is it?
You'll think I'm crazy.
Is something wrong?
Terribly, and I don't know who else to talk to.
I'm here.
Miss Turner, I keep hearing voices. People talking, their lips don't move. But I can hear their voices clearly. I've got this ringing in my head.
Oh, no.
Well, it's not what you think, Miss Turner. I mean, I can read people's minds.
I don't know if I can help you with a thing like that.
I'll prove it to you. Think something, anything at all.
Well, I have to hand it to him. This is an original approach. Why did it take him so long to gather up his courage?
Because it only happened this morning.
What did?
At least that was the first time I noticed it.
He didn't notice me until this morning?
No, not you. The voices.
Mr. Poole...
They won't stop.
Perhaps you should lie down for a few minutes.
Maybe later. I'm trying to tell you something.
I know you are.
No, this is serious. Do you think I enjoy hearing people's thoughts?
I'm sure I have no idea.
Well, try to imagine. It's like seeing people with their clothes off.
Which people would that be?
Well, Miss Turner, I have reason to believe that someone may try to rob the bank this afternoon.
Mr. Brand was right. He's coming unglued.
No, I am not unglued. It's true. I mean, at least I think it is.
You heard them say that?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Well, then, in that case, you should do something about it.
But what if I'm wrong?
You have a responsibility to the bank, to the stockholders and depositors.
I suppose I do.
We could talk about it over lunch. I mean, one could, two people, whoever they might be, if they wanted to, that is. Otherwise, just one, alone, talking about it to himself. Of course, that might be a bit lonely, for some people at least, unless...
There's no time to waste.
No, definitely not.
I have to get out of here.
Why? I mean, what's your hurry? Have we finished our conversation? I thought...
I've got to tell Mr. Bagby.
From now on, Mr. Poole, you may call me Helen.
Come in.
Mr. Bagby.
Oh, there you are, Poole. I want to talk to you.
Sir,
I'm worried about you, Poole.
About me? But sir...
I've always considered you one of my best men. So why, Poole?
Why what?
Just tell me straight out. We lost the Ajax cement account this morning because of that nonsense a while ago. Something wrong at home? The wife, perhaps?
I'm not married.
Oh, well, something's bothering you.
Yes.
Have a seat.
I'd prefer to stand.
Then out with it.
Well, I don't know how to put this, Mr. Bagby.
Speak up, Poole. I'm with you.
You won't believe me.
Of course I'll believe you. You're as honest as the day is long. Well, you've been like a son to me. Well, a son-in-law, at least. If you were, which you're not, legally speaking. But nonetheless...
Mr. Bagby, Mr. Smithers is...
Smithers? Well, what about him?
He's planning to rob the bank.
Say what?
See, I told you.
Would you mind repeating that?
Smithers.
Old Mr. Smithers?
Old Mr. Smithers. He's sitting on his stool right now, planning it out. At precisely 4:30, he's going into the vault.
He does that every day.
Exactly. But this time, he'll have his briefcase with him, and he'll fill it up with banknotes, as much as he can carry. And by tonight, he'll be on a boat to the Caribbean.
How do you know?
I heard him talking about it.
But he's one of our oldest and most trusted employees. Well, he was here when I took over the bank. I absolutely refuse to believe.
I swear it, sir. He has it all worked out.
Wait a minute. I take your point. Who's the one who ends up stealing the company funds? Isn't it always the most trusted employee? The man you'd least suspect? The man who's completely reliable for years until that one moment when everybody relaxes their guard and... Gotcha! He strikes. Good work, Poole.
I wish it weren't true. I sort of admire Mr. Smithers. He's always there, steady as a rock, going his own way. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't overheard it myself.
Well, no time for sentiment. Quick now, tell me the details. Well, at 4:30 on the dot, it starts.
Okay, and Mr. Smithers will finish counting out his drawer as he always does, by the numbers.
Thank you, folks. Good night now.
Don't work too hard.
And as soon as we lock the doors...
See you Wednesday.
You take care now.
Good night, Rich.
He'll close up his cage, count down the drawer.
73, 74, 75, plus the bills.
He'll stand up and go to the vault with the deposit, as he always does. The last teller, with his briefcase. He'll be back there alone to lock up the vault. Only this time, things will be different. When he comes out, his briefcase will be heavy. Very heavy.
Miller, may I see you a moment?
Yes, sir.
Rich, let me out, please.
Okay, be right there.
I'm waiting.
Gotcha!
What?
I'll take that briefcase.
Here. What?
Shall I cuff him?
Not till we see the evidence.
Looks pretty heavy to me.
Dump it on the desk. I'm your witness.
Sure thing.
What do you think you're doing?
What does it look like?
Your mistake, Mr. Smithers, was in assuming that we were all asleep. A great mistake. But nothing gets by this institution. As a matter of fact, I've had my eye on you for a long time.
You sure this is his briefcase?
Of course it is.
Duly noted. He admits it.
1/2 sandwich. Clip-on necktie. Change of socks. Comb. 1 book. How to Profit from Armageddon. And, 7 ballpoint pens.
Where's the money?
Has everyone gone insane? What money?
Pool! Where's that idiot Pool?
Here, sir.
So he was going to steal the money. He was going to take a trip to Bermuda. That was his story, huh?
Mr. Bagby, I heard him.
And who was he talking to, Mr. Poole?
Well, he wasn't talking to anyone, not exactly.
Oh? What was he doing? Sending smoke signals?
He was thinking.
He was what?
He was thinking. Well, that explains everything. Mr. Smithers, please forgive us all for this unfortunate intrusion.
Well, I guess we all make mistakes.
I should have known that what I was told was impossible on the face of it. Poole, do you know what I'm thinking?
I'm fired.
Kindly clear out your desk at once.
Mr. Smithers, I don't know what to say. I'm very sorry.
Return Mr. Smithers' possessions and let him pass.
Right away.
How did you know?
What?
It's true, of course, Mr. Poole. Yes, it's a little dream of mine. Have you ever had a dream? I have, often. People look at me and all they see is a funny little man, frayed and old, and they never know. I have the dream almost every day. I had it yesterday and the day before that. Well, I don't always plan on Bermuda, though. Sometimes it's London, Paris, Fiji, beautiful, exotic places, thousands of miles from here. Places where there are no ledgers to keep, where I'm not a little man with no future and no past. I think of filling my briefcase with the bank's money, but I never go through with it. Do you know why? I've lived with it too long. I'm old and set in my ways. And besides, Mr. Poole, I'm a coward.
Smithers, please.
Will you open the door now, please, Rich?
Sure. Take care of yourself.
Can I help you with anything?
I've got it. I guess this is goodbye, Miss Turner.
It may be a blessing in disguise for your career, a man with your abilities.
Much more than mind reading. Strange delusion. But with the proper medical care, it'll go away.
It's not a delusion, Miss Turner. There, you see, I can read your thoughts.
But how?
Well, until this morning, everything was normal. I was happy. Well, at least I wasn't unhappy. I had my friends, my job, and now this. I thought it was a gift. Well, it's no gift. It's an embarrassment. It's been nothing but trouble to me. I never imagined people were the way they are. You know, we do things without thinking about them, and we think things without the slightest intention of doing them. I've learned one thing. People are not what we think they are.
Poole! Oh, thank heaven I caught you. That was the Ajax Cement Company on the phone. Mr. Sykes has been arrested.
I know, for gambling with the company money. I tried to tell you that earlier.
$200,000 if that loan had gone through. Mr. Poole, about your job. It's still yours, if you're interested.
Why, that windbag. Mr. Poole, if you can really hear me, you're wasted in that job. If you let him take you back on the same terms, you're crazy. Everybody knows you should be in charge of the accounts department.
Well, what do you say?
Well, everyone knows I should be in charge of the accounts department, Mr. Bagby.
In charge?
Good. That would mean he'd move into Mr. Jones's old office.
That would mean I'd move into Mr. Jones's old office.
Now, really, Poole. This is absurd. What am I
standing here wasting time for?
Don't let him bamboozle you.
Felicia's waiting. Man, oh man, what a weekend this is going to be.
Stand up for yourself. He needs you more than you need him.
Would you excuse us, Miss Turner? We have some business to discuss.
All right, if you're sure.
I'm sure.
Business? What business?
The business of Felicia and your wife, Gladys.
What?
I know all about it. I know where you're meeting her and when.
It's impossible. No one knows about the trip or the apartment on Riverside Drive.
Riverside Drive, Mr. Bagby. Am I right?
Oh, all right, you win. In charge of accounts in the office next to mine. You won't say anything to anyone, will you?
Not a word, Mr. Bagby. Not a word. Oh, and I forgot, there's one more thing. At the bank's expense, I'd like you to buy a round-trip ticket to Bermuda. Have it made out in the name of J.L. Smithers. I think he'd like a vacation.
Are you out of your mind?
Mr. Bagby?
Oh. One ticket to Bermuda.
Shall we go, Miss Turner?
If you like.
I'd go anywhere with you, but I wish you'd call me Helen.
Have a good night, folks.
We'll try. May I see you home, Helen?
Well, I don't know.
Of course you can, Hector. What do you think I've been waiting for?
Paper, get your afternoon paper. Latest stocks.
Oh, just a second, do you mind?
Not at all.
Oh, hi, Mr. Poole. Well, was I right or was I right? Was it your lucky day?
I'd say so. Give me a paper, will you?
Sure, this one's on the house.
Oh, no. I don't like to owe anybody.
Heads.
You win.
Hey, why'd you do that? I had that other quarter standing up all day, and nobody knocked it over till now. Well, I guess if you're the guy who stood it up, you're the guy who can knock it down. There goes your luck.
Could be it's just beginning.
Paper, get your late edition paper.
What was that all about?
Oh, nothing. Wait.
What is it?
Think something, Helen. Think anything.
Oh, I am, believe me. Did you get that?
No, I didn't. I didn't hear anything at all. It's gone. Isn't that wonderful?
If you say so, dear.
Toss a coin, any coin, and one time in a million, it will land on its edge. But all it takes to knock it over is a slight vibration, a light blow, or even a vagrant dream. Mr. Hector B. Poole, a human coin on edge for a brief time, in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Penny for Your Thoughts, starring David Eigenberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Michelle Graff, Doug James, Jamie Barron, Jeff Lupetin, Kurt Nabig, Joby Cerny, Fernette Lebo, Peggy Roeder, Alex Sopner, Carl Amari, Karen Olson, Tracy Hernandez, Christina Verba, and Vince Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here's to Michael Franklin, in honor of the most stunning, ruthless stewardship of a corporate takeover I've ever seen.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, everyone. And may I just say, I absolutely deserve it.
I know you've had your eye on that corner office for some time. Well, it's yours.
Actually, Alan, I have my eye on the corporate suite.
What? That's my office.
Exactly.
Careful, Michael. Your ambition is showing.
Well, my ambition is what made this deal happen. My ambition is what allows our billable hours to skyrocket every quarter. And my ambition is what will eventually lead me to not only your office, Alan, but to your company-paid condo, your company-paid Mercedes, and your company-paid weekly $200 haircuts and manicures. Just kidding.
I have to admit you had me going there, Michael. I have no doubt that someday you will occupy my seat in the company.
We'll have to wait and see what the future holds.
Tut, tut, no harm in celebrating. Speaking of the future, check out that wild-looking old woman sitting behind the table.
Wearing that colorful headscarf with all the jewelry? She looks like a contestant for Best Halloween Costume.
No, I think she's telling fortunes. See how she's looking at that guy's hand? Let's go see what she has to say.
Alan, you don't believe in this stuff, do you?
Of course not. It's just for fun. On the other hand, maybe she can give us a hot tip for our next takeover target.
Warnings of the tea leaves, for they are never wrong. I see there are 2 more supplicants who wish to learn about their futures.
Make that 1 supplicant. I'm not playing.
Oh, go ahead, Michael. What can it hurt?
I put my faith in real things, Alan, like profits and a well-written prospectus and a robust return on an investment dollar.
And people?
People are the least reliable things on the planet.
Well, anyway, I'll spring for your reading. How much is it, please?
For this most rare and deep connection to the mystic masters of the cosmos, the charge is $5.
$5? Ooh. It's highway robbery.
All in good fun and worth $5 to find out what's next for the amazing Michael Franklin. There you are, my good woman.
The mystic masters thank you.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Please be seated and give me your right hand.
What's wrong with my left hand?
The right hand crosses the body's meridian, connecting directly to the humors of the heart through the intercession of the soul.
Oh, I'll say this for you. You've got the sales pitch down pat.
Please close your eyes and focus your thoughts on your inner golden light.
I would have guessed that green is your color.
Michael, quiet.
All right, I'm quiet. I'm focused.
Watch as the golden light moves toward you. Slowly, it surrounds your consciousness. Surrender to its mystery.
I never surrender.
The mystic masters perceive you as a man who values work above all else.
She's got that right.
She could have said the same thing about anybody in this bar.
There are people in your past who have suffered a disconnection with you. Spirits are left unsatisfied.
Well, it can't be old girlfriends. It doesn't take time to go on dates.
Your soul is troubled.
My soul is just fine. Thank you very much.
There's something strange. I am attempting to discern your future, but I cannot.
I could have told you that. No offense.
What's the matter?
The reading is over.
What? Hey, we paid you to tell us fortune.
Here is your money back. I cannot complete the reading.
Now look, lady, I don't believe in all this hocus pocus, but a deal's a deal. Just tell me I'm going to be the richest man in the world, and you can keep the $5.
I do not take lightly the readings of the soul.
I'm going to go complain to the manager.
Alan, hold on, Alan. Look, we don't want to cause you any trouble, lady, all right? Just say what's on your mind, and we'll leave.
Very well. I will tell you what the mystic masters have divined. May the Lord have mercy on your soul.
What is it? Alan's gonna fire me? I'm gonna lose my hair?
Your future is very clear, and it is this. In 10 days, you will be dead.
What?
I don't think that's very funny.
The signs are serious, and the reading is true.
What kind of scam is this?
Come on, Michael. Don't let her ruin your night.
You know, lady, we were humoring you by coming over here. The least you could do is play along and not be such a downer.
I did not wish to reveal your fate. You insisted that I do. When the clock strikes midnight on the 10th day to come, you will be dead.
And now what? And no. Don't tell me. Let me guess. I pay you another $5, and you tell me how I can avoid this terrible fate.
That is impossible. Your fate is sealed.
Let's go get a beer. Come on, Michael.
Fine. See, it's been a real pleasure spending time with you, ma'am. Alan, I'm heading home. I got some paperwork to finish anyway.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Suddenly, I don't know, I lost my desire for celebration.
Okay, buddy. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. I'll be dead in 10 days. Jeez. Yeah. Con artist. Hey, come on. Where's a taxi when you need one? Oh. Hey, taxi! Taxi over here!
Hey, where to, buddy? Hey, pal, you okay?
Dizzy.
You don't look so good.
I need...
Hey, buddy. Oh my gosh, he passed out. Gotta get him to the hospital.
Mr. Franklin, can you hear me?
Where am I?
You're in the emergency room at Samaritan Hospital.
What? What happened? What's going on?
Easy, please. Don't try to sit up right away. You're still recovering from the anesthesia.
Anesthesia?
Yes.
For what?
You were brought here because you passed out in a taxicab. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
We performed some tests on you. Blood pressure, heart. Everything was normal.
Well, then, I don't get it. Then why am I...
In an abundance of caution, we gave you an MRI. I'm afraid we found something unusual.
Oh. Well, what does that mean?
There's a dark spot on the X-ray of your brain. We don't know what it is until we perform more tests, of course, but I must impress on you. This is a very serious situation.
Well, what happens next?
I'd like to check you into the hospital for further procedures. We can consider options for chemotherapy and radiation right away.
But I feel fine. I'm in great shape.
Cancer has no respect for those issues, I'm afraid.
How long do I have? A few years?
Given the size of your anomaly, I suspect that your prognosis is dire.
And how long? 6 months?
It could be a matter of days. I'm very sorry, Mr. Franklin. I will send a nurse in to take your information, all right?
Days, wait. The old woman in the bar, she was right. I'll be dead in 10 days.
Portrait of a man frozen in the amber of fear. Michael Franklin, workaholic captain of industry, ruthless to his enemies and dismissive of routine human interaction. Given a prognosis that would send a chill of terror down the spine of the most stalwart of men, he is faced with the rising specter of his own mortality. But even worse, he stares into the rear-view mirror of a life only half-lived. Devoid of true friendship, with only a string of consummated business deals to mark his measure, Michael Franklin is about to embark on a frightful journey of self-examination that can only be experienced in the land between regret and insistent memory, a land we like to call the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, 10 Days, starring Ned Bellamy with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Nurse, what happened to the patient who is in this bed, Mr. Franklin?
I just saw him a moment ago, Doctor.
I have new information about his condition. I certainly hope he isn't about to do something foolish.
Is Alan in yet?
Oh, yes, Mr. Franklin. Are you all right, Mr. Franklin?
I'm fine.
I don't believe I've ever seen you in the office without shaving or changing your clothes from yesterday.
I was in a hurry this morning. Is he in a meeting?
He just finished a call.
Fine. I'll only need a minute.
Oh, but he's got another appointment at...
I'll only be a minute.
Michael, you look like you haven't been to sleep all night. Isn't that the suit you wore yesterday? Don't tell me you went out to celebrate without me.
Alan, I quit.
Yeah, me too.
Alan, listen to me. I'm quitting.
This is some kind of joke, right?
I would appreciate it if you would expedite the disposition of my account. I want to close out my portfolio. I'm cashing in my stocks. I need my retirement funds and my annual bonus, every bit of it.
Michael, you're talking crazy. What are you doing? What's this all about?
What part didn't you understand?
I mean, you can't just quit.
But I just did.
What on earth for?
Personal reasons.
Personal reasons? After all these years of working together, you offer me that?
Correct.
Michael, if this has something to do with that crazy old woman who told your fortune last night...
It's not that. I just decided to take my career in a different direction. I've just been thinking about making this move for a long time.
I don't believe you.
Alan, no offense, but I don't care if you believe me or not. I've made my decision, and I'd like you to honor it.
You realize that if you disassemble your corporate portfolio early, there will be substantial penalties. Not to mention the perks you'll be losing. The company car, the country club membership, the center court basketball tickets.
Can you have the accounting department wrap everything up right away? Oh, and I'd appreciate all of the various income streams to be folded into one check.
That check will be worth several $1 million.
Yes.
Well, I can't say I approve of what you're doing, and I can only hope you have a good reason, even if you won't tell me.
Could you make the call, please? I'm in a bit of a hurry.
After 12 years, I don't see why there's such a... yes, this is Alan Fisher in corporate. I have it's an unusual request. Michael Franklin has decided to leave the firm, and he wants all of his outstanding monies gathered into one check for immediate pickup. Yes, I understand the amount is substantial. Very good. He'll be right there. All right, Michael. The check is being... Michael? Michael? Where did he go?
May I help you, sir?
I'd like to buy a ticket to Rome, please. Leaving today.
Very good, sir. And on what date would you like to return?
Just a one-way ticket, please.
I just love Rome. The sights, the food, the museums. It's a banquet of...
Yeah, I'm in a hurry. Please.
If you'll just sign here. Will you prefer a window or an aisle seat?
Surprise me.
Mr. Franklin, welcome to the Grand Hotel, Rome's premier destination. Our presidential suite has been prepared. All 3 fireplaces are ablaze, the champagne is on ice, and your veranda opens onto the courtyard where Rome's finest string quartet is waiting to play for you. And of course, an entire staff of valets are at your disposal.
And the concert tickets for this evening?
The limousine will gather you at 6 o'clock. You will be driven directly to the private entrance where a personal elevator will whisk you to the ambassador's box. Only the finest for you, Mr. Franklin.
Bravo! Wonderful!
Excuse me, Mr. Franklin. The young lady in the next box has sent this fine wine to you.
Well, please ask the lady if she would care to join me.
Right away, Mr. Franklin.
haven't seen you at the theater before. Do you come to Roma very often?
You might say this is a once-in-a-lifetime vacation. I want to see and do everything. All the finest foods, all the finest wines. I want to hear the best music and experience all the riches the world has to offer.
All at once?
Why settle for the ordinary when we can fill our lives with the amazing?
Oh, you are a man of action.
Speaking of action, would you care to dance?
I would love to dance, but not here. There's a fabulous nightclub in the center of the city, very exclusive.
The limousine awaits.
What a wild dancer!
It's not me. It's the champagne.
You're so funny.
I believe I'm slightly tipsy too.
Oh, tipsy. What does it mean?
It means I've had too much to drink, which means I'll probably have a ferocious hangover tomorrow.
Oh, that is too bad.
But no worries. The way to prevent a hangover is to keep drinking. More champagne! More champagne!
More champagne!
And more dancing! And more dancing!
Michael, are you sure you can afford to buy drinks for the whole restaurant?
That's only money. And look how much fun they're having. Look how much fun I'm having. Waiter! Another round for my friends.
3 cheers for a friend of Matthew.
It's Michael.
Okay, cheers for Michael.
Michael, are you able to walk?
It's not me. It's the streets that keep moving.
You danced the night away.
And we'll do it again tonight.
The sun rises over the ocean. If I see 1,000,000 mornings, I never grow tired to seeing that sight.
Imagine if you only had a few more to see.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, would you care for some breakfast?
I'm starving.
Then let's go to the best restaurant in the city and order everything on the menu.
I've never met a man like you, Michael. If you want something, you just take it.
Of course.
What's that old saying? Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Michael, what's wrong? You look sad. Did I say something wrong?
Maria, I wanted to ask you something.
What is it, Michael?
Would you care to join me on a small trip?
Where to? Oh, I know a charming village near here. We could have a picnic.
Actually, what I had in mind was Paris.
Paris, France.
And then London. And then Monte Carlo, or Moscow, or Hong Kong. I mean, we could go anywhere in the world.
But what will we do when we get there?
Whatever we want. I'll buy you diamonds, or a new car. Would you like a new car?
Michael, you're making my head swim. I don't need a new car or diamonds.
What then? A yacht?
My life is here, in Roma. I can't just pick up and leave to go hopping from one country to the next.
Why not? You just said you admired me for that very thing.
I admire your freedom, but I have responsibilities. My parents are here, my friends.
Well, they'll be one phone call away.
I can't just leave.
You can do anything you want to, just like me.
Don't you have anyone you feel responsible to?
We were discussing breakfast. Breakfast, that's what we need.
Michael, I asked you a question.
Come, we'll order the most expensive breakfast in town in the most expensive restaurant. We'll have them serve us eggs on plates made of gold.
I'm not really hungry.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
I have things to do.
But what about Paris, London? You're willing to give all that up?
If I left with you, then I would be giving up something.
Like what?
My life here. It's who I am. The people I love, the friends I have.
So, window dressing. None of that is important.
And what do you think is important?
I am. And what I want.
I see. Goodbye, Michael.
Fine! I'm Paris by myself. There's lots of beautiful women there, too!
Bonsoir, Monsieur Franklin. Welcome to Paris. Your suite is prepared for you with a view of the Seine and
a bottle of champagne on ice, right?
May we?
What did you say your name was?
My name is Angelique.
I'll call you Angel, my beautiful French angel. What about you, my dear?
I am called Giselle.
Giselle. Giselle, I knew her well.
Oh, you are so silly.
I'm Michael. But why don't you call me Mike? Nobody ever calls me Mike anymore. Not since I was a little boy.
Were you as naughty then as you are now?
I was a good boy. Very smart. In fact, I was smarter than everybody. Did you know that? I was better than all of them.
Oh, you are a good person, Mike. Nobody ever bought me a pearl necklace on the same day I met them.
I'll buy you another one tomorrow. Hey, we need more caviar here. Garçon! More caviar, s'il vous plaît.
But Mike, we have 2 bowls full on the table already.
They're 10 minutes old. We need fresh caviar. It's a freaking caviar. Let's dance.
Mike.
Welcome to London, Mr. Franklin. Your suite has been prepared for you and...
Bottle of champagne on ice. Got it. Let's say, on second thought, cancel my room. Book me on a flight to Monaco. I got an itch to gamble.
Right away, sir. And the number is 29, Greg.
Don't worry about it. It's only money, and there's plenty where that came from. Another 10,000 in chips, please.
Is the gentleman sure he has already lost several $100,000?
If the gentleman wanted to hire a babysitter, the gentleman would have done so. You understand?
As the gentleman wishes.
Mr. Franklin. Good morning, Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin?
Hello?
Mr. Franklin, your branch is here, sir. Shall I place the champagne bottle next to the bed?
Shall you... Who are you? Where am I?
I am Captain Philippe Duchette. This is the Fandango Dancer, the luxury yacht you rented last evening.
I rented? Was I alone?
The gentleman was escorted by several very attractive ladies, and there was a request for the boat to take you to Australia. But, as you may know, that trip is beyond the range of this vessel.
Wanted you to take me to Australia.
After we receive the Alaskan crab, Russian caviar, and of course, the champagne.
I hope I never see another glass of champagne.
What shall I do with the cases that are on the deck?
How many cases did I order?
10.
They're yours. Merry Christmas.
Do you wish to proceed with the cruise?
No, I don't think so.
Very good, sir.
All right. For a week, I've eaten the finest foods, drunk the most expensive champagne. I've slept in the most exquisitely comfortable beds with the most luxurious silk sheets. I've held beautiful women in my arms. I should be the happiest man on earth. I should have a permanent grin tattooed on my face. Why am I so miserable? I'll have a few days left to live. A few days. I need to be somewhere where someone knows me, where I don't have to pay for the company of people. I need to go home. I need to go home. Taxi! Taxi, over here!
Hey, where to, mister?
1020 Clark Street.
Hop in. Looked like that wind was gonna take you away, mister.
We flew in through the storm. It was quite a bumpy landing.
Well, it'll probably blow over soon. Say, I don't think I've seen you around here before.
I haven't lived here for quite some time.
That must be it then. Oak Grove being such a small town and all, I know just about everybody around.
Yeah, well, as I said, it's been a few years.
Just visiting?
That's right.
Family?
Not really.
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't, but it's Michael Franklin.
Your dad was the high school teacher.
That's right.
Oh, I don't think I remember seeing you at the funeral. What was it, 4 years ago?
I wasn't here for the funeral.
You didn't come to your own father's funeral?
Not that it's any business of yours, but I had meetings in Japan and couldn't fly all the way back here. Is that all right with you?
Is it okay with you?
Look, if you don't mind...
You'd prefer if I stopped flapping my gums, right?
Well, I wasn't going to put it like that.
Not to worry. The wife says I'm 99% hot air.
It's just that I've been flying for the better part of 24 hours. Jet lag and all that, you know.
Well, say no more. My lips are sealed. Anyway, here we are. 1020 Clark. Let me help you with your bag.
It's all right. I can manage. Here you go. Keep the change.
Mister, do you know you just paid me with a $50 bill?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, you have yourself a really fine day, because I sure will. And you be careful in that wind, you hear?
Well, something tells me it's not the wind I'll have to worry about. Here goes. Hi, Carrie. Surprise.
Michael? What are you doing here?
It's a long story. May I come in?
Well,
It's pretty windy out here.
I suppose so.
Thank you.
Michael, what's going on? You just show up on my doorstep after 4 years?
Well, you know me. Spur of the moment.
You are not a spur-of-the-moment person. You plan everything in your life. I wouldn't be surprised to find that you plan how many times you blink every day.
Well, the truth is, I don't have any place else to go.
That sounds dramatic.
It's true.
What about the penthouse?
It's gone.
The beach house?
Gone. They're all gone. I sold everything.
I thought you went through your midlife crisis when you left me. Apparently, it's still going on.
Please, Carrie, I don't want to fight.
Then what do you want?
I just wanted to see you again.
You just wanted to see me. Okay, you see me. Now what?
Do you mind if we sit down?
Michael, I have to be at work in an hour, and I'm in the middle of a term paper.
You went back to school.
I'm getting my master's.
That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, you planned it for years. It's great that you finally decided to do it.
Yeah, well, if there's nothing else on your mind...
So, how have you been?
Busy. I don't have a lot of downtime, but that's how I like it.
You redecorated things here. You redecorated the house.
I needed a fresh start after you left.
Oh, well, Carrie, about that, I'm so...
If you're about to apologize, please don't. I've already more than paid you back by thinking the most horrible thoughts any person could think about another person.
I guess I deserve that.
Oh, you have no idea. How could you just walk away from a marriage, Michael? What was so terrible that you couldn't stand up like a man and fight for me? For us?
It wasn't about you, Carrie.
Oh, that's good to know. Because when I was picking up the pieces, when you left, it sure felt like it was about me.
What I mean is that I wasn't a good husband.
True. You were always working.
And I knew that I wouldn't be a good father.
True. You never even walked the dog.
So, I didn't give up on you. Or us. I gave up on myself.
Well, that makes everything all better. You can go now.
Carrie, please.
Oh, I could just clobber you for coming back here. It isn't fair for me to have to dredge up these old feelings again.
Well, maybe a civilized conversation without any bickering would do both of us some good.
I don't think so.
Please, Carrie, it's more important than you know.
For what purpose, Michael? So you can go back to your high-powered, big-shot job in the city and feel good about yourself?
I just don't want to leave loose ends. Please, for better or for worse, can we just talk? I'm not looking for forgiveness, just closure.
Well...
One cup of coffee? I'll even make it.
All right. 1 cup, and I'll make the coffee. Yours always tasted like motor oil.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So you quit your job, sold your homes, and now you're here. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, about that. I guess I just realized that being a workaholic isn't very much fun, after all.
But that's all you know. When we were married, you barely slept at night. You were up early to track the Asian stock market. You stayed up late to finish paperwork. I can count on one hand the number of times we actually went out on anything resembling a date. And even when we did go out, you acted like it pained you to be away from your business calls.
That is all over now, Carrie. Money doesn't mean a thing to me.
I find that hard to believe.
Believe it. It's true.
So, what? You're gonna take up oil painting? Or become the stand-up comedian you always wanted to be?
Nothing like that. Actually, it's quite serious. Last week,
What was that?
It came from the living room.
Oh, the tree! The wind knocked the tree into my house!
Carrie, wait a sec, Carrie, don't go over there. It might be dangerous.
That's a tornado warning! Oh my god! The house across the street. The roof just caved in.
All right, look, let's get into the basement.
The power just went out. I have flashlights downstairs.
Wait, outside, look.
What? Michael, come on. There's no time.
Oh, look in the street. There's a kid in a bike.
Oh, no. That's Jimmy from next door.
He doesn't know which way to go.
Oh, Michael. He's going to be hurt.
I'll get him.
Michael! What are you doing? Michael!
Jimmy! Jimmy, keep your head down. Jimmy, I'm coming for you.
Help me!
I'm right here, buddy. I'm right here. I'm going to carry you into the house, okay?
What about my bike?
I'll get you a new one. Let's get out of the storm, okay?
Okay.
Put your arms around my neck and hold on.
I'm trying.
Squeeze real tight, Jimmy.
I'm scared.
And I'll be brave for the both of us, Jimmy. Okay? Got to get this door open.
Michael, I can't budge it.
Carrie, push. Push as hard as you can. Carrie, push.
Pushing.
Harder. As hard as you can. There, you got it. We made it. We made it.
Into the basement. Come on.
Come on, Jimmy. That's it. Let's go get safe.
Okay.
Storm's cleared. It's over.
Is the wind gonna get me?
No, honey. You're safe.
Look. That car. It's been overturned.
At least there's no more damage to the house.
Mom! Jimmy! Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy, we didn't know where you were.
We had him in the basement with us.
I was so scared. And then the wind came, and then this man came and saved me. You saved my Jimmy?
Well, not really.
Yes, you did, Michael. You ran right into the path of the tornado and brought him inside.
Oh, come here and let me give you a hug.
You don't have to. Okay.
How can I ever thank you?
You don't have to. It was my pleasure.
Is our house okay, Mom? Yes, sweetie. We were very lucky.
Jimmy, you're a very lucky little boy.
Yes, and thank you again for my son's life. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Michael, you saved Jimmy's life. You're a hero.
I didn't even have time to think. I just saw him and ran.
It was still amazing. When the chips were down, you really came through. I'm proud of you.
Oh, look. Look at the damage in your living room.
No, it's okay. All of that can be fixed. The main thing is that we're all safe and healthy.
Right. Listen, Carrie. Those repairs, they're going to be expensive.
I have insurance.
Yeah, but that will only cover the basics. Let me take care of the costs.
Michael, you don't have to do that.
No, but I want to. And I can afford it.
But you can't just drop that kind of money on a problem that isn't yours.
And listen, all I know is that when I helped Jimmy just now, it felt good. It felt better than anything I've done for a long time. And the idea of helping you out with bills feels good, too. So please, just let me do this.
Well, I'm not in a position to turn down a gift like that. But what about you? Before the storm hit, you were about to tell me something. You said it was serious.
It doesn't matter now.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Here, let me write you a check before I leave.
Are you going so soon? You just got here.
Yes, I think I got what I was looking for. Here you go. Now listen, don't you look at it until I leave, okay?
I promise. Where are you going?
I have some business to finish. Goodbye, Carrie.
Goodbye, Michael. $1 million? Michael! Michael!
Yes? What is it?
Forget the late hour, Reverend. I realize it's nearly midnight, but I wanted to visit the chapel and the door's locked.
Unfortunately, in these times, we must protect ourselves against theft. The doors remain locked overnight.
Is there any way I could just go inside for a few moments?
No, I'm sorry. If you can come back in the morning, yeah.
But you see, tomorrow morning will be too late. I only have tonight.
Mm-hmm. It always seems that way, my son. But have a little faith.
Please.
Go home. Get some sleep.
I don't have a home anymore. I've just come in from the airport. I came straight here. Please, it's more important than you know.
All right. You seem to be in great need.
Thank you. Thank you, Father.
Yeah, it's one of these. Here we go. I'll come back in 10 minutes.
I won't need more than 5. And now that I'm here, I don't know what to say. It's been a long time since I've set foot in a place like this. In fact, I can't remember the last time. I suppose it's true. People come back when they're in trouble, but I'm not exactly in trouble. In fact, all of my troubles will be over in just a few minutes. Then why am I here? Maybe I just wanted to see if I could find a moment of peace before everything ends. Just a single solitary moment when I don't have to feel so alone. The truth is, I'm alone because of my own actions, by the selfishness of the man I've become. I was given love, but I turned away from it in favor of my career. I gave up friendship in favor of business colleagues who couldn't care less if I lived or died. So what did it all mean? What is the sum total of my life? I have no job, no home. I'm going to die without a single friendly voice in my ears. I did have some good times with Carrie. Thank goodness for Carrie. I don't blame her for being angry. And despite her anger, she took me into her home. She forgave me. And Jimmy, I saved his life. He'll have a chance to grow up, to have a family, and a little boy of his own. I gave that to him. I did make a difference after all. Maybe I had to go through it all so that I could be there to save his life. If that's true, then it's worth it. I'm glad things turned out the way they did. I did something worthwhile. My life mattered after all. Nearly midnight on the 10th day, just like the old lady said.
When the clock strikes midnight on the 10th day to come, you will be dead.
I'm not afraid. I thought this moment would be terrifying, but I actually feel ready. No regrets. I'm prepared to say goodbye to everything.
Excuse me, sir. I'll have to ask you to leave now.
Yes, I'll go, and thank you From the bottom of my heart, thank you. No, may I ask one favor?
What is it?
If anyone asks, can you tell them I was ready and that I was grateful?
Grateful? For what?
For everything. It was all a gift. Okay, it's time. I don't know what to do. I mean, if I should... How do I... Church bells. They stopped. Okay. It's midnight on the 10th day. And I'm still alive. Nothing happened. Okay. Nothing's happening. The old woman said I had 10 days to live, that I would die at the stroke of midnight. She lied. She lied. Hey, excuse me. The old lady, the one who reads fortunes, is she here?
She just left a few minutes ago. She walks to the bus stop down in the corner.
Oh, which corner? Which way?
Up that way, go left.
Where is she? Don't let her be. Ah, there she's. Hey, don't get on that bus. Wait.
What is it? Who is calling?
You lied to me.
Who is it? Who are you? What do you want?
Look, I'll stand in the light so you can see my face. Now, do you remember me?
Ah, yes. The angry man.
And I'm still angry. You told me in 10 days, at the stroke of midnight, I'd be dead. 10 days are now over. I sold my home. I shut my life down because I believed in you.
Yes. I told you that in 10 days you would be dead.
So?
And I was correct. The man I spoke to 10 days ago is dead.
What do you mean?
That man was selfish and cruel. That man was friendless and meaningless. Can you say the same things about yourself today?
I guess not.
He's gone. Bury him. Give yourself the rarest of all gifts in life. A second chance.
A second chance? Huh. Sounds too good to be true.
And yet, here it is, yours for the taking.
You're right, things are different now. I don't know how to thank you.
Live for someone other than yourself. That's the best thing any of us can do.
Actually, there might be someone willing to let me try. And her name is Carrie. Thank you. Thanks for the second chance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Michael Franklin, a man on a mission to burn every bridge even before he made his way across. Stung by the terrible knowledge of his impending demise, his journey toward redemption faced a detour of intoxication and self-indulgence. As he now knows, such things are not the stuff of satisfaction, only empty calories and heartache. Ironic, then, that a man who placed such a premium on personal wealth could only feel full upon losing everything. A stark, lonely truth, but an eternal one. Upon such truths are built second chances here in the Twilight Zone.
"10 Days," starring Ned Bellamy with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Mark Valente. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, David Darlow, Ernest Berry Jr., Roger Mueller, Tony Makis, Saskia Bellori, Joby Cerny, Elizabeth Lido, Martin A. Strope, C.J. Amari, Molly Glynn, and David Pasquesi. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee and Todd Beyer. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Time to feed the kitty.
I've been feeding it all night.
Yeah, that baby's hungry.
Let's go, boys.
You heard the man. Put in 2 chips.
2 times how many hands? The Auntie's eating me alive.
You got some cards coming. I can feel it.
Yeah? That a money-back guarantee?
You pay your money, and you take your chances. Dealer Aunties.
Let's go, Johnny.
I gotta give it some thought. My stack's getting pretty low.
Look at who's sitting this one out. That right, Johnny?
I'm thinking.
I know one thing. Takes money to win money.
Yeah.
Listen to the man. Are you in or out?
Give me 1 minute, all right?
Take it easy, John. Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you should kick back, watch some TV.
Hey, hold on. I came here to play cards.
Hand me that remote.
Say, what are you...
Just give it to me.
The old fire hall is...
There.
You gonna let one lousy player hang up the game?
Don't worry about it. Johnny here needs some time out. You know the old saying.
What's that?
Money talks, and suckers walk.
Scientists are baffled as all communications in and out of Peaksville remain blocked. For live coverage, our Eyeball News team takes you inside the city limits following this broadcast on the 11 o'clock report.
And that's a wrap of today's news.
I say deal 'em.
All right, boys, here we go. Down the derby.
Okay already. I'm all in.
You ain't even looked at your cards.
What's the difference? 1 more hand and I'm out.
Sure, Johnny, maybe you'll double up. I got a good feeling this time.
Me too. I'll see that and I'll raise you.
Raise? Everything I got's in the pot.
Separate side bet.
I fold.
Dealer raises again.
Call.
Cards, John?
3.
Keeping a kicker, huh?
All right, 4.
Come on in!
Who's that?
A friend of mine. Said he'd stop by.
Heck of a time for it.
It's open!
Jody Hallam?
Who wants to know?
Mr. Hallam, will you come with us?
You got a warrant?
No, sir, but...
Then get out of my room. My associates and I are having a friendly game of cards.
This is a federal matter.
We have a car waiting downstairs.
Oh, good for you. You see any money on this table? Because I sure don't.
There's no time to lose, sir.
If you'll just come with us.
Hey, why the cuffs?
Someone wants to see you in Washington.
Be seeing you, Jody.
I'll just hold on to my chips for now.
Let me call my lawyer.
No need for that.
What's this all about?
A matter of national security, sir.
You might say a matter of life and death.
Excuse me, gentlemen, if you don't mind. We'll just fast forward out of here.
Hey, will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Winning lottery numbers coming up, but first the news. In world news, the asteroid known as Wanderer continues on a path toward our solar system. But there's no cause for alarm. Scientists say it will miss Earth by several million miles. Repeat, despite rumors, there is no danger. Wanderer poses no threat to our world. And now, here's a handy household hint from our home economist.
Portrait of a man who has just been granted a reprieve. Not from a card game, because it's a sure bet he would have won, given his considerable skill as a dealer. No, the two men in gray suits have saved him from almost certain deaths. His name? Jody Hallam, a gambler and con man who lives by his wits, and wants above all else to go on living. At the moment, the odds still look good for Mr. Hallam, but he is about to discover that the laws of chance don't always apply in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Pattern for Doomsday, starring Henry Rollins, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
And I can tell you that its progress has been closely watched for the past month, as is the case with all unidentified objects sighted in space. May we have the slide, please?
Excuse me, General?
Yes?
The eighth man, he's here.
Showman?
Yes, sir.
Has he been briefed?
Just the basics on the way over.
I'll handle it from here.
Mr. Hallam, have a seat at the end of the table.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me to everybody?
After the presentation, General Sinclair has the floor. Sit, please.
Okay.
Now then, slide, please. This is a routine photo from the 200-inch Hale telescope on Mount Palomar.
Must be some camera.
Shh. I don't see anything.
Let me use the pointer. That short white line in the star field is the first picture we have of Wanderer.
May I ask a question?
Dr. Conrad, is it?
Yes. When exactly was this taken?
A little over a month ago. October 3rd, to be exact.
I see.
Next slide. This photograph, taken only 3 weeks ago, indicates that Wanderer is indeed headed for our solar system. Next slide. And this shot conclusively establishes what astronomers feared, that Wanderer is on a collision course with Earth.
What?
Next. This picture from 2 days ago allows astronomers to accurately measure Wanderer. It is about 2,000 miles in diameter, a little less than our moon. May we have the lights, please?
Hey, General, is this on the level?
I wish I could report otherwise. The fact is, the time of collision is now 53 hours and 40 minutes.
Couldn't we blast it with an H-bomb or something? I saw that in a movie one time.
Efforts are underway to destroy or deflect the asteroid, but unfortunately there isn't much hope for success.
General, if, as you say, astronomers have known about it for some time, why is it that the public hasn't been told the truth? To begin evacuating the cities, for example.
To avoid panic. Virtually all heads of state are in agreement. And the damage is projected to be so widespread that there's no longer any point.
But what about us? Why were we dragged here if this thing's gonna hit in a couple of days?
And I thought I was washed up. Now I find out the whole world's done for.
What do you expect us to do, General? Most of us are ordinary citizens.
Mr. President.
Please remain seated. Have you finished your briefing?
I have, sir.
I wanted to meet you all personally. It's a great service you're about to perform for your country and for the world.
I don't like the sound of that.
He's not as tall as he looks on TV.
Please, hold your questions.
That's all right, General. They're about as confused as the rest of us. I'll get to the point. Out of the entire population, you 8 people are among a very few to be made aware of the situation. Let me tell you why.
I can handle that part if you like, Mr. President.
No, they deserve to hear it from me. I'm the one who signed the order. It's taken 10 years for the United States to build its first nuclear-powered spaceship, the Varuna 1. It was intended for the exploration of space. That ship now stands on a launching pad in New Mexico, ready for its first and last mission, that of transporting human life to a new planet, to grow and multiply. To put it simply, you have been selected to represent the future of the human race.
Then we're really in trouble.
You can say that again.
Is he serious?
That's crazy.
Why us?
Know that in you rests the heritage of all humanity. Our prayers go with you. Good luck and Godspeed.
We're really grateful.
Thank you, sir.
Are you the psychologist?
Dr. Russell Conrad, Denver, Colorado.
I'd like to shake all of your hands.
Francie Blaze, Los Angeles. I entertain.
Pleased to meet you.
Jody Howland, Mr. President. I'm from Chicago. I guess you could say I'm a speculator.
I see.
Regina Walsh, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a singer. Or I was.
Is that right?
Dee Clark, Spokane, Washington, bacteriologist.
How do you do?
Philip Jewell, New York City. Mr. President, I'm not sure I approve of all this. I don't understand.
You're Dr. Jewell?
Yes.
I've read several of your books on philosophy.
Thank you. But about what's happening here...
General Sinclair will fill you in on the details, Doctor.
Lily Wong, San Francisco. I am an artist.
Hello.
Harvey Winterroth, Traverse City, Michigan, and just an auto mechanic.
Don't say that. You all have very valuable skills, chosen to complement each other. Believe me, the hopes and aspirations of the world go with each and every one of you. Try to bear that in mind. And now, goodbye, and good luck.
Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Never thought I'd get to meet the president, but there I was, shaking his hand and talking to him.
General, I demand to know...
Yes, Mr. Jewell?
Just how did 8 people get picked to represent the human race?
It was not at random, I assure you. It was a matter of careful selectivity. A computer was programmed with all relevant factors, physiological, psychological...
Who did the programming?
Panel of experts from several disciplines.
Based on what criteria?
General health, adaptability, fertility. That's why you all had examinations. Varied backgrounds, genetic history, immunity to disease, long-term stability on the cellular level.
Out of what sampling?
The entire population, Doctor. At least those we had preliminary data for.
General, how come the president isn't going? He's a very important man. I would have thought...
He's married, which was one of the disqualifying factors. For those of you who are interested, the criteria are listed in the background report. I have copies if you like.
I'd like to see that report.
On the table at the back of the room. There's a packet for each of you.
Look at me. What a mess. I better fix my face.
You look fine.
Don't kid me.
We're not here because of our looks, that's for sure. Must be because we're in such good shape.
Yeah, you're a regular bodybuilder.
I'm serious. Other kids got the measles, but not me. I was always lucky that way.
Goody for you.
Oh, maybe not 100%. But when I lost, it was because someone else was dealing. Man, I sure wised up in a hurry.
A dealer, huh? I can spot one a mile away. Fingers always twitching. Just keep 'em to yourself.
Hey now, baby, I never done anything crooked with these fingers.
I know. You just help the cards along.
The suckers get greedy, that's all. So they get restless and overplay. Is that my fault? Can I help it if they want to make it all in one night? I ask you, who's the smart one, me or them?
You heard what the General said about brains. We'll see how you make out where we're going.
Listen, Jody Hallam always makes out. You remember that.
Just don't try any magic fingers on me.
Ha! Don't flatter yourself. Come on, I want to get the lowdown on this game.
And after that, it was all entered into the memory banks. The results were collated and sorted until we had it down to this number.
Ah, so we have a machine to blame for being here.
Blame? You should be happy the machine picked you.
Should I? Then why do I feel as if I'm deserting humanity in its hour of need?
General, how soon will the Varuna leave Earth?
In less than 24 hours. We will all be flown to the launch point.
What about food on the ship?
It will be stocked with bread, soup, meats, even ice cream, in a concentrated form. Enough for a lifetime if necessary. You won't be hungry.
How can I get that much chow on one ship?
It will be made from continuously harvested tanks of chlorella, a fast-growing, single-celled plant.
A plant?
That doesn't sound very palatable.
Hey, General, where are we supposed to land?
There's an area on Mars if we can confirm it's suitable for a small colony.
How about if it's not?
Ship's nuclear power pack can take you all the way to Alpha Centauri if necessary, using a new form of hyperdrive. That's the nearest star system with habitable planets.
Maybe there'll be people there like us. I read a story about a princess on Mars.
Then you can go into your dance and knock their eyes out, if they have eyes.
Who's kidding who? I was never a very good dancer. I was never very good at anything. But I got along because people would pay for it. All that's over with now.
You better believe it.
I'll start over up there. Be me this time. I'll be what I want to be, not what they want me to be.
Right. Keep that attitude.
I have a question. Who's flying us to where we are going?
We've assigned a crew of 2. That should be sufficient. Captain Gerald Vickers and Lieutenant Robert McKenna. You will meet them when... excuse me. Sinclair? Yes. Right away. Limousine is downstairs, ready to take you to the airport.
No calls for us? To say our goodbyes?
I'm sorry, Doctor. We can't risk breaching security. Now, if you'll all come with me, please. You have a great adventure ahead of you. Perhaps the greatest in the history of mankind.
Oh, wow.
This is air traffic control. You're cleared for takeoff.
In position. Clear to start. Made a move. Nose job back in front.
I hate that, I really do.
Hate what?
When airplanes take off.
Oh, don't worry about it. The odds are on our side.
Are you serious? This crate could fall out of the sky at any time.
Relax, you got more chance of being hit by a car.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it. You see the giant seal?
What? There ain't no animals. Are there?
The seal of the United States of America. This is some kind of official plane. They're not going to take any chances.
What if we get hijacked?
Now you're really dreaming. We got searched. Nobody could bring a gun in here.
Oh, yeah? What about them?
Who?
The guys up front. With Sinclair. Take a look. They both got pieces under their coats.
How do you know?
I know. You don't think I ever saw a shoulder holster before?
Well, if they got him, it must be okay. Secret Service or something.
A lot of good they can do us now.
Easy, baby. Easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, In a few moments, we shall be landing. Thank you.
ID, please.
General Sinclair and Company to operations.
Oh, right, General. Operations is the first building, straight ahead.
I know where operations is, son.
Yes, sir. Open the gate.
Here we are. If you'll just follow the walkway to the entrance.
How do you do, sir?
Good to see you, Captain.
Lieutenant John McKenna, General.
At ease. This is your pilot, Captain Gerald Vickers, and Lieutenant McKenna. Mr. Hallam, Miss Walsh.
Welcome.
Hiya.
Captain, huh?
Miss Blaze, Dr. Conrad.
Hello.
Miss Clark, Dr. Jewell, Miss Wong, Mr. Winteroth.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
You're the pilot?
I'll do my best.
I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Well, there she is.
Where?
Out in the field. Take a good look. That ship's gonna be home for a long time.
It's beautiful.
Wow, some design.
A little small, isn't it?
Not really, Miss Blaze. It's a very efficient design. Just enough room for 8 passengers.
8? Don't you mean...
I'll go over the details in a few minutes. For now, they're expecting us inside. If you'll follow me...
General Sinclair?
What is it?
General, I have a communication from the Pentagon. Priority A.
Very well. That will be all.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Don't tell me. The flight's overbooked.
You might as well know. The nuclear missiles we sent up from 3 countries to intercept Wanderer have made contact. All detonated on impact.
They hit Wanderer?
And?
Well, don't keep us in suspense.
There was no appreciable deviation. The asteroid is still on course.
What does that mean in plain English?
It means that there's no last great hope for Earth.
I would say then that this group is our hope.
Captain Vickers.
Yes, Doctor.
Something you said a moment ago.
What was that?
Well, you said there was only room for 8 people aboard the ship.
That's right.
Does that include you and Lieutenant McKenna?
I'll answer all your questions at the final briefing.
But...
This way, please. Sit down, if you will.
How many more hours do we have?
When are you going to feed us? I'm a little queasy myself.
In about an hour. We're on a tight schedule.
General, I asked a question outside. I think I deserve an answer. We're 8 people. The captain and the lieutenant make 10. But if the ship will only hold 8...
I have an announcement in that regard. When this group was organized by presidential order, 2 reserves were included.
Who? You mean we're not all going?
Why didn't you tell us the truth?
What are they arguing about?
They got an angle. I knew it.
There was no way of telling if you were all alive and well, or even if you could be located once the selection was made. The reserves were a way of preparing for any contingency. As it turns out, one that didn't occur.
So who are the reserves?
They were not specified.
What?
Then we don't know if we're on the list or not?
In that case, I volunteer to stay behind.
I'm afraid I can't accept your offer, Doctor.
I'll give up my place. I have friends who are going to die. I'd rather spend my last hours with them.
I sympathize with you, Miss Wong, but I can't accept your offer either.
Then how...
It was provided that in a case like this, the matter would be decided by chance.
Leave it to me, General.
Don't make me laugh.
It just so happens I have a deck of cards with me. We'll cut for it. High cards go.
Mr. Hallam.
You want to be fair, don't you? This is the only way. Never fails. Aces and kings, sure winners. After that...
I can't let you do this.
Deuces and trays on the low end. Got it? Everybody, come up one by one and...
We are not using cards, Mr. Hallam. I'm in command here.
Then how? We flip a coin?
Sometimes the old ways are best. We'll draw straws.
Whatever you say, General. Makes it simpler. Watch me. I'm tearing out matches. I'll make 2 of them short.
Sit down, Mr. Hallam.
No matches? Well, in that case...
I said sit down.
All right, all right. Just trying to help.
Captain Vickers has prepared the straws, or their equivalent. Captain?
Yes, sir. I have 8 pencils here. They've already been measured, so there can be no mistake.
Who's first? Miss Blaze?
Why me?
The order won't make a difference. Go ahead, Captain.
Anyone at all.
If you say so. Here goes.
Just take one of the ends and pull it out of my hand.
This looks like a good one.
I'll go next.
Now, Dr. Jewell. Followed by Miss Wong. Mr.
Winterroth from Michigan.
Miss Clark. Miss Walsh. And Mr. Hallam. There. That does it.
Everybody hold them up.
The short ones are Miss Clark and Mr. Hallam. You two will not be going with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sit down, Mr. Hallam.
I was the last man on the totem pole. I didn't have a choice.
Someone had to be last.
Sure. Give everybody a break, but me.
Statistically, it doesn't matter. The result was random.
All I'm asking for is a fair shake.
Game over, Mr. Magic Fingers.
But I'm telling you, it ain't fair.
You should talk, honey. Sit down.
Are we free to go?
You are, Miss Clark. With my profound thanks. You may go to the bunker with the rest of the personnel to observe if you like. Or I can have you transported any way you choose.
I'll have to think about that.
Of course. There's a rest area down the hall. Lieutenant McKenna will open the beverage machines for you.
Thank you.
And goodbye to you, Mr. Hallam.
And thank you, Mr. Hallam.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why don't you sit down? You're making me nervous.
Yeah.
Miss Clark's right. Would you like a cup of coffee?
I'd like a shot of scotch if you want to know the truth.
Cream and sugar?
Black.
Do you have family, Lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, miss. Back in Austin.
Oh. Are you going there to be with them?
I sure hope so, if there's time.
It's a terrible thing, I suppose. The little tragedies. We have time to absorb them. But something like this, it's too vast to comprehend.
I know what you mean.
Cut the chatter. What is this, a funeral?
You might call it that.
Well, I tell you one thing. The game isn't over till it's over. You never know what's going to happen at the finish.
This isn't a horse race, Mr. Hallam.
We'll see about that. Give me the coffee, will you?
Of course.
Yeah, tastes like mud.
If you'd rather have a soft drink.
Forget it.
Sorry you didn't care for it.
Yeah, sure. Where do you come off so high and mighty? Uniform, shine on your shoes. You know something? Underneath, you're just like the rest of us. Scared out of your gourd.
I'd better see how the general's coming along.
Will you sit down? It won't be much longer. Then you'll be back with your own kind.
I don't see why you're so anxious to go home. One of them in there could have a heart attack or something.
And then what would we do? Draw straws again to see which one of us goes?
Sure, why not?
At least try to face reality and make peace with it.
Listen, if they let me do it my way, you think I'd be sitting out here?
Oh, you mean you'd have fixed the cards?
Lady, when your life is on the line, you try anything.
Even if it means pain or misfortune for others?
If that's the way the chips fall.
You amaze me. I thought I'd seen all kinds.
You ain't never seen Jody Hallam before.
Thank God for small favors. I would say, Mr. Hallam, that you're nothing special on the evolutionary scale. More along the lines of a throwback. You've hardly advanced beyond your one-celled progenitors.
Say, is that a wisecrack?
I've seen your kind under microscopes. Bacteria don't have a conscience either.
Oh, but they do? In there? How do you know Vickers didn't fix it the way the general wanted?
Don't be absurd. It was impartial, and we lost. I'm ready to leave whenever they let me.
Go ahead, give up. That's what you learned in your school. But where I come from, it's a different story. General?
Yes?
General, I'm sorry I blew my stack before, but, well, it's a hard thing to take. It really hit me, you know?
Believe me, I understand.
Everybody all set?
They've had their final instructions.
Everything worked out, huh? No hitches?
Ladies and gentlemen, you'd better get ready for the pre-launch.
Look, do you think it would be all right if I see him to the ship? Wish everybody good luck and everything?
I don't see why not.
That doesn't sound like you, wishing everybody but yourself good luck.
No?
Why the change of heart?
Can't win them all. You ought to know that.
That's not what you told me before.
Well, that's what I'm telling you now.
Miss Blaze?
Yeah? I mean, yes, sir?
We're going to the ship now. Follow me.
Sure thing.
Not you.
General Sinclair said it was okay.
Only flight personnel on the field.
I know. I'm going to say goodbye to him on the ship.
General?
It's all right, guards. Let him pass.
Proceed.
Sure, thanks a lot. Nice gun you got there. Oh, you coming with us?
All unauthorized personnel must exit the launch area.
You'll have to use the ladder. One at a time, please.
Well, this is it. So long to the good old U.S. of A. It was a rat race, but I think I'm gonna miss it.
It just doesn't seem possible to think that all this will change in a few hours.
How much time?
Not long, by my watch.
The Varuna 1 is now on internal power.
Look at all those stars. The sky's like this in Michigan. There's a place I used to fish at. I guess I won't see it again.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We'd better get aboard.
All unauthorized personnel must exit the launch area.
Move ahead to the control room at the end of the passage. Guards, stay with us a moment longer. How long till liftoff?
8 minutes. I'll give the engines a final check. Main thrusters powered up. Retros all clear. Gyro stabilizer charged.
I feel like a sardine already.
Relax, baby. This is one tin can nobody's gonna open.
Aren't you supposed to wave bye-bye now?
Let me have your attention.
This is it, Mr. Hallam.
Shh. I want to hear what he says.
The President has asked me to extend his blessings and his hopes for a safe journey. Also, he's aware of the hardships that lie before you. He wants to remind you that in all the years to come, you must not lose sight of your purpose.
Guards.
There's a digital
Sir?
library.
See Mr. Hallam back to the building.
Yes, sir.
Each of you
Come
are
with
the
me.
seeds
In a
of future
minute, I said.
generations. It will be your trust to nurture the first generation born off Earth. For upon this, a new civilization will be built, long after we are forgotten.
This way.
Right. What kind of gun are you packing? 45 automatic, huh?
Keep moving.
Can I see it?
Keep your hands...
I just want to look at it.
What in the...
Back off!
Drop it.
Not on your life.
Watch him. He's got a gun.
Hold it! Now, General, since Dr. Jewell here won't be making the trip, as his reserve, I'm electing myself to take his place. He didn't want to go anyway.
Do you think these people would have you after this?
No more pretty speeches. You and the guards, make yourselves scarce, and drag the doctor with you. Something wrong with your hearing?
General.
Touch your holster, flyboy, and you're a dead man, too.
Do as he says.
That's better. Well, what do you know, honey? Looks like we're gonna get better acquainted after all.
What do we call you now? Little Caesar?
Just what do you expect to gain by this murder?
Life, my friend, in the big blue up there like the rest of you. Oh, I know you're thinking you'll make me pay, but you won't. Not if there's only 8 people left. You're gonna need me.
Keep your distance, Buster.
Now, Francie, you know better than that. A man gambles, he loses here and there, but the game's not over till the last card's been played. Am I right or am I right? Hey, you! Keep your hands where I can see them!
I can't let you do this.
Back out of here real slow like. You too, Lieutenant.
Are you going to shoot them too? If you do, who will fly the ship?
Back out, I said.
I'm not going anywhere.
Neither am I. Put the gun down.
Yeah, sure.
There are too many of us. Guards, Mr. Hallam is going to surrender his weapon. Take him into custody.
Yes, sir.
You're invading my space, flyboy.
You're surrounded, mister. Hand it over. Now.
Don't make me laugh.
If he won't, I'll just have to take it.
I warned you. The next one won't miss.
Try me for a target, little man.
Let go!
Drop it. Drop it!
Now look what you've done. That ain't in the rules.
Does he have a pulse?
No, sir.
Dr. Jewell, are you all right?
It's just my shoulder. The bullet passed through.
Guard, get the medical kit.
Right, General.
We won't be going anywhere, General. The second shot took out the control panel.
Can it be repaired?
Not the telemetry system.
Then replace the module.
There is no replacement. It would take days to assess the damage.
He's right, General.
Is that true?
You mean we can't take off?
How can we?
What are we going to do?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I wish I knew what to say to you.
Damn him! Just because he wasn't going...
He was right.
What?
He always said he was lucky. And maybe he was. Now he won't have to face the odds.
What's that? Whatever it is, he's sure in a hurry.
General, up here!
General, this just came in, sir, from the President.
I am happy to tell you all that the danger is past. The President informs me that gravitational forces in the solar system have apparently torn Wanderer apart.
You mean it's not gonna hit Earth?
Initial reports are that it is broken up into 5 pieces. Each will miss us by many thousands of miles.
Let's get out of here.
One at a time, folks.
Can I give you a hand, Miss Blaze?
You can give me 2 hands if you want. A big, brave captain like you. Call me Francine.
Okay. Francine, I'll help you down.
What about him, Mr. Big-Time Gambler?
There'll be an ambulance on the way.
He doesn't need an ambulance. He needs a hearse. Jody Hallam from Chicago. I got 3 words for you. So long, sucker.
Portrait of a man who lived by his wits and wanted to go on living. The odds looked good, at least for a while. But when billions were marked for death, he lost faith in the laws of chance. Jody Hallam, who played a desperate last card and ended up the only man on Earth to die as the direct result of a threat that never came true. In the Twilight Zone.
Pattern for Doomsday, starring Henry Rollins with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry Soule. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Linda Ryder, Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Jeff Lupetin, Jamie Barron, Steve Key, Nikki Lindgren, Elaine Robinson, Kurt Nabig, Jennifer Joy, Doug James, Carl Amari, Alex Sopener, and Vince Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hold on, Rowdy. We'll make it. There's a fork in the road up ahead. Oh, haven't they heard of signs around here? No, I didn't think so. Well, Rowdy, I've kept it from you long enough. The fact is, we're lost. And you know what else? Take a look at the fuel gauge. Almost empty. Don't whine at me. It isn't my fault. This map is useless. So much for shortcuts. Which way do you think it is, right or left? Okay, left. Hope you know what you're doing. Well, what do you know? I do believe that's a town up ahead. Peaceful Valley, population 981. At least it's got a gas station. Rowdy, you just earned yourself a steak. Hey, anybody here?
How do?
Hi, can you fill it up?
Don't see why not. Convertible, huh? One of those new foreign jobs?
The gas cap's under the license plate.
Oh.
Well, I'll check the oil and water.
Sure enough.
Rowdy, stay.
Pretty empty, huh?
She's running on fumes.
How'd you let that happen?
Oh, I listened to a friend. Told me I could cut 4 hours off the trip if I took the back road. No traffic, nice scenery. If I'd gone the way I know, I'd be in Albuquerque already.
Ah, you mean you're lost?
That's what I mean. Think you could point me toward a highway? A great big highway with signs?
Just go back to the fork and take the other road to Braden. That's about 80 miles. When you get there, ask somebody for a map. I'm fresh out. Shouldn't have any trouble, though.
I shouldn't, but I always do. Here, take it out of this.
Sure thing.
Nice little town you've got here. What's it called?
Peaceful Valley.
Well, it isn't exactly a valley, but it looks peaceful enough. Where's the nearest restaurant?
Down the street. It's closed, though. You'd be better off in Braden.
Yeah, but I'm hungry, and so's my dog. I promised him a steak.
Sorry, we don't have many visitors here.
I can see why.
I'll get your change.
Kitty, stop it.
Rowdy, you take it easy. Rowdy!
1850 out of 20.
Rowdy, come back here.
Leave my kitty alone, you bad dog.
Rowdy! He's just playing.
No, he's not. I'll fix him.
What's that? Rowdy? Hey, where is he? What did you do to my dog?
What dog, mister?
You've seen them. Little towns in the middle of nowhere, off the main roads and highways. You've seen them, and chances are you kept on driving. But have you ever wondered about them? Who lives in these towns? Who are they? What do they do, and why do they stay? Philip Redfield never bothered to ask such questions, and until now he had no reason to stop and find out. If not for his dog, an errant cat, and a little girl with a peculiar electronic device, he might have driven through Peaceful Valley and continued on his way without a second thought. But he can't do that now, because, whether he knows it or not, this particular shortcut has led him off the beaten path and into the capital of the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, Valley of the Shadow, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, Kitty. Let's go in the house.
No, little girl, wait.
Huh?
What did you do to my dog?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you did. Look, I was standing right over there. I saw you.
You leave me alone.
Not until you tell me what you did to my dog. What in the... Rowdy, here! Here, boy! Rowdy, where are you?
Hey, fella, you scared my little girl.
That makes us even. Your little girl scared me.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. I don't know how she did it, but she made my dog disappear.
What?
She pointed something at him about the size of a remote control. She took it out of her pocket, and he vanished into thin air.
Are you feeling all right?
No, I never feel all right when I see a miracle happen. It raises my blood pressure.
Easy now, mister. What kind of dog is he?
A golden retriever.
Let's look around the yard. He's bound to be here somewhere. What's his name?
Rowdy.
Here, Rowdy. Here, dog.
Look, this isn't doing us any good. I told you.
You try over the hedge. I'll go around back. Don't worry. We'll find him. He couldn't just disappear.
That's what I'm trying to tell you he did.
Here, Rowdy.
Rowdy? Rowdy!
Here he is.
Wait, there you are, boy. Good dog. Where were you?
In the back. I guess he must have found another cat to chase.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm sorry I popped off at you. I could have sworn.
It's all right. The way Sissy disappears sometimes? Well, I know how you must have felt. How you doing, boy?
Sissy's your daughter?
Yep.
What was that thing she had, anyway?
What thing?
In her hand, some sort of electronic device. Now, I know I didn't imagine that.
Oh, it must have been her transistor radio.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you. Come on, boy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know anyone would see me.
It's all right, Sissy. It'll be taken care of.
You see all that?
All what?
Never mind. Okay, Rowdy, back in the front seat. Let's get going.
Hey, Braden's the other way.
I know, you told me.
Evans,
I want to talk to Dorn.
he's not here.
Then you better find him. It's important.
What's happened?
We've got an outsider, and he saw something.
There's the restaurant. The sign in the window says, closed, all right. Great. Well, don't worry, Rowdy. I said I'd find you a steak, and I will, somewhere. Wait here. I'm hooking your leash to the steering wheel. Hello? Anybody here? Hello?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in.
Hi. Is the hotel open?
Open? Oh, yes. But we don't have any vacancies.
No? Why is that?
Well, the rooms are all taken.
But all the keys are still hanging on the wall.
Everybody's out.
Is that right? Well, the fact is, I don't want a room. I just wanted a restaurant. Maybe you could make a suggestion.
I'm afraid it's closed.
You mean there's only one restaurant in Peaceful Valley?
Yes, sir.
Then where do you eat?
At home.
And what about your guests? They do eat, don't they?
If you'll excuse me, I have some work to do.
Just a second, miss. Look, my name's Philip Redfield. I'm a newspaper reporter, and if I sound nosy, I guess that's because it's part of my job.
Oh, I see.
You don't mind, do you?
No.
Good. Then just answer one question for me. Look, ever since I pulled into town, people have been trying to get rid of me.
They have?
At least that's the feeling I get. I was just wondering why.
Well, we don't get many outsiders.
So I've heard. Enough to fill the hotel, though.
I really have to go. I think you should too, Mr. Redfield.
All right, I get the hint. Oh, miss.
Yes?
Mind if I take one of your newspapers?
What? Oh, not at all. Please.
Hey, you better get your subscription renewed. This paper's 9 years old. Come on, Rowdy, let's get out of here. So long, peaceful valley. Thanks for the memories. You tell him, boy, nothing here for us. Just let me turn around. A few minutes from now, we'll be back in the real world. Oh, it's a good thing they don't fix this road. Might make people want to come here. There's the fork. Don't see any stop sign. Do you, Rowdy? Nope, me neither. Well, let's punch it. What was that? Rowdy, are you okay? Rowdy? 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 Oh, no. No. It's all my fault, boy. I shouldn't have been going so fast. Breathe. Breathe, please. Oh, Rowdy. Rowdy.
Had an accident, did you?
No, an accident had me. I had the top down. He was thrown out of the front seat. There's no heartbeat.
Let me check. Nope.
I don't believe it. He's dead.
Front end's pretty smashed up.
Radiator shot, too.
Doesn't make sense. The road was clear. There wasn't another car for miles.
Maybe it was a rock.
There are no rocks around here.
Can't be too sure.
Yeah, must have been. Rain washes some big ones into the road every now and then.
If there were, it would still be here.
Could have knocked it off the road.
Come along, Mr. Redfield.
Come where?
We'd better get you to a doctor.
What about my dog?
You have nothing to worry about.
Can you walk okay? Here, lean on me.
Wait a minute. I don't think I want to go back into town. Not your town, anyway.
You need to be examined.
I'm all right, I tell you.
You don't know that. Could be internal injuries.
If anything's wrong with you, it'll be on our conscience forever.
Take it slow.
In here, Mr. Redfield.
This is a doctor's office?
In a way.
Thank you, gentlemen. You can leave now.
If you're not a doctor, what are you?
My name's Dorn. You might say I'm the mayor. And these are my associates. Mr. Evans on my right and Mr. Connolly.
Hello.
How do you do?
And how do you feel, Mr. Redfield?
Terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Would it help you to learn that your dog is well?
He's dead.
Oh, no, not at all. Merely stunned. I assure you, he's quite happy.
How do you know?
Mr. Swanson called in. That's the man who helped your dog. He thought you'd be pleased.
I am, if that's true.
You have a suspicious nature, don't you?
I thought I was supposed to see a doctor.
Oh, of course. But you don't really need one, do you? If you did, we'd have one here in no time, believe me.
Then why am I here?
Just to bring us all up to speed, in a manner of speaking. Please, sit down. We'll try not to detain you too long. After all, you can't go anywhere in a wrecked car now, can you?
You've got that right.
We'd like to ask you a few questions, if we may. Don't worry, only a few. Mr. Evans, perhaps you'd care to begin.
Mr. Redfield, it's been reported that you saw something, a miracle, I believe you called it, across from the gasoline station. Would you please tell us about this miracle?
Sure. My dog ran after a cat.
What were the details?
That's it.
You're quite certain? Nothing more?
Yes, I'm certain.
Mr. Connolly, your question.
I was simply wondering, Mr. Redfield, why you told the girl at the hotel that people were trying to get rid of you.
What is this, a quiz show? Look, I've got a wrecked car, and I'm already a day late for work.
I assure you, it's being taken care of.
Just a few more questions, if you please. I think you mentioned that you're a newspaper reporter.
So?
A noble calling, but limited. I suppose you have a novel in the planning stages?
Who told you that?
No one. It's a fact, though, that most reporters aspire to be novelists.
I wouldn't know.
Are you married?
No.
Engaged?
No. Listen.
So you came to Peaceful Valley by mistake? No one knows you're here?
Oh, they will. A lot of people are going to know I was here, Mr. Dorn.
Oh, dear.
What's the story on this place, anyway? Rowdy didn't just run after a cat, and I didn't crash into a rock that wasn't there. What did happen?
Come back in an hour, Mr. Redfield. Perhaps then you'll have the answers you seek. I'd like to speak with my associates first.
Where can I find a phone?
There's one at the hotel.
1 hour, then, Mr. Dorn.
Do you think it's wise letting him go like that?
He'll be watched. Well, gentlemen, it's happened.
It had to, eventually.
No, it didn't have to. And it wouldn't have if we'd kept our wits about us. But we didn't. We were complacent, so infernally sure of ourselves.
Dorn.
It's true, Mr. Evans. Would you explain the point of keeping the hotel open and the restaurant closed? Doesn't it seem likely that there would be more inquiries for food than for rooms?
There haven't been either in over 16 years.
You see? Complacency. And I'm as much to blame as anyone. If only the Johnson girl hadn't been so careless. If only Fredericks hadn't behaved suspiciously. If only I hadn't panicked and activated the barrier.
You had to.
There wasn't any choice by then.
So now an innocent young man who's done no one any harm must suffer for our mistakes.
Mr. Redfield.
I was told there's a telephone here.
Well, yes, but...
Where is it?
I keep it under the counter.
Uh-huh. A real antique, huh? Figures. How do you get the long-distance operator?
Just ask for her, but...
Hello? Hello? Yes, I'd like to call Albuquerque. Chapel 77205, station to station. That's quite a mayor you've got there. Makes a person feel really welcome.
You've spoken with Dorn.
Yeah? All right. Keep trying. My name's Redfield. Well, I see they haven't come back.
Pardon?
Your guests? All the keys are still here.
Oh.
Because there aren't any guests, isn't that right?
You should have left when you had the chance, Mr. Redfield.
I tried to, believe me. But I smashed my car up on a rock that's invisible. Now, how could that be, do you suppose?
I don't know.
Do you have a name, or is that a secret, too?
It's Ellen. Ellen Marshall.
All right now, Ellen. I want you to let me know when my call comes in. It's very important. Will you do that?
Yes. Where will you be?
Well, I'm going to check on my car, and then I'll be in the mayor's office. Still starving to death, probably. Rowdy! How you feeling, boy? I counted you out, you know that?
I gave him some water.
What about the car?
It's pretty banged up. Hood's sprung, and the radiator's punctured.
Yeah, I know. You were supposed to be fixing it.
Nobody told me.
Well, I'm telling you.
Can't do anything unless it's